future you want. You've probably spent a lot of time trying to control the world around you. We all have. Whether it's the people in our lives, our careers, or the circumstances we find ourselves in, we've been taught that if we just try hard enough, we can bend things to our will. But have you ever stopped to think about how much energy you're pouring into things that are completely out of your control? The weather changes when it feels like it. People will act in ways you can't predict, and life will throw curveballs no matter how carefully you plan. The truth is, we're fighting against forces far bigger than ourselves, and the harder we try to control them, the more we end up losing. This isn't just a theory, it's reality, and while this may sound harsh, it's also incredibly freeing, because the only thing we can actually control is ourselves. It's about focusing on what we can influence, instead of getting tangled up in things that will never bend to our desires. As Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." What matters isn't how much you plan or control everything around you. It's how you handle the things you actually have the power to change. Your reactions, your mindset, and your actions. That's where your real strength lies. Trying to control everything outside of you will only bring frustration. You can't control other people's thoughts or actions. You can't predict every outcome. You can't even control the way the world turns. And yet, so many of us get caught in this endless cycle of attempting the impossible. It's exhausting, isn't it? You keep planning, keep striving, keep worrying about the things you can't change. And what do you get in return? Anxiety, stress, disappointment. When things don't go your way, you're left feeling powerless, like you failed at something that was never really in your grasp to begin with. The more you try to control the uncontrollable, the more it slips from your hands. It's a losing game, and yet we keep playing. Why? Because we've been taught that control equals safety. We've been conditioned to believe that if we can just manage every detail, we can avoid pain, disappointment, and uncertainty. But the real lesson here is that the only way to truly have peace in your life is to accept that some things will always be outside your grasp. So what can you control? Yourself. And that's where the power lies. When we detach from the need to control everything, we can finally free ourselves from the constant anxiety that comes with it. Letting go doesn't mean giving up or being passive. It means making the conscious choice to stop fighting against the current and to start swimming with it. It's about choosing where you place your energy and knowing when to let go of what you can't change. It's the path to freedom. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will..."
That's what the description says.
The world. You don't need to waste your...
That's cool. Australia sounds chill.
Instead, direct your efforts inward. Master your mind. Command your responses. When you do this, you start to feel less at the mercy of the world around you, and more like the architect of your own peace. Control is seductive. It feels safe, secure, like if we just get it right, we'll fall into place. But it's an illusion, a trap. You might think that if you have enough control over your circumstances, you'll be invulnerable. But the more control you grasp for, the more you sink into a false sense of security, and the more vulnerable you
I'm getting ready for bed.
become when things inevitably go wrong. That's the nature of life. Things will go wrong, plans will fail, people will disappoint you. The world will change in ways you never expected, and when your grip on control falters, you'll be left scrambling. You'll be left feeling helpless. But the beauty of stoicism is that it teaches you that you don't have to be helpless in those moments. You don't have to fall apart when life doesn't go your way. You just need to know that there is power in accepting what's out of your control and redirecting your energy into what you can change. your mindset, your attitude, and your actions. That's the ultimate freedom.
Right.
The key to peace isn't in controlling everything around you. It's in knowing where your real power lies, within yourself. Once you realize that the need to control everything around you is the real trap, you'll start to see the world differently. You'll start to understand that the only thing worth fighting for is your inner peace. It's in how you respond to life, not in trying to shape it to your will. By detaching from the illusion of control, you take back the only thing you ever truly have the right to control, yourself. And that's where real power resides. So the question becomes, how do you start this journey of detachment? How do you begin to free yourself from the need to control the world around you? The first step is recognizing that you can't force everything to go your way. The second step is making a decision to let go of the things you can't control and focusing on what you can. The way you respond, the way you choose to see the world, the way you navigate through uncertainty. The third step is embracing uncertainty and finding comfort in the fact that not knowing what comes next is actually a source of freedom, not fear. You'll never be able to control every aspect of your life,
Cheers, yo.
but you can control how you choose to live it. And that is the real path to peace. So, let go. Stop fighting for control and start embracing the uncertainty of life. The world will still be chaotic, unpredictable, and uncontrollable, but you'll be stronger for it. By shifting your focus to yourself and your own responses, you free yourself from the anxiety of trying to bend life to your will. Instead of wrestling with the uncontrollable, you'll learn to move with it, respond to it, and ultimately rise above it. Letting go isn't a weakness, it's a strength, and it's the first step towards true inner peace. Take control of what you can, your own mind, and let the rest fall into place. It's only when we let go of the need to control everything that we finally find the peace we've been seeking all along. And this is where the real journey.
Thanks for the update.
We all crave security, don't we? It's a natural human instinct. We want to feel grounded, like we have control over our lives, that things will stay the same, or at least follow a predictable path. So, we form attachments. We cling to people, to certain outcomes, and to possessions, hoping that these things will give us the stability we crave. But here's the painful truth. The more we hold on, the more we end up restricting ourselves. Attachments aren't.
But yeah, I need to go to bed over on my side, y'all. So yeah, if y'all want to hang out and listen to the stoicism with me and learn a couple things, go ahead. Maybe I'll wake up try not to sleep too long.
Aren't safety nets, they're chains. Chains that tie us to things beyond our control. When we attach ourselves to a specific person or outcome, we surrender a part of ourselves to them. We let them dictate how we feel. We place our happiness in their hands. And what happens when those things change, when they slip away, or when they don't turn out the way we expected? We fall apart.
I don't know about y'all, but I love listening to this stuff. A lot of good teachings in there.
We feel betrayed, lost, incomplete. This is the trap. We tell ourselves that these attachments will bring us happiness, that they will keep us safe. But in reality, they do the opposite. The more tightly we hold on, the more vulnerable we become. Because what happens when something or someone changes or leaves? We feel like we've lost a piece of ourselves. We feel shaken to our core, like we can't stand on our own anymore. The truth is, attachment creates weakness, not strength. It keeps us.
Anyways, If y'all want to chat amongst each other, go ahead. I'm going to just listen to this stoicism.
It's tethered to the fear of loss, to the illusion that our well-being is tied to something external.
Like, share, subscribe.
We think that by holding on, we're securing our happiness, but in reality, we're only creating an opportunity for that happiness to be taken away. Imagine for a moment if you could live without that fear of loss. What if you could be completely at peace, knowing that no one and nothing has the power to disrupt your inner calm? That's the freedom that comes with letting go. When you release those attachments, you step into a space where you are no longer dependent on others or circumstances for your happiness. You become your own source of strength, your own source of peace. No longer does the world or the people in it have the power to throw you off balance. You take back control, not by holding on, but by letting go. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's the ultimate freedom. This doesn't mean that you stop caring or that you become cold or indifferent. It means that you stop relying on others or circumstances to define your sense of peace. You stop waiting for the world to align with your desires and instead focus on creating a sense of peace that's independent of the external. It's about accepting that you can't control everything, and that's okay. You stop fighting to keep things as they are, and instead you start embracing change, understanding that everything, good or bad, is temporary. Epictetus once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This idea, although often applied to material wealth, also extends to emotional wealth. The fewer emotional attachments we cling to, the more freedom we gain. Freedom from expectations, freedom from disappointment, freedom from the fear of loss. Letting go doesn't mean that you don't care about people or things. It doesn't mean you stop pursuing goals or forming connections. It means you learn to love people and things without letting them define you. You can deeply care about someone, but you don't rely on them for your happiness. You can pursue success, but you don't tie your self-worth to achieving it. You become okay with the ebb and flow of life, knowing that you have the inner strength to navigate whatever comes your way. When you detach, you free yourself from the emotional roller coaster of life. You stop reacting to every shift and change. Instead, you find balance, centeredness, and peace. This shift doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, a gradual release of the things you've been holding on to. At first, it may feel like you're losing a part of yourself, but in reality, you're gaining something far more valuable, your autonomy. You're reclaiming your power. You're saying, "I am enough, regardless of what happens around me." And that realization is liberating. Think about how many times you've been caught up in the outcome of something. How many times have you tried to force an outcome, desperately wanting things to go your way? And when they didn't, how did you feel? Probably disappointed, maybe even angry or resentful. Now imagine how much lighter you'd feel if you weren't so attached to those outcomes. If, instead of focusing all your energy on trying to control everything, you simply let go and allowed life to unfold as it will. The result might not be what you expected, but it won't have the power to ruin you. You'll be able to take it as it comes, knowing that it doesn't define you. When you let go of attachments, you break free from the need to control, and in doing so, you find a deeper sense of security. Not the false security that comes from clinging to external things, but the real, unshakable security that comes from knowing that you can face whatever comes your way, no matter what. This kind of security doesn't come from holding on, it comes from letting go. It's the realization that no matter what life throws at you, you'll be okay. And that's the beauty of letting go. It's not about surrendering to life's chaos or giving up. It's about realizing that you don't need to control everything in order to be at peace. It's about taking back your power, not by holding tighter, but by loosening your grip. It's about trusting that the world will unfold as it should, and that you can adapt, grow, and thrive, no matter what happens. As you begin to release those attachments, you'll notice a shift within yourself. You'll feel lighter, freer, more at peace. The chains that once bound you to the outcomes, the people, the possessions, will start to fade, and you'll stand taller, stronger, and more confident. You'll realize that you are not your attachments. You are not the things you own, or the people in your life. You are the person who can stand alone, unshaken by the world around you. And that's where your true strength lies. The journey to letting go is not easy, but it's worth it. It's a journey of self-discovery, of reclaiming your personal power, and of finding peace within yourself. It's the realization that the things you once thought defined you don't actually have that power. The moment you stop needing something or someone to be happy, you unlock a freedom most people will never experience, and that freedom is priceless. So, as you begin to release your attachments, remember this: the more you let go, the more you gain. You gain peace, you gain freedom, you gain the strength to face life as it comes. And in the end, that's the greatest strength of all. It's not the ability to control the world, it's the ability to stand firm, no matter what the world throws your way. Letting go of attachments isn't just about freedom from people or possessions. It's about freedom from the need to control everything. It's about trusting yourself and trusting life, knowing that whatever comes your way, you can handle it. And that, my friend, is true power. Detachment is often viewed in the wrong light. People see it as indifference, as though someone who practices detachment is somehow cold, unfeeling, or even weak. But let me tell you, nothing could be further from the truth. Detachment is not about withdrawing from life or distancing yourself from emotions. It's not about shutting down your feelings or retreating from the world. In fact, it's just the opposite. Detachment is a powerful tool for self-mastery. It's the ability to navigate the chaos of life with a steady mind, unshaken by the turbulence around you. It's the ability to experience loss, betrayal, or hardship without allowing it to tear you apart. In this way, detachment is a source of strength, not weakness. It's about making conscious choices about where you invest your emotional energy and understanding that you don't need to be swept away by every emotional current that comes your way. When we think of detachment, we often think of a person who is emotionally distant, as if they don't care about anything. But detachment isn't about not caring. It's about choosing what deserves your care. It's about recognizing that not everything, not every situation, not every person is worthy of your emotional investment. The Stoics taught us this principle. Our emotions are not to be our masters. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's the heart of detachment. Recognizing that while you can't control the world, you can control how you respond to it. You can choose to remain unaffected by things that don't serve your peace of mind. You can rise above the chaos, the noise, and the distractions, and move through life with a sense of calm and clarity that others can only dream of. Think about it for a moment. How often do we let other people's actions, opinions, or moods dictate how we feel? How many times have you allowed someone's words or actions to throw you off balance, making you angry, sad, or frustrated? It's so easy to get caught up in the emotional roller coaster of life, especially when we're constantly reacting to what's happening around us. But detachment allows you to stop being a slave to your reactions. It gives you the ability to step back and observe, to pause before you respond, and to choose how you want to engage with the world. It's not about avoiding emotions or being indifferent. It's about creating space between you and the external world, so you can respond consciously rather than react impulsively. This isn't just some philosophical ideal, it's practical, real-world strength. Life will bring you challenges, heartbreaks, and moments of injustice. And it's easy to get caught up in those emotions, to let them consume you, to feel powerless in the face of them. But detachment gives you a way out. It allows you to endure hardship without breaking. When someone betrays you, when you experience loss, or when life doesn't go as planned, detachment doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you don't let those feelings take control of you. You feel the pain, but you don't let it define you. You feel the anger, but you don't act on it impulsively. Detachment means choosing how to process your emotions rather than letting them overwhelm you. It's about acknowledging your feelings without allowing them to dictate your actions. And when you master this, nothing can break you. Think about the people you know who seem unshaken by the ups and downs of life. They don't get rattled when things don't go their way. They don't lose their heads when chaos strikes. These people have mastered detachment. They've learned to navigate the storms of life without being thrown off course. And it's not that they don't care. They care deeply. But they've learned to direct their emotional energy in ways that are empowering, not destructive. They don't waste their energy on things they can't control. They don't let other people's actions or the world's unpredictability take away their peace. They understand that true strength comes from within, from mastering your own mind and emotions, rather than trying to control everything outside of you. Detachment doesn't mean shutting yourself off from the world. It doesn't mean that you stop loving people or stop caring about your goals. It means that you love with wisdom, with boundaries. You care with awareness, knowing that your happiness doesn't depend on the approval or actions of others. You pursue your goals with passion, but without the desperate attachment to outcomes that often leads to frustration and disappointment. Detachment is about being fully present in the moment, without getting lost in it. It's about understanding that while you can't control everything around you, you can always control how you respond to it. And that control, that power, is where your true strength lies. In fact, detachment is an act of liberation. When you let go of the need to control, when you stop clinging to outcomes, people, and things, you set yourself free. You free yourself from the fear of loss, from the grip of anxiety, and need for validation. You stop depending on the world to give you what you think you need. And in doing so, you realize that you are whole on your own. You don't need the world to validate you or make you feel complete. You find peace within yourself, and from that place of inner strength, you can face whatever comes your way. Detachment isn't about turning your back on life. It's about engaging with it from a place of power and clarity, knowing that you are the one in control of your inner world. This shift in perspective is what allows you to remain calm in the face of chaos. It's what enables you to weather life's storms without being destroyed by them. When you let go of attachments, you stop being at the mercy of life's unpredictable nature. You stop tying your peace to things that can be taken away. Instead, you find peace within yourself, and that peace becomes unshakable. It doesn't matter what the world throws at you. You can weather the storm because you are anchored in your own strength, your own detachment. In the end, detachment is the ultimate form of self-mastery. It's not about withdrawing from life. It's about engaging with life without being enslaved by it. It's about being fully alive, fully present, and fully in control of how you respond to the world around you. Detachment isn't weakness. It's the quiet strength that allows you to remain steady and unshaken in a world that's constantly shifting. When you can detach from the chaos, you step into a space of power and peace that most people will never know. And in that space, you are unstoppable. So the next time you feel yourself getting caught up in the storm of emotions, the next time you feel like life is getting out of control, remember this: detachment isn't about shutting down. It's about opening up to the possibility of true freedom. It's the ability to let go of what you can't control, to choose how you respond, and to find strength in the stillness. Because when you master detachment, you master yourself, and nothing in this world can break you. Emotions, our greatest strength and our greatest weakness. We all experience them, and they run deep. In moments of joy, they lift us higher than we thought possible. In moments of sorrow, they can drown us. But the truth is, emotions can often cloud our judgment. They hijack our thoughts, making us react impulsively, and when we react impulsively, we rarely make our best decisions. The key here is not to eliminate emotions, but to take control of them, to regain mastery over them. It's in this mastery that you find true strength. You see, when you learn to detach emotionally, you gain something extraordinary. The ability to observe your emotions without being swept away by them. This doesn't mean you stop feeling, far from it. You still experience joy, pain, anger, and fear. But when you're no longer at the mercy of these emotions, they no longer have the power to dictate your actions. The Stoics understood this very well. They believed that while we can't control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This speaks to the emotional turmoil we often create for ourselves. We get lost in what-ifs, in fear, in projections of worst-case scenarios. But the Stoic mind chooses to see things clearly. Emotions, as powerful as they are temporary. They arise, they swell, and then they pass. And in that passing, they leave behind the opportunity to act from a place of clarity, not chaos. When you learn to detach, you stop reacting to emotions as though they control you. You become the observer, watching emotions rise and fall, knowing they do not define you. And that awareness, that distance from the emotional storm, is where strength lies. Think about the times in your life when emotions have taken control. Maybe it was in an argument where your anger got the best of you and you said things you didn't mean. Or perhaps it was in a moment of fear where you froze instead of acting because your mind was overwhelmed with the possibility of failure. We've all been there. Emotions are powerful, but when we let them take the wheel, we often end up somewhere we didn't intend to go. But here's the truth. You don't need to let your emotions take control. You don't need to be swept away by every wave of anger, sadness, or fear that comes your way. Emotions are just signals, not commands. They're telling you something about what's going on inside of you, but it's your response that determines the outcome. The real question is, how will you respond? The beauty of emotional independence is that you regain your power. No longer do your emotions pull you in different directions. You learn to sit with them, to acknowledge them, and to let them pass, knowing that they don't define you. This is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending they don't exist. It's about understanding that they are temporary, that your emotions are not permanent states of being. They are waves. And like waves, they rise and fall. And with practice, you become someone who can ride those waves, not be drowned by them. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." Your emotions may shape your experience, but they don't have to shape your identity. When you detach emotionally, you shift from being the victim of your feelings to being the creator of your responses. Consider a moment of frustration. You've been working hard, and things aren't going as planned. It's easy to let the frustration build, to let it become anger or self-pity, and to lash out or give up. But what if, in that moment, you took a step back? What if you observed your frustration, allowed yourself to feel it, but didn't let it dictate your actions? You could then act from a place of calm, choose your response thoughtfully, and move forward with clarity. It's in those moments of emotional independence that you find your true power. You become stronger, more resilient, and more focused. The energy that would have been wasted on impulsive reactions is now channeled into productive, conscious action. Emotions don't have to control you. When you detach, you stop letting them dictate your decisions. You create a space between the feeling and the reaction, and in that space, you find the freedom to choose how you want to act. This is not a denial of emotions, but a deeper understanding of them. You acknowledge the feeling, feel it fully, but you don't let it carry you away. You choose not to react impulsively, but to respond thoughtfully. And over time, this practice strengthens you. It builds resilience. It helps you bounce back quicker from setbacks and adapt to challenges with grace. This kind of emotional independence doesn't mean that life becomes easier, or that pain, frustration, or fear disappear. It means that when those moments come, you have the strength to meet them with clarity, not chaos. You don't let your emotions dictate your self-worth or your actions. You don't let fear paralyze you. You don't let anger drive you to destructive actions. Instead, you embrace the fullness of life's emotional spectrum with the confidence that you can navigate it. You become the master of your own mind. It's easy to feel overwhelmed by emotions. After all, they're deeply ingrained in us. We've been taught to feel deeply, to react quickly, to follow our gut. But there's strength in choosing a different path, the path of emotional independence. It doesn't make you less human. In fact, it makes you more human. You are not defined by your emotions. You are the one who chooses how to respond to them. You reclaim your power, your peace, and your resilience. The next time life throws a challenge your way, you won't be swept away by the current. You'll stand firm, grounded in your emotional independence, navigating the storm with the calm assurance that you control how you respond. Emotional independence isn't about perfection. It's about progress. It's about practicing the art of observing your emotions without being controlled by them. And in doing so, you create a space for your best self to emerge. You allow yourself to act from a place of clarity, not chaos. You become stronger, more focused, more resilient, and most importantly, you become free. Free from the tyranny of your own emotions, free from the fear of being overwhelmed, free to be the person you were always meant to be. When you learn to detach emotionally, you no longer let the world control you. You become the master of your own emotional world, and that's the greatest strength you can ever possess. Life doesn't owe you anything. It doesn't owe you stability, fairness, or predictability. In fact, it's the very opposite. Life is unpredictable, chaotic, and often cruel in its refusal to follow the path we expect. We spend so much time clinging to the idea that we can control it, that we can make it work out according to our plans. But the truth is much harsher than that. Everything is temporary. The relationships you cherish, the goals you chase, the success you work so hard for, they're all temporary. People will come into your life and they will leave. Plans will crumble and dreams will fade. That's the nature of existence. Nothing lasts forever. The sooner you realize this, the sooner you can free yourself from the constant struggle to keep everything in place. You see, life's impermanence doesn't have to be a source of fear. It can be a source of liberation. Carl Jung understood the power of accepting impermanence. He said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." What he meant was that when you accept that life, like you, is constantly changing, you stop fighting against it. You stop trying to hold on to what's slipping through your fingers, and instead, you learn to move with it. It's the acceptance of your own impermanence, the recognition that nothing stays the same, that allows you to truly live. When you stop fighting change, you stop fearing it. Instead of holding on to things, to people, to outcomes that you can't control, you embrace the fluidity of life. You begin to understand that everything, even your pain, is transient. The struggles you face now won't last forever, just as your triumphs won't. And in this acceptance, you find peace. How many of us live in constant anxiety, always afraid of what could go wrong, always trying to plan for every possible outcome? The truth is, no amount of planning or control will stop the inevitable changes life brings. We all experience loss, heartbreak, failure, and uncertainty. And every time one of these things comes, we feel like the world is falling apart. But in reality, it's only the world moving, shifting, evolving. Everything around you is constantly changing, and when you accept this, you release yourself from the grip of fear and attachment. Change is not something to fight, it's something to flow with. Just like a river, the current may take you in directions you didn't expect, but you don't resist it. You ride it, knowing that it will eventually take you exactly where you need to be. This isn't to say you shouldn't have goals, or that you shouldn't care about what happens to you. It's about learning to be at peace with the fact that those things can change at any moment. And when they do, you'll be okay. You don't need to cling to the past or hold tight to the future, because you understand that what is meant to happen will happen, and there is power in embracing that truth. When you accept life's impermanence, you stop waiting for things to settle down, or for the next big moment to give you meaning. You stop looking for stability outside of yourself, and instead, you create it within. This inner stability doesn't come from having everything under control, but from knowing that you can handle whatever life throws your way. You are not defined by your circumstances, your successes, or your failures. You are defined by how you respond to them. The idea of impermanence may sound unsettling at first. After all, we want to believe that the good things in life will last, that the people we love will always be there, and that our achievements will remain permanent. But when you live with the understanding that nothing is permanent, you can start to live more fully. You no longer need to hold tightly to the fleeting moments, trying desperately to make them last. Instead, you savor them for what they are: beautiful, temporary, and precious. You embrace the present because you know it's all you really have. You no longer fear change or loss because you understand they are a natural part of life's flow. In this way, accepting impermanence becomes an act of freedom. This acceptance doesn't mean you stop caring or become apathetic to life's events. It doesn't mean you give up on your dreams or stop investing in the people you love. It means you understand that everything you hold dear is in constant motion. You can't prevent change, and you don't need to. What you can do is choose how you respond to it. When things change, you don't have to resist them. You can accept them, grieve them if needed. But always know that you will move forward. You will adapt. You will grow. The moments of hardship will pass, and you will emerge stronger on the other side. The key to finding peace in this impermanence lies in shifting your perspective. Instead of seeing change as a threat, start seeing it as an opportunity. When something falls apart, it's not the end of the world. It's the beginning of something new. The failure of one plan is simply the opening for a better one to emerge. When people leave, it's not a loss. It's a space for new connections to form. And when success fades, it's not a sign that you failed. It's a reminder that you are capable of creating success again whenever you choose to. By embracing impermanence, you let go of the false hope that you can hold on to things forever. You stop fighting against the inevitable and start living with the flow of life. You learn to make the most of every moment without holding too tightly to it. You find freedom in the uncertainty, knowing that you don't need to control the world to find peace. But how do you truly begin to accept life's impermanence? It starts with mindfulness, the practice of being present with what is. When you accept that things are fleeting, you begin to experience them more fully. You stop rushing through life, trying to get to the next thing, and start appreciating the now. You allow yourself to feel what you're feeling in the moment, without judgment, knowing that it will pass, just like everything else. You learn to let go of the need to control everything, trusting that whatever happens is part of your journey. And you make peace with the fact that change is the only constant in life. As you begin to live with this understanding, you'll notice a shift. Instead of feeling anxious about the future or regretful about the past, you'll begin to feel grounded in the present. You'll start to appreciate the beauty in the small, fleeting moments that make up life. The laughter shared with friends, the quiet mornings alone, the fleeting sunset. These moments become more meaningful when you accept their impermanence. You'll stop worrying about what you might lose and start cherishing what you have, knowing that it will be gone in its own time. In the end, life's impermanence isn't something to fear, it's something to embrace. It's a reminder that everything is temporary, that nothing is guaranteed, and in that there is peace. The peace that comes from knowing that you can handle whatever comes your way. The peace that comes from trusting yourself to navigate life's changes. And the peace that comes from fully living, knowing that every moment is precious. The world around us is chaotic. You can feel it every day. Distractions, frustrations, the constant bombardment of events that seem beyond our control. It's easy to get caught up in the rush, to feel like you're constantly trying to catch up with the world. And you know what? That's exactly what most people do. They let the external world dictate their pace, their mood, and ultimately their sense of well-being. But here's the thing, you don't have to live like that. The external world might be out of control, but there's one place you can have complete control, your inner world. And once you master that, once you learn to control how you respond to life, you gain something powerful. You gain peace, you gain clarity, you gain the ability to face anything that comes your way without being shaken. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." What he meant was that true mastery doesn't come from controlling the outside world. It comes from knowing yourself, understanding your own mind, and learning to navigate the chaos with purpose. It's not about trying to control every circumstance or every person around you. It's about controlling your response to them. This is the essence of true power, inner control. When you learn to master your inner world, you stop being at the mercy of every external event. You stop being tossed around like a leaf in the wind. Instead, you become a steady force, unshaken, no matter what life throws at you. When you try to control everything outside yourself, you're fighting an endless battle. You can't control the weather, the people in your life, the economy, or the unexpected challenges that come your way. These things are out of your reach, and the harder you fight to control them, the more energy you waste, and the more frustrated you become. But there's a different path, a better way. Instead of fighting to control the world, focus on what you can control, yourself, your reactions, your thoughts, your emotions. That's where your true power lies. When you learn to respond to life with calmness and clarity, you transcend the chaos. You rise above it. The difference between someone who is constantly overwhelmed by life and someone who remains steady in the face of adversity is this: self-mastery. Mastery of the inner world. Life doesn't always go as planned. People disappoint us. We fail. We face setbacks. But when you master your own mind, you stop reacting with impulsive emotions. You learn to pause, to reflect, and to choose your response. This is where real strength comes from. It's not about being unaffected by what happens around you. It's about being in control of how you respond. When you do that, you become unshakable. No matter the storm, you remain calm. Think about the last time you were frustrated or anxious. Perhaps you were facing a difficult situation at work, or maybe a relationship was causing you stress. How did you respond? Did you let those feelings take control of you, spiraling into a place of negativity or panic? Or did you take a step back, breathe, and choose your next step with intention? The ability to respond rather than react is the key to mastering your inner world. When you stop letting your emotions dictate your actions, you begin to live with clarity and purpose. You don't allow external circumstances to cloud your judgment or rob you of your peace. This doesn't mean you'll never feel frustrated, sad, or angry. Those feelings are part of being human. But when you master your mind, you learn to process those emotions in a healthy way. You don't suppress them, but you don't let them control you either. You acknowledge them, understand where they're coming from, and then you decide how to respond. This is true emotional freedom. It's not the absence of emotion. It's the ability to experience those emotions without letting them dominate your life. When you master your inner world, you stop being a victim of your circumstances. You stop letting the world dictate your happiness. You learn to create your own peace, regardless of what's happening around you. And that peace isn't fragile. It's not dependent on the weather, the people you encounter, or the outcomes of your plans. It's a deep, unshakable peace that comes from knowing that no matter what happens, you have the strength to handle it. You are in control, and that's where your real power lies. When we talk about mastery, it's easy to think of it as something external, something that requires changing the world around us. But the real mastery is internal. It's about taking charge of your thoughts, emotions, and responses. It's about becoming the kind of person who isn't thrown off by external circumstances. Instead of reacting impulsively to what happens, you respond thoughtfully and intentionally. You don't waste energy on things you can't control. You focus your energy on what matters, your actions, your mindset, and your growth. But let's be honest, this isn't easy. It's a skill that takes time to develop. It's a practice, just like any other. The first step is awareness, being aware of how you're reacting to situations and recognizing when your emotions are taking control. The next step is learning to pause, to take a deep breath, and to choose a response that aligns with your values and your goals. And over time, with consistent practice, this becomes second nature. You start responding to life with calmness and clarity, instead of being driven by emotional reactions. And when you master this, you become unstoppable, not because the world stops being chaotic, but because you stop being affected by that chaos. You stop letting external events define your emotional state. You stop reacting with fear, anger, or frustration, and instead, you move through life with a steady hand, no matter what happens. This is what true power looks like. It's not about changing the world around you. It's about changing your relationship with it. The world will always be chaotic. There will always be challenges, setbacks, and disappointments. But when you master your inner world, you stop being at the mercy of those external events. You stop letting them steal your peace or your sense of control. You learn to move through life with grace, clarity, and purpose, no matter what happens. You become a force that is unshaken, no matter the storm. And when you learn to live from this place of inner strength, nothing can stand in your way. True power doesn't come from controlling the world. It comes from controlling yourself, from mastering your own mind, your own thoughts, and your own responses. When you do this, you become unshakable. The world may be chaotic, but your inner world can be calm, clear, and focused. And that's where your true strength lies. When you learn to master your inner world, you transcend the chaos around you. You become a force that is unshaken by anything life throws your way. You become a force that cannot be broken. How often have you sought approval from others? Maybe it was a compliment, a like on social media, or a word of praise from someone you admire. How often have you based your worth on how others see you, or on the validation you receive from the world around you? If you're being honest, it's probably more often than you'd like to admit. The truth is, this constant search for external validation is a trap. It keeps you chained to other people's opinions, constantly reaching out, hoping that someone will confirm your value, hoping that someone will tell you you're enough. But here's the harsh reality. As long as you rely on the approval of others to feel worthy, you'll never truly be free. You'll always be at the mercy of someone else's opinion, never knowing if you're good enough, never feeling secure in who you are. The moment you break free from this need for validation, you reclaim your freedom. You stop living for others and start living for yourself. You discover that your worth has always been within you, not in the eyes of those around you. In a world that constantly encourages us to seek approval, it's easy to lose sight of this. We're told from a young age that we need to prove ourselves, to show the world that we're worthy of attention, respect, or success. This need for validation gets ingrained in us. We get caught up in trying to impress others, in shaping ourselves to fit someone else's ideal, in seeking the approval that we think will make us feel whole. But the truth is, when we live this way, we're always chasing something that will never be fully satisfying. The more we seek outside validation, the more we tie our happiness to things that are fleeting and unreliable. One moment someone might praise us, and the next moment they might forget we exist. And when that happens, we feel lost, unsure of who we are. But when you detach from the need for validation, you free yourself from this exhausting cycle. You stop living for the approval of others and start living for yourself. You stop measuring your worth by how many likes or comments you get, how many compliments you receive, or how many people agree with your choices. Instead, you begin to measure your worth by your own standards. You find peace in knowing that you are enough, regardless of what anyone else thinks. This shift isn't easy. It requires you to dig deep, to question the beliefs you've held about yourself, and to let go of the fear that comes with not being approved. But once you do, something incredible happens. You start to feel truly free. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once said, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." When you find your worth within yourself, you discover your own why, your own purpose. This purpose isn't tied to the opinions or approval of others. It's something that is uniquely yours, something that no one can take away. You start to live with a sense of direction and confidence that comes from within, not from the fleeting praise or criticism of others. You realize that your value is intrinsic, that you don't need anyone's validation to feel good about yourself. And in that realization, you find strength. Living for yourself means letting go of the constant need for reassurance. It means trusting in your own decisions, standing by your values, and embracing who you are, flaws and all. It's about knowing that you are enough, even when no one else acknowledges it. This doesn't mean you become indifferent to the opinions of others, or that you stop caring about the relationships in your life. It simply means that your sense of self-worth no longer depends on how others see you. When you stop seeking validation, you free up all the energy you used to spend chasing external approval. You begin to channel that energy into things that truly matter: your growth, your goals, and your relationships with people who genuinely support you. It's easy to get caught up in the idea that we need to be constantly validated, especially in a society that thrives on social media and external recognition. We're told to measure our success by the number of followers we have or the accolades we receive. But what happens when that recognition fades? What happens when someone else takes the spotlight, or when a comment or like doesn't come through? You're left empty, chasing the next form of validation. But when you stop depending on that external approval, you start to realize that your value doesn't change based on someone else's opinion. You begin to live with authenticity, with the freedom to be who you truly are, without needing anyone to tell you that you're good enough. One of the most liberating things you can do for yourself is to embrace the idea that you are worthy, just as you are. You don't need to change yourself to fit someone else's standards. You don't need to change your personality, your interests, or your values to gain approval. You are enough. And once you internalize that truth, the need for validation from others fades away. You realize that the only approval that truly matters is your own. And that approval comes from living with integrity, staying true to yourself, and doing what aligns with your values. When you no longer depend on external validation, you open up space to focus on what truly matters. You stop wasting time and energy trying to fit into someone else's mold. Instead, you focus on becoming the best version of yourself, one that is grounded in self-love and self-respect. And as you do this, you begin to attract the right people and opportunities into your life. Not because you're seeking their approval, but because you're being true to yourself. When you live authentically, people are drawn to that energy. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. You just need to be who you are, and that is enough. It's important to remember that breaking free from the need for validation doesn't mean becoming indifferent or isolating yourself from others. It means choosing to validate yourself first. It means building your own sense of self-worth from within so that no one else can define you. This process is about reclaiming your power, your confidence, and your peace of mind. It's about living for yourself, not for the approval of others. And when you do that, you begin to live a life that is truly fulfilling. So ask yourself, how much of your energy is spent seeking the approval of others? How much of your worth is tied to what people think of you? The moment you decide to stop seeking validation, you step into your true power. You stop living for others and start living for yourself. You find your worth within, and from there, everything else falls into place. You are enough, just as you are, and when you realize this, you will never need anyone else's approval again. You'll be free to live authentically, to chase your dreams without fear, and to build a life that is entirely your own. In a world that never stops, where noise and distractions pull us in every direction, silence is more than just the absence of sound. It's a weapon. While the world shouts and demands your attention, you have the power to remain still, to step back, to pause, and to reclaim control. In the constant hustle, it's easy to get lost in the chaos, to feel like you have to keep up, keep talking, keep reacting. But true power doesn't come from being in the thick of things. It comes from being able to step back, observe, and decide how to respond. Silence gives you that space. It's not about withdrawing from the world. It's about choosing not to be swept away by it. It's in silence that you find clarity, and in clarity, you find power. The truth is, most of the noise around us doesn't serve us. It distracts us, confuses us, and steals our energy. But silence, on the other hand, is where we reconnect with our true selves. It's where we get to reflect on what really matters, without all the external influences clouding our judgment. When you choose silence, you choose to take a step back from all the noise and connect with the stillness within. This is where you find your power. In a world that constantly demands your attention, silence allows you to think, to reflect, to really process what's happening in your life without jumping into reactions. How often do we make decisions in the heat of the moment when emotions are high and the world around us is chaotic? It's easy to get caught up in that whirlwind, but silence gives you the chance to pause, take a breath, and make decisions from a place of clarity. It's in those moments of stillness that you regain control over your thoughts and actions. You stop reacting impulsively, and instead, You respond with intention and purpose. Silence doesn't just help you make better decisions, it also helps you understand yourself better. In a world that's always talking, always pushing, it's easy to lose track of your own voice, your own needs, your own desires. But in the quiet, you reconnect with yourself. You can hear your own thoughts, reflect on your own feelings, and understand your own goals. The noise of the world becomes a distraction from your own path. But silence. Silence is the space where you can hear your own truth. It's where you can connect with what really matters to you. And that connection with yourself is the key to finding true strength. When you stop and listen to the silence, you realize that you don't need the noise. You don't need the validation or the constant chatter. So much of our lives are spent trying to prove something to the world, to others, even to ourselves. But in silence, you realize that you're enough. You stop needing external validation because you know your worth comes from within. Silence teaches you that your true strength isn't in what you do or what you have. It's in who you are. And when you understand that, you stop seeking approval from others. You no longer need the world to confirm your value. You find that value inside yourself. Think about how often you get caught up in the noise of life. We're constantly bombarded with information, opinions, and distractions. It's easy to feel like we have to keep up with all of it, like we need to be in the know at all times. But how much of that noise actually serves us? How much of it brings us peace or helps us grow? Probably not much. In fact, most of it just adds to the confusion, the stress, and the chaos. But when you choose silence, you create a space where you can filter out the noise and focus on what really matters. Silence is the space where your true thoughts emerge, where your deepest insights rise to the surface, and where you can make decisions based on clarity, not confusion. The beauty of silence is that it forces you to slow down. It forces you to pause and reflect. In a world that's constantly pushing us to do more, to be more, and to keep moving faster, silence is the antidote. It's the pause that allows you to recharge, to reset, and to realign with your own values. It's easy to get caught up in the rush of life, to feel like you need to keep moving forward at all costs. But silence reminds you that it's okay to stop, to rest, and to listen. It's okay to take a step back and reflect on where you are, where you've been, and where you're going. When you master the power of silence, you stop letting the world dictate your pace. You stop being a slave to the noise and the distractions around you. Instead, you take control of your time and your energy. You make space for yourself to breathe, to think, and to act with intention. Silence doesn't mean doing nothing. It means choosing to act from a place of power, clarity, and focus. It means taking the time to reflect before reacting, to pause before speaking, and to move with purpose instead of being swept along by the current of life. In moments of stress, silence can be your greatest ally. When you're feeling overwhelmed, when emotions are running high, silence allows you to center yourself. It's the stillness that helps you regain perspective, to remember what truly matters. When everything else is in chaos, silence gives you a moment to ground yourself. And in that moment, you realize that you're not at the mercy of the world around you. You have the power to remain calm, to stay centered, and to respond with clarity. The power of silence isn't about shutting out the world. It's about finding a space within yourself that remains untouched by the external noise. This power isn't just about peace of mind, it's about strength. True strength isn't about reacting to everything that comes your way. It's about choosing your response with intention. It's about being able to stand firm in the face of challenges, knowing that your inner world is stable, no matter what's happening outside. Silence helps you build that strength. It gives you the space to reflect, to recalibrate, and to move forward with confidence. In the silence, You stop being controlled by external events and start controlling your own response. And when you master the power of silence, you stop feeling like you're constantly chasing after the next distraction. You stop feeling like you need to fill every moment with noise or activity. You realize that quiet is where you recharge, where you reconnect with yourself, and where you make the most important decisions of your life. Silence is where you find your power, because it's in the stillness that you hear your own voice, and it's that voice that will guide you to your true path. So next time you're faced with chaos, with noise, with distractions, remember the power of silence. It's not about avoiding life. It's about choosing to move through it with clarity, calmness, and strength. When everyone else is shouting, choose to remain still. Choose to listen, choose to observe, and in that silence, you'll discover a power that no noise in the world can ever take away. Silence is where your true strength lies, and once you understand that, nothing can shake you. Life will hurt. There's no way around it. At some point, we all face loss, betrayal, disappointment, moments that feel like the world is closing in on us. It's the part of the human experience we all share, the part that nobody wants but everyone inevitably goes through. But here's the important truth that so many overlook. Pain doesn't have to break you. In fact, pain can shape you. It can become the force that molds you into someone stronger, wiser, and more resilient. The difference between those who rise above life's struggles and those who are crushed by them is not in avoiding pain, but in how they respond to it. Pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. The ability to turn pain into strength is what separates the weak from the strong. It's easy to want to run from discomfort. Our natural instinct is to avoid pain, to protect ourselves from emotional or physical suffering. But what if I told you that by running from pain, you're only denying yourself the chance to grow? The truth is, when you learn to detach from the need for comfort, you open yourself up to a whole new world of possibility. Instead of viewing pain as something to avoid at all costs, you start to see it as a tool for growth, strength, and transformation. This is where true power lies. The ability to step into discomfort, to face the hardest parts of life, knowing that on the other side, you will be stronger for it. The moment you stop seeing pain as an enemy, you stop fearing it. You stop letting it control you. Instead, you begin to use it as a stepping stone to something greater. Pain, in this sense, becomes your ally, not your enemy. It's not the pain itself that holds power over you. It's how you let it influence you. When you can detach from the need to always feel comfortable, you give yourself the freedom to embrace the hard parts of life. You realize that discomfort doesn't signal defeat, it signals growth. Think about the times in your life when you faced difficulty, when something didn't go as planned, when you were betrayed, when you lost something important. How did you react? If you're like most people, your first instinct was probably to retreat, to protect yourself, to avoid feeling the pain. But here's the secret. The more you run from discomfort, the longer it takes to heal. You stay stuck in that moment of pain, unable to move forward. But when you face it head on, when you embrace the struggle, you give yourself the opportunity to transform. The hardest moments of your life can be the ones that teach you the most. Instead of allowing pain to overwhelm you, learn to step into it. Understand that every struggle you face is a chance to grow stronger, more resilient, and more capable. Every time life knocks you down, it's not about how hard you fall, it's about how quickly you get back up. And when you learn to embrace that, to see every challenge as an opportunity for growth, you start to build an unshakable strength within. Pain no longer becomes something to fear or avoid. It becomes something you can use to propel yourself forward. Turning pain into strength doesn't mean ignoring the hurt. It doesn't mean pretending like everything is fine when it's not. It means acknowledging the pain, feeling it fully, and then using it to fuel your growth. You understand that pain is part of the process, part of the journey. You accept it, not as something that holds you back, but as something that pushes you forward. The more you learn to embrace pain as a natural part of life, the more you free yourself from its grip. You stop seeing yourself as a victim of your circumstances, and instead, you start seeing yourself as a survivor. Every pain, every setback, is just another step on your path to becoming the person you're meant to be. It's in the hardest moments of life that we discover our true strength. It's easy to be strong when everything is going well, when things are comfortable and smooth. But true strength is revealed in the face of adversity, in the moments when everything seems to be falling apart. This is when you find out what you're truly made of. When you're able to rise up, to face the world with resilience and determination, no matter how hard life gets, that's when you realize the power that was always inside of you. Pain doesn't have to weaken you. It can empower you if you let it. There's a deep, unspoken power that comes from being able to endure life's hardest moments without letting them destroy you. When you detach from the need for comfort, you stop letting life's challenges break you. Instead, you start to build a stronger version of yourself with every obstacle you face. Pain becomes the forge, and you are the steel. The more you face the fire, the more unbreakable you become. It's not about avoiding the tough times. It's about learning to thrive in them. It's about becoming someone who can stand tall in the storm, someone who knows that no matter how fierce the winds of life blow, they will never be broken. This doesn't mean you have to do it all alone. You don't have to suffer in silence or isolation. But it does mean that you learn to rely on your own strength to get through tough times. You don't need to wait for others to save you, to fix things for you, or to validate your worth. You already have everything you need within you. And the more you turn pain into strength, the more you tap into that inner power. You realize that you are capable of far more than you ever imagined. You start to see each difficulty as an opportunity to learn, to evolve, and to become stronger. When you stop fearing pain, when you stop seeing it as something that has the power to destroy you, you start to see it for what it really is, a teacher. Pain has a way of showing you what's important, of forcing you to look at what truly matters. It teaches you to let go of the things that no longer serve you and to focus on what will truly help you grow. And in that growth, you find the strength to face anything life throws at you. So, the next time you're faced with pain, whether it's emotional, physical, or mental, remember this. It's not the pain itself that defines you. It's how you choose to respond to it. Pain can break you, but only if you let it. If you choose to use it as fuel, to let it shape you into a stronger, more resilient version of yourself, it becomes your greatest ally. You can turn every struggle into strength, every setback into a lesson, and every painful moment into a step forward. When you do this, you begin to see that pain doesn't have to be your enemy. It can be the force that propels you to greatness. Embrace it, use it, and let it make you stronger. Life isn't kind. It never promises smooth roads or easy paths. The truth is, the world will throw everything it can at you. Challenges will come. Hardship will knock on your door, often when you least expect it. But resilience isn't about avoiding those difficult times. It's about how you choose to respond when they come. It's not about preventing life from testing you. It's about becoming so strong, so centered, that nothing can break you. When you detach from the need for comfort and control, you stop fearing what life might throw your way. Instead, you begin to stand tall, knowing that no matter how hard the blows, you will not be defeated. Resilience comes from your ability to bend without breaking. It's not about what happens to you. It's about how you choose to face it. Resilience comes from the choices you make in the face of adversity. It's not about denying the pain or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about choosing to keep going, even when life is pulling you in different directions. It's about understanding that your strength isn't just something you were born with. It's something you build every day. You build it through the way you face adversity, the way you respond to obstacles, and the way you refuse to give up. Most people view hardship as something to avoid, something to fear. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Pain, loss, disappointment, these things hurt. They make us question our abilities, our worth, and even the meaning of everything we've worked for. But when you accept that hardship is inevitable, when you embrace the reality that life will sometimes knock you down, you begin to see hardship differently. Instead of seeing it as something that's meant to destroy you, you start to see it as something that can make you stronger. Every challenge is an opportunity to build your resilience. Every setback is a chance to prove to yourself that you are capable of overcoming more than you ever thought possible. This shift in perspective doesn't happen overnight. It takes time and it takes practice. But the more you practice detaching from the need for comfort and control, the more resilient you become. You stop being a victim of your circumstances and you start becoming the architect of your own destiny. When things don't go as planned, when life throws you a curveball, you no longer crumble. You take it in stride, adjust your course, and keep moving forward. The more you detach, the more you realize that you are not defined by your circumstances. You are defined by how you respond to them. You are defined by your ability to rise above them. Resilience isn't about pretending everything is okay when it's not. It's about being honest with yourself about the challenges you face, while also being determined to keep going, no matter how difficult the road may seem. When you detach from the need for comfort and control, you stop relying on external factors to determine your emotional state. You stop needing everything to be perfect in order to feel at peace. Instead, you find peace within yourself, regardless of what's happening around you. And this inner peace is what allows you to remain resilient in the face of adversity. As you begin to embrace this mindset, you'll notice that you're not only more resilient, but you're also more adaptable. Life is unpredictable, and the world doesn't always work the way we expect it to. But the more resilient you become, the more you learn to adapt to whatever comes your way. You stop fighting against life's unpredictability and start moving with it. You become someone who can face anything with strength, knowing that you have the ability to adapt, to grow, and to overcome. The challenges you face become less daunting because you understand that you have the power to respond to them with clarity and calmness. One of the most powerful aspects of resilience is that it helps you break free from the cycle of self-doubt and fear. When you're not constantly trying to control everything around you, you start to realize that you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. You stop questioning yourself and start trusting in your ability to navigate through tough times. With every challenge you overcome, your confidence grows, and you begin to see yourself as someone who is capable, strong, and unbreakable. Resilience isn't just about surviving difficult times, it's about thriving because of them. It's about taking everything life throws at you and using it to build a stronger, more focused version of yourself. It's easy to let setbacks define you, to let hardship convince you that you're not strong enough or capable enough to handle what's ahead. But that's where resilience steps in. When you detach from the need for comfort and control, you start to see challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities. Opportunities to test your limits, to prove your strength, and to show yourself just how much you can endure. And with every challenge you overcome, you build the belief that you are capable of anything. Resilience isn't about avoiding pain or hardship. It's about learning to face it head on with courage and determination. Life will always throw challenges your way. But what you do with those challenges, how you respond to them, that's what defines you. Resilience is the key to becoming the person you were always meant to be. It's the foundation of personal growth, of strength, and of the courage to keep moving forward, no matter what. When you stop being afraid of hardship, when you stop running from discomfort, you step into your true power. You realize that no matter what the world throws at you, you will not break. You will stand tall, you will adapt, and you will keep going. This is the power of resilience. It's not just about surviving the storms of life. It's about using those storms to build your inner strength. It's about embracing adversity, trusting yourself to navigate it, and becoming stronger with every challenge you face. The more you practice detaching from the need for comfort and control, the more you realize that you are capable of anything. You are the architect of your destiny, and resilience is the foundation upon which you can build a life of strength, power, and unshakable confidence. In a world that constantly pushes us to be social, to connect, to be surrounded by others, solitude is often misunderstood. People fear being alone as if it's something to be avoided, something that signifies loneliness or inadequacy. But in reality, solitude is not a weakness, it's power. It's in those quiet, solitary moments that we have the chance to truly reconnect with ourselves. Away from the distractions and noise of the world, solitude offers a space to reflect, to think, to hear our own thoughts clearly without external influences drowning them out. When we learn to embrace solitude, to be content with our own company, we realize something profound. We don't need others to complete us. We become whole within ourselves, and in that wholeness we find clarity, strength, and purpose that can't be found in the hustle and bustle of social life. It's in solitude that we begin to understand our true nature without the influence of others, without the pressure to conform to society's expectations. When we're alone, we are forced to confront ourselves, and in confronting ourselves we find the opportunity for growth. Solitude is not a place of weakness or emptiness. It is a place of profound self-discovery and strength. We often think we need others to feel validated or fulfilled. It's easy to feel like being alone is a sign of failure or loneliness. But in reality, the opposite is true. The ability to be alone without feeling lonely is a sign of emotional maturity and inner strength. When you learn to enjoy your own company, to be at peace with who you are in your own skin, you unlock a freedom that most people never experience. You stop depending on external validation, and you start realizing that your worth is not tied to the opinions or presence of others. You are complete in yourself. The more you embrace solitude, the more you realize that you are your own best companion. You learn to trust yourself, to find joy in your own thoughts, and to cultivate a deeper sense of peace that doesn't rely on anyone else. Solitude is not just about being alone. It's about being at peace with that aloneness. It's about removing the noise, both external and internal, and creating space for your true self to emerge. We live in a world that is constantly demanding our attention, whether it's through social media, work, or the expectations of others. The noise is relentless, but in solitude, you can silence that noise and focus on what truly matters: your own mind, your own heart, your own path. In the silence, you can hear your own voice clearly, and it's in hearing that voice that you discover your purpose, your direction, and your strength. At first, being alone can feel uncomfortable. We're not used to it. We're taught from a young age that being social is the key to happiness, that we need others to fill the void. But solitude teaches us that the void doesn't exist. It's a construct we've created. When we allow ourselves to sit with our thoughts, without rushing to fill the silence with distractions or the company of others, We realize that we are enough as we are. We don't need anyone else to complete us. We are whole within ourselves. And in that realization, we find a sense of peace that transcends the constant need for validation or approval from others. In solitude, we also find clarity. How often do we go through life so caught up in the noise of our daily routines, the demands of others, and the chaos of the outside world, that we lose sight of what we truly want? In the solitude of our own thoughts, we can reconnect with our goals, our desires, and our values. We can reassess where we are in life and where we want to go. Solitude is the space where we can ask ourselves the hard questions and confront the answers without distraction or fear. It's in this space that we find the clarity to make better decisions, to realign ourselves with our purpose, and to move forward with confidence. Solitude also builds resilience. When we learn to be alone, we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. We stop relying on others for our sense of security, and instead we cultivate our own inner strength. The more time we spend in solitude, the more we realize that we can handle whatever life throws at us. We become less dependent on external circumstances and more rooted in our own ability to navigate life's challenges. In solitude, we learn that we are capable, strong, and resilient. We become our own source of support, and in doing so, we become unshakable in the face of adversity. This doesn't mean that we should isolate ourselves from the world or reject meaningful relationships. It simply means that we need to find a balance between connection with others and connection with ourselves. We need to prioritize time alone, to recharge, to reflect, and to grow. When we embrace solitude, we learn to cultivate a deeper relationship with ourselves, which in turn strengthens our relationships with others. We become more present, more focused, and more emotionally available because we are no longer seeking validation from others to fill the emptiness we've been taught to fear. Instead, we are complete as we are. Embracing solitude is a practice of tuning out the noise, of being present with yourself, and of learning to trust in your own strength and wisdom. It's a practice of letting go of the fear of loneliness and finding peace in being alone with your thoughts. When you embrace solitude, you realize that the greatest source of fulfillment and strength is not found in external circumstances, but in the depth of your own mind and heart. It's in those quiet moments when you are alone that you reconnect with your true essence and discover the power that lies within you. So the next time you find yourself overwhelmed by the noise of the world, take a step back, embrace the silence, let go of the fear of being alone, and allow yourself the time and space to reconnect with yourself. In that solitude, you'll find the clarity, strength, and purpose you've been searching for. You'll realize that you are enough, just as you are, and that in your aloneness, you are not lonely. You are powerful. In today's world, distractions are everywhere. From the constant buzz of notifications to the endless pressure to fit in, it's easy to get lost in the noise. We're bombarded with so many things, opinions, trends, expectations, that it can feel almost impossible to figure out what really matters. We chase after what's popular, what others think we should want, all while losing sight of what actually brings us true fulfillment. But when you detach from everything that doesn't serve you, something incredible happens. The distractions begin to fade, and you're left with clarity. What was once clouded becomes clear. You start to see what truly matters: your mind, your actions, your purpose. The world's noise no longer drowns out your inner voice. You can hear yourself again, and it's in that silence, that stillness, that you rediscover what truly fulfills you. When you begin to strip away the layers of distraction, the superficial desires, the empty pursuits, the things you thought would make you happy, you start to see yourself more clearly. you begin to reconnect with your own values, your own goals, and your own purpose. The noise that once consumed you becomes nothing more than background chatter, no longer able to drown out the voice that tells you what's important. It's easy to get caught up in the rat race, to constantly chase after the next thing, always thinking that happiness lies just a little further ahead. Society tells us that we need more money, more success, more recognition. But when you stop and take a step back, you realize that none of these things will ever bring you lasting fulfillment. True fulfillment comes from within. It comes from living a life that is in alignment with your values and your purpose, not one that is driven by the expectations or demands of others. When you detach from the need for external validation, you give yourself the freedom to focus on what truly elevates you. This is where the power of discernment comes in. Discernment is the ability to recognize what is truly valuable and worth your time, energy, and attention. It's about making conscious choices to focus on what brings you growth, peace, and meaning. Without discernment, it's easy to waste your life chasing after things that don't matter, temporary pleasures, superficial achievements, or the approval of others. But when you begin to detach, you stop wasting time on things that don't serve your purpose. You start investing in what truly contributes to your well-being and personal growth. You begin to align your actions with your values, and in doing so, you create a life that is purposeful and fulfilling. The more you detach from the noise, the more you begin to see what is essential. You realize that happiness doesn't come from accumulating more things or pleasing more people. It comes from within. It comes from living authentically, from being true to who you are, and from making choices that reflect your true self. The superficial desires that once seemed so important begin to lose their grip on you. You stop chasing after the empty promises of the world and start focusing on what really matters: your relationships, your growth, your sense of purpose. And in doing so, you begin to create a life that is deeply fulfilling, a life that is truly your own. One of the greatest gifts of detachment is the ability to focus. In a world full of distractions, it's easy to get overwhelmed by all the things demanding your attention. But when you detach from everything that doesn't serve you, you create space for focus. You stop spreading yourself too thin, trying to please everyone or meet every expectation. Instead, you can zero in on what's truly important. You become more intentional with your time and energy, and in doing so, you accomplish more of what matters. You begin to invest in the things that will truly elevate you, rather than wasting time on things that only drain you. This process of discerning what matters isn't always easy. It requires you to take an honest look at your life, at your choices, and at the things you've been giving your time and energy to. Are they helping you grow? Are they bringing you closer to your goals? Or are they just distractions? In some cases, you might have to let go of things you once thought were important, relationships, jobs, or even habits that no longer serve your higher purpose. This can be a difficult process, but it's also incredibly liberating. As you shed the unnecessary, you make space for the meaningful, and as you focus on what truly matters, you start to build a life that is aligned with your values and your vision for the future. The power of detachment is not about escaping from the world, it's about engaging with the world in a more mindful, intentional way. It's about reclaiming your power and choosing what you want to invest your time and energy in. It's about understanding that not everything is worth your attention, and that true fulfillment comes from focusing on what aligns with your purpose. When you live with discernment, you stop being reactive to the demands of the world. Instead, you become proactive in creating a life that reflects who you truly are. You stop letting external circumstances dictate your emotional state, and you start living from a place of internal strength and clarity. As you embrace this practice of detachment and discernment, you'll find that your life becomes more meaningful, more purposeful, and more aligned with your true self. You'll stop chasing after empty achievements and start investing in what truly brings you joy and fulfillment. You'll build deeper, more authentic relationships, and you'll create a life that reflects your values and your passions. In the end, it's not about having more. It's about having what truly matters. And that is where true fulfillment lies. So, the next time you find yourself caught up in the distractions of life, take a step back. Ask yourself, what truly matters? What is worth my time, my energy, and my attention? Detach from the noise and focus on what brings you true fulfillment. As you do, you'll start to see that the things that truly matter have always been within your reach. It's not about having more, it's about having what is essential. And in that, you will find a life of purpose and true fulfillment. Failure is inevitable. It's not a question of if you'll fail, but when. No one gets through life without facing setbacks, mistakes, or disappointments. And for many of us, failure is one of the most terrifying experiences we can face. We spend so much time trying to avoid it, fearing that one mistake will define us forever. But here's the truth. Failure doesn't define you. What defines you is how you respond to it. It's the way you rise after falling, the lessons you learn along the way, and the resilience you build through every failure. When you detach from the fear of failure, you free yourself from its grip. You stop viewing failure as something to avoid at all costs, and you start seeing it for what it really is, an opportunity to learn, grow, and become better. In this process, failure no longer owns you. You are free to fail, learn, and rise again, stronger and more capable than before. Failure is just an event, a moment in time. It's what happens next, how we respond to it, that determines who we are and who we will become. When we allow failure to define us, we become trapped by it. We let it shape our identity and our sense of worth. But when we detach from that fear, when we stop letting failure control us, we regain the power to choose our response. We can use failure as a stepping stone, a chance to grow stronger and wiser with every setback. The key to overcoming failure isn't in avoiding it, it's in embracing it, learning from it, and moving forward. Think about the last time you failed. It might have been a big failure, or it might have been something small, but it probably felt like the world was crashing down. In that moment, it's easy to get consumed by fear, shame, or regret. We might want to hide, to pretend it never happened, or to give up altogether. But those feelings, as intense as they are, don't last forever. In fact, they are often the catalysts for growth. When you detach from the fear of failure, you give yourself the space to process those emotions without letting them dictate your actions. You learn to look at failure objectively, to see it not as an endpoint, but as part of the journey. And in that perspective, you start to understand that failure is not the enemy. It's simply feedback. It's information that tells you what doesn't work, so you can try a different approach, learn something new, and keep moving forward. The fear of failure often keeps us stuck. It makes us hesitate, second-guess ourselves, and procrastinate on taking risks. But the truth is, the only way to succeed is to fail. It's through failure that we learn, adapt, and improve. Every successful person has faced countless failures before reaching their goals. What sets them apart is their ability to keep going, to learn from their mistakes, and to rise each time they fall. The fear of failure only holds us back from realizing our potential. But when we learn to detach from that fear, when we stop seeing failure as something to be feared, and instead see it as a natural part of the process, we unlock the freedom to take risks, to make mistakes, and to grow. When you detach from the fear of failure, you stop allowing it to paralyze you. You stop seeing failure as something that defines you, and instead begin to see it as something that refines you. It's not about being perfect or avoiding mistakes. It's about using each failure as a lesson that makes you stronger and more capable. The more you embrace this mindset, the more resilient you become. You begin to approach life with a sense of confidence, knowing that even if you fail, you will rise again. Each failure becomes a stepping stone, each setback a valuable lesson. And with every lesson learned, you become more capable of facing whatever comes your way. This doesn't mean failure is easy or painless. It's natural to feel discouraged when things don't go as planned. It's natural to feel frustrated or upset. But the key is to not let those feelings keep you down. When you detach from failure, you give yourself permission to feel those emotions without letting them control you. You acknowledge the disappointment, but you don't let it define your future. You let it pass, and you move on. You don't dwell on your failures or let them become your story. Instead, you turn them into fuel for growth. It's in the moments of failure that we truly learn about ourselves. We learn about our strengths and weaknesses, about our perseverance and our ability to adapt. Failure teaches us humility, patience, and resilience. It shows us that success isn't just about getting everything right. It's about learning from the mistakes, adjusting our course, and trying again. Without failure, there is no growth. And the more we embrace this, the more we can truly succeed, not just in our careers or goals, but in life. The fear of failure often comes from a place of perfectionism, the desire to get everything right, to avoid mistakes at all costs. But perfection doesn't exist, and the pursuit of it only leads to frustration and self-doubt. Detaching from the need to be perfect allows you to embrace failure as a natural and necessary part of growth. It frees you to take risks, to try new things, and to make mistakes without fearing that it will ruin you. Perfectionism keeps us locked in a cycle of anxiety and self-criticism. But when we let go of that need for perfection, we give ourselves the freedom to fail, and more importantly, the freedom to learn and improve. In the end, the art of detaching from failure is about changing our perspective on it. It's not about avoiding failure. It's about learning to rise stronger each time we fall. It's about understanding that failure is not an end point, but a part of the process. When you detach from the fear of failure, you free yourself from the limitations it places on you. You stop letting failure define your worth, and you start using it as a tool to fuel your growth. With each setback, you become more resilient, more capable, and more confident. And that, in itself, is the true power of failure. It's the power to transform, to adapt, and to rise again, stronger than ever before. Freedom is something we all seek, yet many of us don't fully understand what it means. We often think of freedom as having everything go our way, having control over every aspect of our lives, being able to bend the world to our will. But the truth is, true freedom isn't about control. It's about letting go of the need to control everything. When you stop chasing after the illusion of control, you begin to experience a freedom that goes deeper than anything external. Freedom isn't about having your life unfold exactly as you expect it. It's about being at peace with whatever comes your way. It's about knowing that no matter what happens, you have the power to adapt, to grow, and to keep moving forward. And in that power, you find true freedom. To accept yourself fully means to let go of the need for validation from others, to stop trying to control every outcome, and to embrace life as it comes. You stop being a slave to circumstances, to external expectations, or to the constant pressure to be something you're not. Instead, you begin to live on your own terms. You learn to trust yourself, to be at peace with uncertainty, and to know that you are capable of handling whatever life throws your way. In the modern world, we're taught to chase after control. From our careers to our relationships to the image we project to others, We're often told that we need to manage it all, sometimes to the point where we lose ourselves in the process. But the more we chase control, the more we become slaves to it. We exhaust ourselves trying to micromanage every detail of our lives, believing that if we just get everything right, we'll find happiness and peace. But true freedom doesn't come from control. It comes from acceptance. Acceptance of ourselves, of the things we cannot change, and of the unknowns that lie ahead. The moment we stop fighting life, we begin to experience a kind of freedom that doesn't rely on perfect circumstances or a fixed outcome. It's freedom from anxiety, from self-doubt, and from the need for external approval. When you detach the need for control, you stop living in reaction to life. You stop being at the mercy of what's happening around you, and you start living intentionally, grounded in your own values and purpose. This doesn't mean that life will always be easy, or that things will always go your way. Life will throw challenges at you. Unexpected changes will happen, and sometimes things won't turn out as planned. But when you stop clinging to control, you begin to find peace in the midst of it all. You stop resisting life's natural flow, and instead, you move with it. You adapt, you grow, you keep moving forward. And that in itself is freedom. The freedom to live fully, no matter what. One of the most powerful aspects of true freedom is the ability to adapt. Life is full of unpredictability, and the more we try to control it, the more frustrated we become when things don't go our way. But when you embrace the idea that you can't control everything, you start to see life differently. You realize that your real power doesn't lie in controlling the external world. It lies in your ability to adapt to whatever happens. You learn that no matter what life throws at you, you have the strength to navigate it, to find solutions, and to keep going. This adaptability is the cornerstone of freedom. The more you accept that life is constantly changing, the more you free yourself from the pressure to control it. This is where true peace comes in. When you stop chasing control, you stop worrying about the what-ifs and the what-should-bes. You stop being afraid of what might go wrong because you trust in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. This sense of inner peace is what allows you to live freely. You no longer live in fear of the unknown or of failure. Instead, you embrace life with a sense of curiosity, knowing that every experience, good or bad, is a chance to learn and grow. You become less concerned with the outcome and more focused on the journey. You trust that no matter what happens, you'll be able to handle it. When you live from a place of inner peace and acceptance, you stop being a slave to other people's expectations. So much of our lives are shaped by what others think of us, what they want from us, or what they expect us to do. But when you free yourself from this need for external validation, you start to live on your own terms. You stop seeking approval from others and begin to make decisions based on what's best for you. This is the ultimate form of freedom, the ability to live authentically without worrying about how you're perceived or what others expect from you. You are free to pursue your own path, to follow your own dreams, and to make choices that reflect who you truly are. This freedom doesn't mean that you become indifferent or detached from the world. Quite the opposite. It means that you engage with life on your own terms. You stop being reactive and start being proactive. You take responsibility for your own happiness, for your own growth, and for your own success. You stop waiting for things to fall into place and start creating the life you want, knowing that you have the power to shape your own future. You stop being a passive participant in your own life and become the active architect of your destiny. And in that, you find a deep sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that comes from living authentically and intentionally. Freedom is also about letting go of the idea that you have to be perfect. So many of us are trapped by the fear of failure or the desire to get everything right. We think that we need to control every aspect of our lives to avoid mistakes or shortcomings. But true freedom comes when we let go of that fear. It comes when we accept that we are imperfect, that we will make mistakes, and that's okay. Life is not about perfection, it's about growth. When you stop fearing failure and start embracing it as part of the process, you open yourself up to the freedom of possibility. You realize that every mistake is a lesson, every failure a chance to improve. And with that mindset, there's no limit to what you can achieve. Ultimately, creating a life of freedom is about shifting your perspective. It's about realizing that you are the one who determines your path. It's about choosing to live for yourself, not for others, or for external expectations. When you stop chasing control, you stop being held hostage by life's unpredictability. You embrace it, and in doing so, you open the door to a deeper kind of freedom. The freedom to live fully, authentically, and on your own terms. This is the freedom that brings peace, that brings joy, and that brings fulfillment. And once you understand that, you will never feel controlled by life again. You will be the one who controls how you respond to it. In a world that constantly pulls us in every direction, the idea of detachment is often misunderstood. We tend to think of detachment as a rejection of the world, as turning away from the things that matter. But in reality, detachment is not about rejecting life. It's about freeing yourself from its grip. It's about gaining control over your mind, your emotions, and your responses. When you detach, you stop being at the mercy of life's unpredictability. The chaos of the world no longer has the power to control you. You become untouchable, unshaken, and unbroken. No matter what happens around you, you remain steady. The power of detachment lies in this. You stop being a victim of circumstances, and instead, you become the master of your own destiny. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." This insight speaks directly to the power of detachment. It's not about retreating from the world, it's about looking within yourself to find the strength and clarity you need to navigate the chaos outside. When you detach from external distractions, you connect more deeply with your inner world, and in that connection, you find the power to remain untouchable by life's storms. You become the calm in the center of the chaos. We live in a world that thrives on constant change, unpredictability, and external pressures. The world around us is always shifting, and it's easy to feel like we're constantly being swept along by forces beyond our control. Whether it's the pressure of social expectations, the unpredictability of the economy, or the emotional roller coaster of personal relationships, life often feels like it's happening to us. But when you learn to detach, you stop feeling like you're being tossed around by these external forces. You realize that no matter how unpredictable life becomes, you have the ability to control how you respond. And that is the power of detachment. It's not about ignoring reality, it's about choosing how to engage with it. When you detach, you stop reacting to life with fear, frustration, or helplessness. Instead, you face each challenge with a calm and clear mind, knowing that you are in control of your own responses. The more you practice detachment, the more you begin to realize that nothing outside of you has the power to control your emotional state. When you stop relying on external validation, approval, or outcomes to define your sense of worth, you free yourself. You are no longer subject to the whims of others. You no longer feel the need to seek approval from people or from circumstances to feel good about yourself. Instead, you derive your sense of strength and value from within. This is the true essence of power, the ability to remain unaffected by the external world, to stay grounded in who you are, regardless of what's happening around you. This ability to remain untouchable is the key to mastering your own destiny. Life is always going to throw challenges at you. There will be setbacks, disappointments, and obstacles along the way. But the more you detach from the need for control, the less these challenges will have the power to knock you off course. You stop seeing obstacles as roadblocks and start seeing them as opportunities to grow. You realize that no matter what happens, you have the power to adapt, to adjust, and to keep moving forward. You become like a tree in the storm, standing tall, strong, and unbroken, no matter how fierce the wind blows. You become untouchable, not because the world stops being chaotic, but because you stop allowing it to control your state of mind. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring about life or the people in it. On the contrary, it means you care deeply, but you understand that your emotional well-being doesn't depend on anything outside of you. It's about learning to love without attachment, to work without expectation, and to give without need. When you detach, you stop depending on others for your happiness. You stop relying on external circumstances to define your peace. Instead, you find peace within yourself, and that peace becomes your shield against life's inevitable challenges. In the process of detachment, you begin to create your own freedom. The more you detach from the need for control, the more you realize that you have the power to shape your own life. You no longer live in reaction to the world. You live with intention. You stop living by other people's rules or standards, and you start living by your own. You make decisions based on what's right for you, not based on what others expect or what the world says you should do. You become the author of your own story, no longer a passive participant in your own life. The freedom that comes with detachment is liberating. It's the freedom to be yourself, to live according to your own values, and to make choices that align with your true purpose. When you stop chasing after approval or the illusion of control, you realize that you are already free. You are free from the fear of failure, free from the pressure to conform, free from the need to control every aspect of your life. You stop living in fear of what might go wrong, and instead, you embrace the uncertainty of life with confidence and strength. The more you detach, the stronger you become. You stop being a victim of life's circumstances, and instead, you take charge of your own journey. You become someone who is unshaken, no matter what challenges arise. This is the true meaning of resilience, not just bouncing back from setbacks, but standing firm in the face of them. When you detach, you stop letting life's chaos dictate your emotional state. You find the calm within the storm, and in that calm, you find your power. Becoming untouchable doesn't mean you become detached from the world entirely. It means you become untouchable to the things that used to control you. The fear, the doubts, the need for validation. You stop living in reaction to life, and you start living intentionally, with clarity and purpose. You stop allowing the external world to dictate your emotional state, and you start taking control of your own mind, your own responses, and your own destiny. In this state of detachment, you become a force to be reckoned with. No matter what life throws at you, you remain grounded, confident, and unshaken. You realize that you don't need to control the world around you to find peace. You simply need to control how you respond to it. The world will always be chaotic, but your inner world doesn't have to be. When you master your inner world, you become untouchable. You become a force of nature, capable of weathering any storm with grace and strength. And that is the true power of detachment, the power to live on your own terms, free from the grip of the world. Remember, the true power lies within you, not in controlling the world, but in mastering how you respond to it. Detach from what no longer serves you, and embrace the freedom to live on your own terms. The world will always throw challenges your way, but when you stand firm in your own strength, nothing can break you. Thank you for being part of Stoic Journal today. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to check out the next one on the screen. Keep growing, keep evolving, and stay untouchable. The truth is, most people are terrified of being alone. The silence, the stillness. It's uncomfortable, isn't it? They fill the emptiness with distractions, relationships, and noise. Always looking for something or someone to occupy their time, because the alternative is facing something far more daunting, themselves. But what if I told you that the key to strength and clarity doesn't lie in running from that discomfort, but in embracing it? Think about it. When was the last time you sat in silence without the urge to fill it with anything? No phone, no distractions, no constant noise. Stoicism teaches us that the most profound insights come from within, that in stillness we find truth. It's in those moments of solitude that you truly learn who you are. You stop seeking validation from others and start realizing your own worth. If you're ready to explore how solitude can shape your life, to break free from the need for constant approval, and to step into a version of yourself that is truly unstoppable, consider subscribing. By doing so, you're committing to a path of growth and self-discovery, one where you become the master of your own destiny. The truth is, most people are terrified of being alone. The silence feels uncomfortable, almost unbearable, doesn't it? When you remove the noise of constant interaction, there's a space, a void, that people instinctively rush to fill. They surround themselves with distractions, seeking validation from others because they fear what they might find in that emptiness. But here's the truth. Solitude is not the enemy. It's the most powerful ally you can have in your quest for self-discovery. Choose to be alone. You open the door to profound self-reflection. You begin to understand yourself in ways that constant noise and external validation can never provide. And the longer you stay in that solitude, the more you realize it's not emptiness. It's an opportunity for growth. Your thoughts become clearer, your values stronger, your goals more defined. In solitude, you begin to see that you are the most important person in your life. It's where you learn to trust your own judgments, where you find the confidence to make decisions without seeking approval from anyone. And as Carl Jung wisely said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. In those moments of solitude, you wake up to your true potential, discovering strength in silence. Choosing solitude doesn't mean you're shutting yourself off from the world, but rather you're tuning into the most essential relationship you'll ever have, the one with yourself. Society often equates being alone with weakness, but it's exactly the opposite. Being alone doesn't mean being lonely, it means being empowered. It's a state where you can really evaluate who you are, what you want, and where you're headed. The longer you remain single, the more you grow into yourself. You begin to realize that your happiness doesn't depend on someone else's presence or approval. You start finding joy in your own company, understanding that you don't need to rely on others to feel complete. This is where true confidence is born. It's the confidence that comes from knowing you are whole, independent, and capable, with or without anyone by your side. As you continue on this journey of self-reflection, the distractions start to fade away, and you begin to see the world differently. You stop letting the opinions of others dictate how you feel about yourself. Instead, you create your own narrative, one where you are in control of your emotions, your actions, and your life. This is where Stoicism truly begins to shine. Stoic philosophy teaches us that our external circumstances should not define our happiness or our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. The longer you spend in solitude, the more your thoughts sharpen, the clearer your purpose becomes, and the less you're swayed by the fluctuations of life around you. You start to realize that the key to peace and happiness lies within, not in seeking approval from others. But the fear of solitude is not just about external validation, it's also about facing ourselves. Many people avoid being alone because they're afraid of what they might discover about their own thoughts, habits, and behaviors. It's easier to distract ourselves with relationships, work, or entertainment than to face the uncomfortable truths within. But when you sit in silence, you can no longer escape from your own mind. And that's a good thing. It forces you to confront your insecurities, your weaknesses, and your fears. But it also forces you to see your strength, your resilience, and your potential. And when you embrace this, you start to realize that you are capable of far more than you ever imagined. This self-awareness is the key to transformation. It's what allows you to move forward with confidence and clarity. In solitude, you discover that you have everything you need to thrive. You just need to tap into it. The longer you stay in solitude, the more you start to realize something profound. You are enough. You don't need anyone else to validate your worth. This is a game changer because it's so easy to fall into the trap of seeking validation from others, especially in relationships. We often seek approval from our partners, our friends, or society at large, thinking that their approval will make us feel complete. But the truth is, approval from others is fleeting. It's based on their perception of us, not our own sense of self. When you learn to validate yourself, you free yourself from this cycle of dependence. You stop seeking validation outside and start to recognize that you are worthy, just as you are. And as Seneca once said, it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. When you spend time focusing on your own growth, on refining your thoughts and actions, you stop wasting time on external validation. You realize that your time is better spent building yourself up, rather than seeking others' approval. This shift is powerful because it completely changes the way you move through the world. When you stop relying on others for validation, something remarkable happens. You start to attract people who value you for who you truly are, not for who you pretend to be. You stop bending yourself to fit into others' expectations, and instead, you stand firm in your own values. This attracts the right people into your life, the ones who respect you, admire you, and see you for your true worth. They don't come into your life because you seek them out, but because they are drawn to the confidence and authenticity that radiates from you. You no longer need to chase affection or approval because it naturally gravitates toward you. This magnetic quality comes from within, born from your understanding that you are enough on your own. And as you continue to embrace solitude, your standards begin to rise. You stop settling for relationships or situations that don't serve your growth or align with your values. This is where your power lies. The longer you stay single, the more you start to realize that you are the prize. You no longer accept behavior that disrespects you, that drains your energy, or that doesn't add value to your life. You become more selective in how you spend your time and who you allow into your world. You start to understand that your energy is precious and you guard it fiercely. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. Instead, you focus on your own growth and development. You know that by doing this, you become the best version of yourself, and that is the greatest gift you can give to the world. This transformation is not always easy. It requires a commitment to self-awareness, self-discipline, and sometimes a willingness to face uncomfortable truths. But the rewards are immense. The longer you spend in solitude, the more you refine your mind, your body, and your spirit. You start to operate from a place of inner strength, not out of desperation or fear. You learn to trust your own judgment, to make decisions without seeking approval, and to move through life with clarity and purpose. You become untouchable because you no longer rely on anyone or anything outside yourself for validation. You have learned to find peace within, and that is the foundation of a truly powerful life. In the end, the longer you stay single, the more powerful you become. You learn to embrace your solitude, to trust yourself, and to build a life that is centered on your own values and purpose. You stop seeking validation from others and instead become the source of your own power. This is the path to true self-mastery, the path that leads to freedom, strength, and unshakable confidence. And once you walk that path, there is no going back. You become the architect of your own life, fully in control, and unapologetically yourself. In a world that constantly pushes us to seek validation from others, it can be incredibly difficult to break free from the cycle of needing external approval. It's almost as if we've been conditioned to believe that our worth is only defined by the way others see us. Whether it's the praise of a friend, the approval of a partner, or the recognition of society, we grow up believing that without it, we are incomplete. But what happens when that validation is taken away? What if, for once, you stopped measuring your value by someone else's standards? This is where the power of self-validation comes into play. When you choose solitude, when you step away from the noise of the world, you begin to realize something profound. You don't need anyone's approval to feel complete. At first, it's uncomfortable. The idea of being enough for yourself, without needing someone else to confirm it, is a hard pill to swallow. But once you embrace it, your entire perception of yourself begins to shift. You stop seeking constant reassurance, and you begin to see your own worth. And that's when the magic happens. Your self-esteem doesn't depend on the approval of others anymore. It grows, fueled by the realization that you are valuable simply because you exist, not because of how others perceive you. This transformation is not just mental. It affects every aspect of your life. When you no longer depend on others to tell you your worth, you stand stronger, more grounded, and more confident. It's easy to get trapped in the cycle of seeking validation. It feels good, doesn't it? A compliment here, a nod of approval there. It gives us a temporary sense of being seen and valued. But the danger lies in making that external validation the foundation of our self-worth. Because when it's taken away, we're left with nothing but an empty feeling, unsure of who we are. It's like building a house on sand. The moment the winds of doubt or rejection blow, everything comes crumbling down. But in solitude, when the noise quiets and you are left with just yourself, you begin to understand that your worth is not tied to the opinions of others. You begin to validate yourself. This shift in mindset doesn't just change how you see yourself, it changes how you interact with the world. Instead of constantly seeking approval, you become more grounded in your own values and beliefs. Your actions are no longer driven by the need to please others, but by the need to align with your own principles. As Epictetus said, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When you validate yourself, you take back control. You stop reacting to the opinions and judgments of others and start responding from a place of inner strength. You realize that your sense of worth is something you carry with you, not something dependent on the approval of others. In a way, self-validation is an act of liberation. It's about setting yourself free from the chains of external expectation. It's about giving yourself the permission to exist fully as you are, without apology or compromise. The beauty of self-validation is that it's not fleeting. It doesn't rely on the whims of others. It's permanent, grounded in the understanding that your value is intrinsic, not based on what others think of you. When you stop measuring your worth by outside opinions, you open the door to true freedom. You stop chasing external approval and start living authentically. As you begin to embrace self-validation, you notice a shift in the way others treat you. People are naturally drawn to those who are confident in their own worth. When you stop seeking validation from others, you stop chasing after things and people who don't align with your values. Instead, you attract relationships and opportunities that are rooted in mutual respect, not in the need for approval. The power of self-validation lies in its ability to make you a magnet for what is truly aligned with who you are. You stop wasting time on situations that drain you, and instead, you focus on the things that uplift and inspire you. The longer you walk this path of self-validation, the more you realize that your self-worth doesn't fluctuate based on external circumstances. You become unshakable. Life's ups and downs no longer control how you feel about yourself. Whether you face success or failure, praise or criticism, your value remains the same. This is the strength that comes with self-validation. It's the unshakable confidence that comes from within, not from others. When you stop seeking validation, you stop depending on outside circumstances to dictate your emotional state. You become your own source of stability, and in that stability, you find the freedom to be truly yourself. But this journey isn't always easy. It requires you to let go of old patterns of thinking, of old ways of seeking external validation. It requires a deep level of self-awareness and self-acceptance. But once you start practicing self-validation, you'll begin to see the incredible changes it brings to your life. Your relationships become healthier because they are based on mutual respect and understanding, not on the need for validation. Your work becomes more fulfilling because it's aligned with your purpose, not with the desire for approval. And your sense of self-worth becomes something unshakable, something that cannot be taken away by the opinions or actions of others. This is where the true power lies. Self-validation is not just about feeling good about yourself. It's about stepping into your full potential. When you validate yourself, you give yourself permission to be great. You stop holding yourself back out of fear of judgment or rejection. Instead, you move forward with confidence, knowing that your worth is already established, that you are already enough. This doesn't mean you stop growing or improving. It means that you accept yourself as you are, while also striving to become the best version of yourself. It's a journey of self-empowerment, where you learn to trust in your own abilities and value. As you continue down this path, you start to realize that you are the only one who can truly determine your worth. You are not at the mercy of anyone else's opinions or expectations. You are the creator of your own self-image, and you have the power to shape it however you choose. This realization is both liberating and empowering. It's the key to living a life that is authentic, fulfilling, and free from the need for constant approval. In conclusion, the power of self-validation is transformative. It shifts your mindset from one of dependence to one of independence. It allows you to embrace who you are without fear of judgment or rejection. And it frees you from the cycle of seeking approval from others, giving you the confidence to live authentically and pursue your goals with unwavering clarity. Once you start validating yourself, you realize that you don't need anyone's approval to feel complete. Your worth is already established, and that realization changes everything. It's the foundation of true self-confidence and the key to living a life that is truly yours. There comes a point in everyone's life when they realize they've been seeking something outside themselves. Whether it's the approval of friends, family, or a partner, many of us spend years searching for validation from others. We seek confirmation that we are enough, that we are loved, or that we belong. This constant need can be exhausting. But what happens when you stop chasing it? What happens when you let go of the idea that your worth is dependent on the people around you. The truth is, the moment you stop chasing validation is the moment you begin to experience true freedom. And it's not just about feeling better, it's about transforming the way you engage with the world. The shift from dependency to independence is not just an internal change. It starts to affect the way you interact with everyone around you. When you no longer seek validation from others, something remarkable happens. You stop being a participant in the never-ending game of seeking approval, and you begin to live for yourself. You stop bending over backward to please others, to earn their praise, or to fit into their expectations. You stop trying to mold yourself into what others think you should be, and when you make that shift, the world around you starts to shift as well. Think about it. When you're constantly seeking something from others, whether it's affection, praise, or approval, you're giving away your power. You're handing someone else the keys to your emotional state, allowing their opinion to dictate how you feel. But the moment you stop seeking their validation, you take those keys back. You step into your own power, your own authority, and that's when things start to change. When you stand in your power, when you stop looking to others to define you, you become magnetic. It's the paradox of life. When you stop chasing something, that's when it starts chasing you. People are drawn to confidence, and real confidence comes from within. It's the quiet, unwavering belief that you are enough, regardless of what others think of you. When you stop seeking approval, you no longer need to prove anything to anyone. And when you no longer need to prove anything, people begin to take notice. They see the change in you, the ease with which you move through life, the sense of peace and strength that radiates from within. They start to wonder what it is about you that makes you so comfortable in your own skin. And that right there is how attraction works. Attraction is magnetic because it comes from a place of independence. It's not about pursuing someone or something in desperation. It's about standing firmly in your own truth and letting everything else fall into place. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." It's terrifying because we've been taught to look outside ourselves for validation. But when you embrace who you truly are, when you stop trying to fit into someone else's mold, you unlock a level of confidence that is impossible to fake. That confidence is what draws people in. When you stop needing them, they begin to want you. This isn't just about romantic attraction. The shift from dependency to independence influences every aspect of your life, from your friendships to your career. People are drawn to those who don't need them. When you stand in your own power, people begin to see you differently. You're no longer the one who is chasing after their approval. You're the one they start seeking out. This shift in dynamic is not only liberating, it's empowering. You start to realize that you are the one in control of your life. Your happiness, your success, your fulfillment, all of it comes from within. You stop waiting for others to give you permission to be who you are. But it's not just about attracting others. It's about creating a life that is aligned with your values, your desires, and your purpose. When you no longer need validation, you become free to make decisions that are true to yourself. You stop compromising for the sake of others, and you start living for yourself. The beauty of independence is that it allows you to create a life that reflects who you truly are. You no longer feel the pressure to fit into the mold of what society expects of you. You start creating your own path, making choices that align with your inner truth. And that path is unique to you. The more you embrace independence, the more you realize that you are capable of creating everything you need. You don't need to rely on others to complete you, to validate you, or to make you feel important. You are complete as you are. You are the only person who can define your worth. And once you accept that, you stop seeking validation from the outside world. Your worth is not something that can be given or taken away by others. It's something that is inherent in you, and when you realize this, you become unstoppable. It's important to note that this shift doesn't mean you shut yourself off from others. Independence doesn't mean isolation. It means freedom. It means that you are no longer bound by the need for validation, and as a result, you can engage with others in a more authentic and meaningful way. When you stop seeking approval, you start building relationships that are based on mutual respect, not on the need to be validated. You no longer settle for relationships that drain you or make you feel small. Instead, you attract relationships that support your growth, that challenge you to become better, and that align with your values. As you continue down the path of independence, you begin to see just how much power you have. You start to trust yourself more, to make decisions with confidence, and to live life on your own terms. The world around you shifts because you are no longer trying to fit into someone else's vision of who you should be. You've created your own vision, and now you are living it, and that is when the true magic happens. The more you embrace your independence, the more you become the person you were always meant to be. But here's the key. This doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, a journey of self-discovery and self-empowerment. It takes time to unlearn the habits of seeking validation and to embrace the strength that comes from within. But once you do, you realize that the only approval you ever needed was your own. When you stop seeking validation from others, you start to live with a sense of purpose and clarity. You stop chasing after things and people that don't align with your true self, and in doing so, you start to attract everything that is meant for you. You stop chasing, and the world begins to chase you. In conclusion, the transition from dependency to independence is one of the most liberating and powerful shifts you can make in your life. It starts with the realization that you are enough just as you are. Once you embrace that truth, you stop seeking validation from others, and that's when everything begins to change. You attract the right people into your life. You make decisions that align with your values, and you create a life that is authentically yours. When you stand in your own power, you stop chasing, and that's when the world starts chasing you. This is the paradox of life, and the secret to living with true freedom. There's a point in life when the constant noise and distractions begin to feel like an oppressive weight. It's as if the world is always pulling you in 1,000 different directions, demanding your attention, your energy, your time. The chatter never stops, be it through social media, conversations, or the pressure to keep up with the expectations of others. It's easy to get swept up in this chaos, to feel like you need to stay in the loop, to always be reacting to the noise around you. But what happens when you choose to step away from that noise, when you embrace the quiet and focus on what truly matters? That's when the magic begins. That's when you discover the power of solitude. Solitude has a way of cutting through the distractions. When you're alone, when you aren't constantly surrounded by external noise, you begin to realize just how much of your energy has been wasted on things that don't really matter. You start to see that the opinions of others, the judgments, the societal expectations, all of that fades away. In the quiet, you're no longer competing with anyone, no longer trying to impress anyone, no longer following someone else's idea of success. This is when you begin to truly hear your own voice, when you start to realize what you truly want out of life. It's a moment of clarity. You no longer care about fitting into someone else's mold or following the crowd. You begin to care only about your own journey. This process isn't always easy. The world is noisy, and it's hard to turn down the volume, especially when we've spent so much time responding to the demands of others. But the longer you spend in solitude, the more you begin to notice how unnecessary all of those distractions are. You start to recognize that the constant need to keep up with others' expectations isn't a requirement for your happiness or success. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The more you remove the noise, the clearer your path becomes. You start to focus on what truly matters, your mission, your growth, your future. And with each passing day, the more aligned your life becomes with your true purpose. As Carl Jung once said, your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Solitude provides the space for this self-reflection. In the silence, you begin to understand who you are and what you truly want. You stop being influenced by the fleeting opinions of others, and instead you begin to shape your life based on what resonates with you at the core. This clarity gives you the ability to focus. The distractions that once seemed so important begin to fade into the background. The need to keep up with everyone else starts to lose its grip on you, and in its place, you begin to focus on building the life you truly want. This clarity doesn't just come from thinking about what you want in life. It comes from the deep work of examining your values, your desires, and your goals. As the noise fades away, you have the opportunity to really ask yourself what matters. What is worth your time? What is worth your energy? What is worth your focus? And when you begin to answer these questions honestly, that's when your life starts to align with your purpose. The more you nurture that focus, the more everything else falls into place. You stop chasing distractions and you start chasing your vision. But there's something even more powerful that happens when you embrace this solitude. Your connection with yourself deepens. You begin to trust yourself more. You stop doubting your instincts and start trusting your decisions. When you're constantly surrounded by external noise, it's easy to get pulled in 100 different directions. But when you embrace solitude, you realize that you have all the answers within you. You just needed the space to hear them. And as you tune into your own inner voice, you begin to move through life with more confidence and clarity. You start to see your path more clearly, and you begin to take the steps necessary to walk it. This isn't just about quieting the noise for the sake of it. It's about creating a life that is intentional, purposeful, and aligned with your true self. The more you embrace solitude, the more you begin to see that the distractions were never really serving you. They were just keeping you from focusing on what truly matters. And the moment you shift your focus inward, your life begins to reflect that shift. You start to attract the right people, the right opportunities, and the right experiences, because you are no longer being pulled in 100 different directions. You're focused, you're intentional, you're aligned. The power of solitude lies in its ability to help you reconnect with your purpose. It allows you to focus on what truly matters. The more you embrace this clarity, the more you begin to see the truth of your situation. You stop pretending to be someone you're not to meet other people's expectations. Instead, you begin to honor your own vision for your life. Your growth becomes the priority, and with that priority comes the natural unfolding of your potential. You stop reacting to the world around you, and you begin to create your own world. As you continue to embrace solitude and quiet the noise, something magical happens. You begin to grow in ways you never thought possible. Your mission becomes clearer. Your goals become more defined. And because you are no longer distracted by the expectations of others, you can focus on what truly matters, your purpose. You begin to understand that your time is your most valuable resource, and you can choose where to invest it. No longer do you need to worry about pleasing everyone else. Instead, you pour your energy into building a life that feels true to you. And this is where the real transformation happens. As you continue to focus, as you continue to silence the distractions and align your life with your purpose, you begin to realize just how powerful you are. Your clarity brings strength, your focus brings power, and the more you nurture this focus, the more your life aligns with your true purpose. It's not a matter of trying to keep up with everyone else. It's about creating a life that's uniquely yours. The more you embrace solitude, the more you embrace your own power. The distractions fade, the noise quiets, and you are left with only what matters: your mission, your growth, your future. And in that space of quiet, you find the strength to become the person you were always meant to be. In the end, it's not about avoiding the noise forever. It's about learning to silence it when you need to, so that you can hear your own inner voice. It's about learning to focus on what matters, to put your energy into your mission and your growth. And the more you do this, the more you will see how the world around you begins to shift. It's not about following the crowd anymore. It's about forging your own path, guided by your own purpose. The power of solitude lies in this clarity, and the longer you embrace it, the stronger and more focused you become. When you stop seeking validation from others, something shifts inside you. It's subtle at first, but it's powerful. Your emotions no longer dictate your actions. For most people, emotions control the narrative of their lives. We let them shape our decisions, guide our reactions, and define how we interact with the world. Think about it. How often do you find yourself making choices based on how you feel in the moment? We all do it. We react to situations, to people, to challenges, and often those reactions are driven by our emotions: fear, anger, anxiety, or even excitement. But when you begin to step away from the need for validation, you take back control of that emotional energy. And that is when your life starts to transform. The reason this shift is so powerful is because it frees you from the emotional roller coaster that comes with constantly seeking others' approval. The truth is, when you base your happiness and self-worth on someone else's opinion, you're at the mercy of their moods, their judgments, and their actions. One moment, you're up because you've received praise or affection. The next, you're down because you've been criticized or overlooked. This is exhausting. It's draining, and it keeps you in a cycle where your emotional state is completely out of your hands. But when you embrace solitude and start validating yourself, you regain control. You start choosing how you react to the world, rather than letting the world dictate your emotions. The moment you stop seeking validation, you start to see your emotional world in a new light. Instead of reacting impulsively to challenges, you learn to pause. You give yourself the space to respond, not out of fear or desperation, but with clarity and intention. This is what emotional control looks like. It's not about suppressing your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about learning to observe your feelings without letting them take the reins. It's about understanding that emotions are temporary. They come and go. But you, your values, your decisions, can remain constant. And this is where emotional strength comes into play. When you begin to control your emotions, you gain something that is far more powerful than any fleeting emotional high or low. You gain the ability to stay grounded. You no longer let the ups and downs of life shake you. Instead, you become like a tree in a storm, firm, rooted, and unshaken by the winds around you. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." This is the essence of emotional control. You are not at the mercy of your past, your circumstances, or anyone else's opinion. You are the one who decides how you respond, and in that decision lies your true power. This kind of emotional control isn't just useful for your own peace of mind, it's magnetic. People are drawn to those who can stay calm in the face of adversity, who don't react impulsively, who take their time to respond with thoughtfulness and clarity. Emotional strength commands respect. When others see you remain calm and collected, even in stressful situations, they notice. They respect you. They look to you for guidance because they sense that you have something they don't: control over your emotions, and by extension, control over your life. Think about the people you respect most. Aren't they the ones who don't let their emotions run wild? The ones who, no matter what life throws at them, manage to keep their cool. These are the people who don't waste energy reacting to the chaos around them. They stay grounded, focused, and determined. And this is the kind of person you can become when you master your emotions. It's not about suppressing your feelings. It's about understanding them, processing them, and choosing how to respond. It's about gaining the freedom to act based on your values, not on how you feel in the moment. This kind of emotional strength also has a profound effect on your relationships. Think about how much more stable and fulfilling your connections with others would be if you weren't constantly reacting to emotional triggers. When you stop seeking validation from others, you stop being at the mercy of their moods or opinions. You don't feel the need to impress anyone, to gain their approval, or to change who you are to meet their expectations. Instead, you can engage with others from a place of authenticity, knowing that you don't need their validation to feel worthy. And when you engage with others from this place of emotional control, your relationships become more balanced. You no longer attract people who are drawn to your emotional dependency, but those who are attracted to your strength, your clarity, and your ability to stand firm in who you are. This shift in emotional control also extends beyond relationships. It touches every part of your life. In your work, in your goals, in your personal growth, emotional control allows you to stay focused and aligned with your purpose. You stop getting sidetracked by the ups and downs of your emotional state. Instead, you learn to channel your energy into what truly matters, your mission, your growth, your vision. This is the essence of emotional strength. The ability to stay committed to your goals, no matter what obstacles arise. It's the ability to remain calm and focused in the face of challenges, knowing that your success isn't determined by how you feel in the moment, but by the actions you take every single day. The more you practice emotional control, the more you begin to notice how others react to you. You stop chasing approval, and instead, you start to attract respect. People begin to value you not for your ability to seek approval, but for your ability to remain centered, grounded, and true to yourself. This respect isn't given because you demand it, but because you've earned it through your emotional strength and your unwavering sense of self. And the more respect you earn, the more powerful your presence becomes. You begin to realize that the key to true power lies not in what you can control externally, but in what you can control within. But this kind of emotional control doesn't happen overnight. It's a journey, a lifelong practice of self-awareness, self-discipline, and self-empowerment. It requires you to confront your emotions, to understand them, and to choose how you respond. It takes time, patience, and practice. But once you start on this path, you begin to see the changes. You begin to see how much more in control of your life you become. You begin to see how much more powerful, confident, and magnetic you become. And most importantly, you begin to see how your life shifts from one of emotional reactivity to one of emotional mastery. In conclusion, emotional control is not just a tool. It's a way of life. It's about taking back control over your emotions, no longer letting them dictate your actions or your reactions. It's about standing firm in who you are, no matter what life throws at you. It's about gaining the freedom to act from your values, not from your impulses. And in doing so, you begin to attract the respect, the relationships, and the life you've always wanted. So take control, master your emotions, and watch as your life transforms in ways you never thought possible. When you spend time alone, something incredible starts to happen. You begin to see life differently, no longer distracted by the noise of constant social interactions. You start to focus on yourself, your goals, your values, your purpose. This time alone, this solitude, is not just an absence of company, but an opportunity for growth. And as you grow, you begin to raise your standards. You stop tolerating mediocrity. You start demanding more from yourself, from your work, and from your relationships. This shift in mindset isn't just a change in how you see the world. It's a change in how you see yourself. When you spend time reflecting, you begin to realize that you deserve more. You start to recognize your own worth, and with that realization comes a new sense of confidence. You no longer settle for the same old patterns. The things that once seemed acceptable, whether it's the quality of your work, the level of effort in your personal development, or the way people treat you, no longer cut it. You raise the bar, and that's when life begins to align with your new standards. The impact of high standards goes far beyond personal growth. It affects the way you interact with the world. People can sense when someone has high standards. It's not just about what you say, it's about how you carry yourself. When you start holding yourself to a higher standard, others begin to see that. They recognize the change, even if they can't put it into words. This shift in your behavior, in your mindset, becomes magnetic. People in general are attracted to those who value themselves. And when you stop tolerating mediocrity, you start attracting higher quality people and opportunities. The same is true when it comes to relationships. When you're constantly surrounded by distractions and settling for whatever comes your way, you often don't realize how much you're allowing yourself to settle. But when you spend time alone, when you focus on yourself, you start to realize what you truly deserve in a relationship. You stop looking for someone just to fill the empty space and start looking for someone who aligns with your values, someone who complements your growth, not someone who holds you back. Women, in the context of relationships, can feel when a man has high standards. They can sense the difference between someone who is desperate for their attention and someone who knows his worth. It's a powerful shift. When you start valuing yourself and stop settling for less than you deserve, others will start to value you too. This is the law of attraction in its purest form. The more you value yourself, the more others will recognize that value. It's not about arrogance or entitlement, it's about confidence in who you are and what you bring to the table. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When you start living according to your own high standards, you stop pretending to be something you're not to gain the approval of others. You embrace who you truly are, and in doing so, you attract the right people into your life. This shift is not just about romantic relationships, it's about all relationships, including those with friends, family, and colleagues. When you raise your standards, you stop accepting behavior that disrespects you or holds you back. You stop tolerating relationships that drain you, that ask for more than they give, and that fail to support your growth. The more you value yourself, the more you recognize when someone isn't treating you with the respect you deserve. You begin to surround yourself with people who align with your values and who encourage your growth. The more you raise your standards, the more you begin to understand what true self-respect looks like. It's not about expecting perfection from others. It's about holding yourself accountable and expecting others to meet those same standards. This doesn't mean you're demanding or hard to please. It means you know what you bring to the table and you expect the same level of commitment, integrity, and respect in return. As you develop this high standard for yourself, you become more selective in who you allow into your life. You stop making excuses for people's behavior and start expecting better. And as a result, your relationships, both romantic and otherwise, become stronger, more fulfilling, and more authentic. At the same time, this shift in standards has a profound impact on your work and your goals. When you stop settling for mediocrity, you begin to push yourself to achieve more. You stop doing the bare minimum, and instead, you start aiming for excellence. Whether you're working on a project, building a business, or improving your health, you begin to set higher goals for yourself. This commitment to excellence doesn't just improve the quality of your work, it changes the way you show up in the world. people begin to notice the effort, the dedication, and the passion you put into everything you do. This level of commitment becomes infectious. It inspires others to raise their own standards and to follow your example. When you're no longer satisfied with just getting by, you start to achieve more. The more you push yourself to meet your own high standards, the more you begin to see progress. This progress builds momentum, and before long, what started as a shift in mindset becomes a way of life. Your standards for yourself become so ingrained that they shape every decision you make. You stop compromising on what you want in life and start taking bold steps toward achieving it. Raising your standards isn't just about achieving success. It's about living a life of integrity. It's about being true to yourself, refusing to settle for less than what you deserve, and committing to becoming the best version of yourself. The more you embrace this mindset, the more you begin to see how much potential you have. You stop letting fear, doubt, or external pressure hold you back. You begin to realize that the only limits in your life are the ones you place on yourself. The key to this transformation is understanding that high standards are not about demanding perfection from others or from yourself. They are about committing to personal growth and never settling for less than you know you're capable of. It's about valuing yourself so much that you no longer tolerate mediocrity in any area of your life. And as you raise your standards, you create a life that reflects that growth. One where you attract the right people, the right opportunities, and the right experiences that align with your vision. In the end, the impact of high standards is profound. It changes the way you see yourself, the way you interact with the world, and the way you build relationships. When you raise your standards, you stop settling for anything less than what you deserve. And in doing so, you become a magnet for the life you've always dreamed of. You stop chasing after approval, and instead, you start building a life that commands respect. Your standards reflect your value, and when you start to live by them, the world takes notice. Over time, as you embrace solitude and focus on your growth, something remarkable begins to unfold. You start to realize that your worth isn't tied to the opinions of others, and this realization transforms everything about how you see yourself. At first, it's subtle. You might not even notice it happening. But as you keep refining your mindset, as you continue to make self-improvement a priority, you begin to recognize your own value in ways you never did before. This isn't just about feeling good about yourself. It's about deeply understanding who you are and what you deserve. And when you understand that, you stop tolerating behavior that doesn't align with your standards. You stop accepting mediocrity in your relationships, your work, and your life. You see, most of us have spent years, sometimes even decades, chasing after approval from others. We've been conditioned to believe that our value is defined by how others perceive us, whether it's in romantic relationships, friendships, or professional settings. We often find ourselves compromising on our values or settling for less than we deserve just to fit in or gain approval. But once you start understanding your worth, you no longer have to chase after anyone's validation. You stop bending over backward to make others like you or to meet their expectations. Instead, you begin to live for yourself, making choices that honor who you truly are. This shift doesn't just change your behavior, it changes how you show up in the world. You begin to command respect, not because you demand it, but because you've built yourself up to a point where your presence alone is enough. When you stop chasing after external validation, you start to uncover who you really are at your core. You realize that your worth isn't something that can be given or taken away by others. It's inherent in who you are. This realization is liberating. It frees you from the need to impress, to please, or to earn anyone's approval. You simply begin to exist unapologetically as your authentic self. And in doing so, your sense of self-worth skyrockets. As your self-worth grows, so do your standards. You stop tolerating people who don't bring value into your life. You begin to recognize that your time, your energy, and your attention are precious resources, and you stop wasting them on relationships that drain you or bring no positive value. You stop allowing toxic people to take up space in your life. Instead, you surround yourself with individuals who align with your values, who support your growth, and who treat you with the respect you deserve. This isn't about being picky or demanding. It's about respecting yourself enough to set boundaries and to stop tolerating anything that doesn't serve your highest good. The more you embrace this shift, the stronger you become. It's not just about cutting off people who don't respect you. It's about a fundamental change in how you view yourself. You no longer compromise your values to make someone else feel comfortable. You no longer change who you are to fit into someone else's idea of what you should be. When you understand your worth, you stop settling for relationships or situations that don't align with your core beliefs and desires. You become selective with who you allow into your life, and that in itself is a powerful form of self-respect. The moment you stop compromising your values, you stop giving away your power. You begin to see that by honoring yourself, you not only grow stronger, but you also begin to attract others who respect you in return. This transformation doesn't just make you stronger, it makes you untouchable. And by that, I don't mean unreachable or untouchable in the sense of being arrogant. I mean that you become so rooted in your own sense of self-worth that nothing can shake it. The opinions of others, the judgments, the criticisms, they no longer have the power to affect you. When you stop compromising on who you are, you develop an inner strength that is unshakable. You become impervious to the things that used to throw you off course. The noise of the world becomes just that, noise. It no longer has the power to pull you away from your mission or your purpose. You become the rock, unmovable and firm, because you know who you are and what you stand for. In many ways, this transformation also makes you more magnetic. When you understand your worth, when you stop chasing approval, and when you stop tolerating behaviors that don't align with your values, you start attracting the right people into your life. You no longer need to seek validation because it comes naturally. People are drawn to confidence, but more importantly, they're drawn to authenticity. And when you stop pretending to be something you're not, when you stop changing yourself to fit into someone else's mold, people begin to see you for who you truly are. They respect you, not because you've tried to win them over, but because you've remained true to yourself. And this is when you start to realize that the power was always within you. It just took you recognizing your worth to unlock it. It's also important to remember that this transformation is a process, not something that happens overnight. It takes time to build this kind of self, especially if you've spent years seeking validation from others. But with each step, with each moment of choosing yourself over the opinions of others, you become stronger. You begin to trust yourself more. You make decisions with confidence, no longer second-guessing your worth or your choices. And as you continue down this path, you realize that your self-worth isn't something anyone can take from you. It's something that's yours to hold. And that, my friend, is a powerful realization. As your standards rise and your self-worth deepens, you begin to see the world in a different way. The people around you may start to change too. You stop attracting the wrong kinds of relationships and start bringing into your life people who match your energy, your values, and your aspirations. It's not magic. It's a reflection of who you've become. You no longer settle for less, and because of that, the world begins to meet you at the level you've set. This transformation doesn't just change your relationships, it changes your entire life. You start to operate from a place of abundance, not scarcity. You realize that there is no need to chase after anyone or anything because you are already complete, already whole, already worthy. In the end, the transformation of self-worth is about recognizing your inherent value and refusing to settle for anything less than what aligns with your highest self. It's about standing firm in your beliefs, respecting your own time, energy, and attention, and demanding the same respect from others. And once you step into this power, once you stop compromising on your values, you not only grow stronger, you become untouchable. Nothing and no one can shake your sense of self-worth because you know who you are and you know what you deserve. And in that knowing, you become unstoppable. The longer you remain single, the more you begin to see things clearly. At first, it might feel uncomfortable, being alone with your thoughts, free from the constant distractions of other people's expectations. But as time goes on, something profound happens. You start to realize that you are whole, just as you are. You begin to understand that you don't need anyone to complete you. You never did. That realization is not only liberating, but it's also empowering. It's a moment when everything shifts. You stop viewing relationships as a necessity or an obligation and start seeing them as a choice. And that shift makes all the difference. For most of us, relationships are often seen as an essential part of life. We grow up with the idea that we're supposed to find the one, that being in a relationship is the ultimate goal. Society reinforces this idea, showing us images of love and companionship as the pinnacle of happiness. But when you take a step back, when you give yourself the time and space to be single, you begin to realize something that many people never fully grasp. You don't need anyone else to define you. You are already enough. It might feel strange at first, but the more you embrace this truth, the more your vision becomes clearer. You stop seeking someone else to fill the gaps, and you start focusing on filling them yourself. You begin to realize that your worth isn't dependent on being in a relationship, and that's incredibly freeing. This clarity doesn't just change how you feel about yourself, it changes how you approach relationships. Instead of viewing them as a solution to your loneliness or a way to prove your worth, you start to see relationships for what they truly are, a choice. You realize that when you connect with someone, it should be because they add value to your life, not because you need them to feel whole. And that's when the power of choice comes into play. You begin to choose partners who align with your vision, who complement your growth, and who support you on your journey. No longer are you willing to settle for relationships that don't serve your highest good. You're not looking for someone to fill a void. Instead, you're seeking someone who enhances your life, who brings something meaningful to the table, and who shares in the same values and goals that you do. This journey of self-discovery, of embracing solitude, of learning that you are complete on your own, is what allows you to step into this power of choice. When you know who you are, when you understand your worth, you stop seeking someone to define you. Instead, you become selective about who you allow into your life. You no longer chase after validation or approval because you've already found that within yourself. And this is what makes the relationships you choose to have more meaningful, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your purpose. When you're no longer looking for someone to complete you, the pressure of relationships starts to fade away. You stop feeling like you need to settle, to compromise your values, or to force something to work just because you're afraid of being alone. You begin to choose partners who fit into your life in a way that enhances both of your journeys. You start attracting people who are on the same path, people who are equally whole and secure in themselves. These are the relationships that bring out the best in you, not because you need them to, but because they support the best version of yourself. You begin to realize that relationships aren't about filling a need. They're about mutual respect, shared growth, and a deep connection that enriches both lives. This shift is incredibly powerful because it allows you to take control of your own life. You no longer feel the need to rush into a relationship for the sake of companionship. Instead, you take your time, you focus on your own growth, and you make choices that align with who you are becoming. You no longer settle for less than what you deserve. You begin to build a life that reflects your values, your goals, and your vision. And when you do enter a relationship, it's from a place of wholeness, not neediness. You bring your best self to the table, and you attract someone who does the same. This process of learning to embrace the power of choice doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to shift your mindset from one of dependency to one of independence. It takes time to stop seeking validation from others and to start validating yourself. But the longer you embrace this journey of self-discovery, the more you begin to realize that relationships are a gift, not a requirement. They are an opportunity to grow together with someone who shares your vision, who complements your life, and who adds value to your journey. And when you reach that point, when you're no longer looking for someone to complete you, you become the kind of person who attracts relationships that are built on mutual respect, authenticity, and growth. This transformation doesn't just affect your romantic life, it affects every aspect of your existence. The more you realize that you don't need anyone to complete you, the more confident you become in your decisions, your career, and your personal goals. You begin to make choices that are aligned with your values and your vision, not based on what others think or expect. You stop being swayed by the opinions of others and start living life on your own terms. The power of choice doesn't just free you in relationships, it frees you in every area of your life. You start to create a life that reflects who you truly are, and that life becomes a magnet for everything you've ever wanted. When you stop seeking validation, when you begin to embrace your own worth, you realize that you don't have to chase anything in life. Everything you need, everything that truly matters, is already within you. The relationships you choose, the opportunities you create, the success you achieve, they all come from a place of inner strength and clarity. You begin to attract people and experiences that are aligned with who you are and who you are becoming. And the more you trust in your own power, the more you begin to realize that the choices you make shape your destiny. In the end, the power of choice is one of the most liberating things you can experience. The longer you stay single, the more your vision becomes clear. You stop seeing relationships as a requirement and start seeing them as a choice to connect with someone who adds value to your life, who enhances your journey, and who supports your growth. When you understand that you are already whole, when you embrace your own worth, you stop chasing and start choosing. And that's when the world begins to open up in ways you never thought possible. Your life, your relationships, your success, they all align with your true purpose, and the power to create that life is yours. When you begin to live with clarity and self-respect, something extraordinary happens. Your energy starts to shift in ways you might not immediately notice, but the effect is undeniable. You stop chasing after attention or seeking validation from others. This shift is subtle at first, but it becomes more apparent as time goes on. The need to impress people, whether it's through words, actions, or simply trying to fit in, begins to fade. Instead, you start to focus on something more powerful: your own growth, your own mission, your own purpose. And when you do this, something remarkable happens. People start to notice you. But here's the thing. It's not because you're trying to impress them. It's because you've reached a point where your energy is magnetic. You've stopped chasing, and now others are drawn to you naturally. There's a powerful shift in energy that occurs when you stop looking outside yourself for affirmation. When you stop needing others to tell you that you're enough, your entire presence changes. You start to show up differently in the world. It's like a transformation that starts on the inside but begins to radiate outward. You no longer feel the need to prove yourself. You stop putting on a facade to gain approval or to fit into a mold that isn't yours. Instead, you begin to walk through the world with confidence in who you are, knowing that you don't need anyone's validation to feel worthy. That confidence, that self-assuredness, is like a quiet force. It's not loud or boastful. It's steady, unwavering, and it commands respect without ever needing to ask for it. When you embrace who you truly are, when you stop seeking approval and simply accept your worth, that's when the magic happens. You no longer live for the expectations of others. You live for yourself, and that creates an energy that can't be ignored. This shift doesn't require external acknowledgement. It just is. People begin to sense it without you saying a word. They feel your presence, your clarity, your drive. It's as though your energy speaks for you. It's magnetic because it's authentic. It comes from a place of true self-acceptance, and that's something people are drawn to. The beauty of this shift is that it doesn't happen because you're trying to get something from others. It happens because you've stopped seeking. You're not trying to impress anyone, gain approval, or fit into a certain image. You're focused on your own path, on your own mission. You've stopped looking outward for validation and have started looking inward, building your life based on your own values and purpose. And because of that, people around you sense a kind of quiet strength, a depth, and a confidence that is magnetic. They want to know what drives you, what makes you tick, because they can feel that you're someone who isn't swayed by the opinions of others. You're grounded, you're clear, and you're in control of your own life. This shift in energy doesn't just apply to how people perceive you. It also impacts the way you interact with the world. When you no longer beg for attention or validation, you stop investing energy in things that drain you. You stop spending time and resources on relationships or pursuits that don't align with your mission or purpose. Your energy becomes focused. You become more selective with how and where you spend your time. And because of this focus, your life begins to align with what truly matters. Your goals become clearer, your path becomes more defined, and the distractions that once seemed so important lose their grip on you. You become more powerful because your energy is no longer scattered. It's concentrated. It's directed toward the things that truly serve you. And as you start to operate from this place of clarity and focus, something else happens. Your influence begins to grow. People take notice of your energy, of your presence. They see that you are someone who doesn't chase after validation, someone who is secure in who they are. This draws others to you, not because you're trying to impress them, but because you're living authentically. And when you live authentically, when you stop pretending to be someone you're not to fit into someone else's idea of you, people are drawn to your energy. They want to be around you because they sense your confidence, your clarity, and your purpose. And the best part? You don't need to do anything for this to happen. It's not about trying to impress or manipulate. It's about being true to yourself and allowing that energy to speak for you. This transformation doesn't just affect how others see you, it changes how you see yourself. The more you live with clarity and self-respect, the more you begin to understand your own value. You stop doubting yourself, second-guessing your decisions, or seeking reassurance from others. Instead, you make decisions from a place of strength, knowing that you are capable, that you are enough. You begin to trust your intuition, your judgment, and your ability to create the life you want. The more you trust yourself, the more your energy reflects that trust. It's a feedback loop. The more you trust yourself, the more others trust you, and the more powerful your presence becomes. This shift in energy is something that people can't fake. It comes from a place of deep self-awareness and self-acceptance. It's not something you can just mimic or put on for the sake of others. It comes from truly understanding your worth and stepping into your own power. It's quiet, but it's undeniable. It's the kind of energy that draws people to you because it's authentic, grounded, and real. And this energy doesn't just help you in your relationships. It helps you in everything you do, whether it's in your career, your personal goals, or your creative pursuits. This clarity and self-respect give you the confidence to move forward, to take risks, and to pursue your purpose without hesitation. But this doesn't mean the journey is without its challenges. There will be times when you feel uncertain, when you question your path or your worth. There will be moments when the noise of the world tries to pull you back into seeking validation. But the more you focus on your own growth, the stronger your foundation becomes. The more you choose yourself and your mission over the need for external approval, the more you strengthen your energy and your sense of self. This energy becomes a guiding force, one that helps you stay on track even when things get difficult. It's a power that comes from within, and the more you nurture it, the more it will serve you. In the end, the shift in energy is about living authentically and with intention. It's about letting go of the need to seek validation and instead choosing to live for yourself. When you do this, your energy becomes magnetic. People are drawn to your confidence, your clarity, and your purpose. You become a force because you've stopped chasing and you've started living from a place of true self-respect. Your presence commands attention not because you seek it, but because it naturally emanates from the authenticity of who you are. This is the power of living with clarity and self-respect, and it's a power that, once tapped into, can transform every aspect of your life. One of the most powerful actions you can take in life is also one of the simplest: walking away. It sounds easy in theory, but for most of us, walking away can feel incredibly difficult, especially when it comes to relationships. We're taught from a young age to hold on, to work things out, to be understanding, and to always try our best to make things work. But what if I told you that one of the greatest acts of self-respect is walking away from people who don't respect you? It's not about giving up or being weak. It's about knowing your worth and having the courage to walk away from situations that don't align with your values or your growth. When you spend time alone, when you embrace solitude and stop seeking validation from others, you begin to develop a deep sense of self-worth. This newfound confidence doesn't just affect how you feel about yourself, it changes how you interact with the world. You start to realize that you don't have to tolerate behavior that disrespects you, that you don't have to settle for relationships or situations that undermine your growth. The more time you spend understanding who you are and what you deserve, the easier it becomes to walk away from people who don't treat you the way you should be treated. And the longer you remain single, the more you recognize that your peace of mind is far more valuable than any relationship or external approval. At first, it might feel like walking away is a sign of failure or that you're giving up on something important. But in reality, walking away is often a sign of strength and clarity. When you no longer need external validation, when you've stopped relying on others to complete you, you can see more clearly the people and situations that add value to your life and those that take it away. This is where the power lies. The decision to walk away doesn't require an explanation or justification. You don't need to explain your worth to anyone who can't see it. You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you're choosing to prioritize your own peace and growth. The ability to walk away without hesitation or guilt is one of the most empowering things you can do for yourself. When you start walking away from toxic people and situations, you stop tolerating low-value behavior. You stop accepting less than you deserve, and in doing so, you start to attract more of what you actually want in life. You set a standard for how you expect to be treated, and that standard begins to shape your reality. You stop accepting disrespect, manipulation, or any kind of treatment that doesn't align with your sense of self-worth. This doesn't mean you become cold or callous. It means that you've learned to value yourself enough to not tolerate anything less than respect, kindness, and mutual growth. Carl Jung once said, "You are what you do, not what you say you'll do." This is exactly what happens when you walk away. Your actions speak louder than words. Walking away is a powerful affirmation of your worth. It says, "I am worthy of respect. I am worthy of love. I am worthy of being treated in a way that aligns with my values and goals." It's not about seeking revenge or making a dramatic exit. It's about maintaining your integrity, protecting your energy, and honoring your sense of self. Walking away becomes a clear boundary, one that defines what you will and will not accept in your life. As you continue to strengthen your sense of self-worth, you begin to realize that walking away doesn't just apply to toxic relationships. It applies to any situation or environment that drags you down, whether it's a job that doesn't fulfill you, a friendship that's draining, or a habit that holds you back. The ability to walk away from anything that no longer serves your growth is a powerful act of self-love. It's about making room for the things that align with your purpose, your values, and your mission. When you walk away from what doesn't serve you, you create space for what truly matters. You become the architect of your own life, one decision at a time. One of the most liberating things about walking away is that you no longer need to explain yourself. You don't owe anyone an explanation for why you're choosing to prioritize yourself. In fact, you'll find that the more you walk away from situations that don't respect your boundaries, the more your energy begins to shift. People start to respect you, not because you demand it, but because you've demonstrated through your actions that you respect yourself. When you walk away from low-value behavior, you show the world that you know your worth. And when you know your worth, others begin to take notice. This doesn't mean that you stop caring about people, or that you become indifferent to the feelings of others. It means that you've learned the importance of self-respect and emotional boundaries. It means that you understand the value of your own peace of mind and the importance of protecting your energy. Walking away is not about cutting people off with bitterness or resentment. It's about recognizing that some people, no matter how much you care about them, simply don't belong in your life if they don't align with your values. You don't need to carry the burden of other people's negativity, manipulation, or disrespect. Walking away allows you to release that weight and move forward with a renewed sense of purpose and strength. And when you do this, when you stop tolerating behavior that doesn't serve you, when you stop seeking validation from others, and when you start walking away from anything that doesn't honor your worth, you begin to realize something profound. Your life starts to reflect your standards. Your relationships become healthier. Your opportunities become more aligned with your purpose, and your energy becomes more focused. You stop wasting time on things that drain you and start investing in what builds you up. And that is where true growth happens. When you walk away from the things that hold you back, you create the space to move forward into a life that truly aligns with your highest self. This shift doesn't come without its challenges. There will be moments when you doubt your decision, when you feel like you're letting go of something important. But as you continue to walk away from what doesn't serve you, you'll begin to see that every step you take toward honoring your worth brings you closer to the life you've always dreamed of. You stop being weighed down by toxic relationships, low-value situations, and the need to seek validation from others. You start to live with clarity, with purpose, and with the confidence that comes from knowing that you are the one in control of your life. In the end, the art of walking away is one of the most powerful tools you have in your journey of self-mastery. It's about recognizing that your peace, your growth, and your integrity are worth more than any external validation or toxic relationship. It's about walking away from anything that doesn't align with your values and choosing to protect your energy for the things that matter most. When you learn to walk away with grace and confidence, you'll discover a new sense of freedom, strength, and empowerment that can only come from knowing your worth and standing firm in it. Every moment spent single offers a profound opportunity. It's a chance to shape your identity, refine your character, build your future. For so many, being alone can feel intimidating or uncomfortable. We're taught that relationships are the cornerstone of happiness and success, and the thought of being without a partner can feel like a void. But when you step back and embrace solitude, you realize something incredible. It's not a void. It's a blank canvas, a space for you to paint your own life, your own identity. It's not about being alone. It's about what you do with that time. And what you can do with it is extraordinary. In solitude, you are free from the distractions of external opinions, relationships, and the noise that comes from seeking validation. You no longer get lost in the chaos of trying to please others or fitting into someone else's expectations. This is your time. Time to focus on your growth, your goals, your future. The power of being single is that it gives you the space to turn inward, to ask yourself, who am I? Who do I want to become? What kind of life do I want to live? And as you start answering those questions, you begin to shape the person you are becoming. This process of self-discovery and self-shaping is what allows you to gain control over your life. No longer do you rely on others to define your worth or to validate your existence. You begin to define yourself. You create your own standards. This isn't about being selfish or disconnected from others. It's about taking responsibility for your own life and your own happiness. You realize that your identity isn't something that's defined by your relationships or your external circumstances. Your identity is something that you craft, moment by moment, choice by choice. The essence of Stoic philosophy is rooted in this very idea: to focus on what you can control and detach from what you cannot. In solitude, you begin to understand this principle deeply. You realize that the only thing you can truly control is yourself, your thoughts, your actions, and your responses. Everything else is beyond your grasp. This realization is freeing because it gives you the clarity to stop worrying about things that don't serve your growth. You stop focusing on the approval of others, on whether people like you or not, on whether you fit into someone else's image of success. Instead, you focus on what you can control, your own development. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This is the core of shaping your identity. When you stop relying on others to shape your sense of self, you tap into a well of strength that comes from within. You begin to focus on building the life you want, not the life that others expect of you. And as you focus on that, you start to create something much more meaningful than just an external identity. You begin to build a life that is rooted in authenticity, a life that reflects your values, your passions, and your true purpose. In solitude, you're not only refining who you are, you're also setting the foundation for your future. When you stop seeking validation, you stop wasting time trying to live up to someone else's standards. You begin to create your own standards. This is where your growth accelerates. Every day becomes a chance to improve, to challenge yourself, and to make progress toward the person you want to become. No longer do you feel the need to live for someone else's approval. Instead, you live for your own approval. And that shift is where true transformation begins. This transformation isn't always easy, though. It requires self-discipline, self-awareness, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. But that's exactly what makes it so powerful. When you face the reality that you are responsible for your own life, your own growth, and your own happiness, you begin to see everything differently. You stop blaming circumstances, people, or external factors for your situation. You start taking ownership of where you are and where you're going. And this sense of responsibility doesn't just apply to your personal growth. It also extends to the way you engage with the world. As you shape your identity, you begin to set boundaries, make intentional choices, and direct your energy toward things that matter. You stop wasting time on things that drain you or take you away from your purpose. Instead, you prioritize the things that support your growth and align with your values. Your energy becomes focused, your life becomes more intentional. And as you continue to build this life, you begin to realize just how much power you have. The more you shape your identity, the stronger you become. You start to see yourself not as a victim of circumstances, but as the creator of your own destiny. Your confidence grows, not because you're seeking external validation, but because you know who you are and what you stand for. This clarity, this self-awareness, is what gives you the strength to face challenges with resilience. You begin to understand that every obstacle is an opportunity for growth. Every setback is a lesson, and because your sense of self-worth is no longer tied to others' opinions, you move through the world with a quiet strength that others can't help but notice. In the process of shaping your identity, you also learn to embrace your flaws. You no longer need to be perfect, and you certainly don't need to live up to the unrealistic standards society sets for you. Instead, you accept yourself fully, imperfections and all, and that acceptance becomes the foundation for your confidence. When you stop trying to be someone you're not, you give yourself the freedom to be who you truly are, and that is incredibly liberating. You realize that your true strength lies not in conforming to the expectations of others, but in fully embracing who you are and committing to your own growth. As your identity solidifies, your relationships begin to change as well. No longer do you seek validation from others, so you stop attracting relationships that are based on neediness or dependency. Instead, you attract relationships that are grounded in mutual respect, shared values, and authenticity. The more you shape your own identity, the more you attract people who value you for who you truly are, not for the image you've been trying to project. And these relationships become stronger because they're built on a foundation of mutual understanding and genuine connection. The longer you stay single and focus on shaping your identity, the more you begin to realize that the world is your canvas. You have the power to create the life you want, to be the person you want to be, and to design the future you deserve. Every moment spent refining yourself is an investment in the life you're building. The more you take control of your identity, the more you step into your power. And that power is not something anyone can take from you. It's yours to shape, to mold, and to direct toward your highest purpose. In the end, the art of shaping your identity is about more than just self-improvement. It's about living with purpose, authenticity, and self-respect. It's about understanding that your growth is the most important thing in your life. When you stop looking to others to define you, you realize that the only person you need to impress is yourself. And when you begin to live for yourself with clarity and intention, everything else begins to fall into place. You stop being a passive observer of your life and start being the active creator. And that, in itself, is the essence of true power. One of the most surprising benefits of solitude, something most people don't realize until they experience it, is time. Time, that precious commodity we often take for granted, becomes yours in a way it never has before. When you're no longer distracted by the constant need to win someone's affection or attention, you begin to see the vast expanse of time that was always there, just waiting to be used. Think about it. How many hours have you spent over the years chasing after the approval of others, waiting for validation, or trying to maintain relationships that weren't adding value to your life. All that time spent on things that ultimately drain, you could have been used to focus on your own growth, your own mission, your own purpose. And the more you embrace solitude, the more you realize just how much time you truly have at your disposal. The moment you stop seeking external validation, you reclaim your time. It no longer gets swallowed up by endless distractions or the emotional turmoil of trying to meet someone else's expectations. Instead, you start to direct your energy toward what truly matters. Your mission, your personal growth, your passions, they all take center stage. You stop getting caught up in the drama of other people's lives, in their needs, in their desires, and you begin to invest in yourself. You can feel it happening. The moment you stop chasing after things that aren't aligned with your values, your time begins to stretch out in front of you like an open road, full of possibility. Every moment becomes an opportunity to move closer to your goals, to build the life you've always dreamed of, to create something that is uniquely yours. The realization that you have control over your time is liberating. In a world that is constantly pulling us in 1,000 different directions, this ability to take back your time is a form of freedom most people will never experience. For so long, we've been taught that relationships, external validation, and pleasing others are priorities. But when you spend time alone, you see how much of your energy has been spent trying to meet other people's needs, and how little of it has been spent on the most important relationship of all, the one you have with yourself. No longer bound by the need to seek approval, you begin to focus on what you can control: your own growth, your own success, your own happiness. Your time becomes yours to do with as you please. You can choose how to spend it, who to spend it with, and what projects to pour your energy into. And that shift, that liberation of time, is a game changer. This shift also brings about a change in how you value your time. It becomes a precious commodity, something you guard fiercely. Time is no longer something that slips away unnoticed. It's something you treat with respect. You begin to realize that time, once spent, can never be recovered. And because of that, you become more intentional about how you use it. Instead of spending hours on social media, engaging in meaningless conversations, or dealing with people who drain your energy, you choose to invest your time in things that align with your goals and your values. Your time becomes an asset, one that you use strategically, not wastefully. And the more you guard it, the more you realize just how much you can accomplish when you stop letting other people or distractions steal your precious moments. As you begin to protect your time, you also start to protect your peace. You no longer let people or situations disturb your focus. When you stop seeking validation from others, you start to see how much unnecessary drama you've allowed into your life. It's easy to get caught up in other people's needs and demands, but when you realize that your time is limited and valuable, you stop giving it away to people or situations that don't contribute to your well-being. You become more selective with where you invest your energy. This doesn't mean you become selfish or disconnected from others, but it does mean that you start to prioritize your time, your mental space, and your emotional well-being. You begin to create boundaries, not just with others, but with yourself, ensuring that you're not wasting your own time on things that don't serve your higher purpose. This shift in how you view and use your time also changes how you approach personal growth. When you have the freedom of time, you can finally devote yourself to the things that truly matter to you, whether that's pursuing a passion, learning something new, or focusing on your health. You no longer feel the need to rush through life or check off boxes just to meet societal expectations. Instead, you take your time, moving at your own pace, focusing on the things that will actually bring value to your life. Time becomes a tool for your personal evolution. It's no longer something that slips away unnoticed. It's something you consciously use to grow, to improve, and to become the best version of yourself. As you continue to embrace solitude and protect your time, you also begin to recognize how much more you're capable of accomplishing. You stop spreading yourself thin, trying to meet the demands of everyone around you, and instead, you focus on what you truly want to achieve. This clarity allows you to become more productive, more efficient, and more aligned with your goals. The more you protect your time, the more you realize how much potential you have to create the life you want. No longer distracted by the need to please others, you can pour your energy into the things that matter most to you. You can finally focus on your purpose and make real progress toward your goals. This shift also changes how you interact with others. When you value your time, you start to attract people who also value their time and respect yours. You stop wasting time on relationships that drain you, and you start building connections with people who share your vision and who are also focused on growth. You begin to surround yourself with individuals who inspire you, challenge you, and encourage your growth. Your relationships become more intentional, more meaningful, and more aligned with the life you're building for yourself. And here's the beauty of it all. When you stop chasing others' validation and start protecting your time, your life becomes yours. You no longer feel like a passive participant in the world. You stop waiting for things to happen to you, and you start making things happen for you. Your time, your energy, and your focus become the driving forces that propel you forward. You begin to see that the life you've always wanted isn't something that's out of your reach. It's something you can build piece by piece with the time you have right now. This sense of liberation is incredibly powerful. The more you reclaim your time, the more you begin to realize just how much power you have. Time is the one thing you can never get back, and when you realize its value, you start to use it wisely. No longer are you trapped by the demands and distractions of others. Instead, you take control of your time and use it to shape the life you want. And when you do that, you begin to realize that your life is yours to create. It's no longer about living up to anyone else's expectations. It's about living for yourself, on your terms, with purpose and clarity. In the end, the liberation of time is not just about having more hours in the day. It's about understanding that your time is yours to protect, to invest in your growth, and to build the life you want. The more you value and protect your time, the more you begin to create a life that aligns with your true self. You stop chasing after approval, and instead, you start investing in your own growth, your own mission, and your own purpose. And in doing so, you create a life that is fulfilling, meaningful, and uniquely yours. The longer you remain single, the more you start to discover a profound truth, inner peace. At first, it may feel like a fleeting sense of calm, something you only experience in moments of solitude. But as time goes on, you begin to realize that this peace isn't just a temporary feeling, it's a state of being. You learn to live in harmony with yourself. You stop relying on external factors, be it the approval, affection, or validation of others, to feel complete. This is a game changer. For most of us, the desire to be liked, to be accepted, and to be loved by others can often feel like a constant need, something that drives us throughout life. But when you stop seeking that from others, you begin to realize that true happiness, true contentment, comes from within. The first time you experience this shift, it can be eye-opening. There's a quiet realization that you've been chasing something outside of yourself your whole life. You've sought approval from friends, family, or romantic partners, thinking that their validation would make you feel complete. But what you begin to understand is that no amount of external praise or affection can fill that inner void. It's not something anyone else can give you. It's something you have to cultivate within yourself. And when you do, that's when you find true happiness. When your happiness no longer depends on anyone else's opinion, when you realize that your worth is not determined by others, you start to experience a deep sense of peace. This peace, once discovered, is incredibly powerful. It shifts your entire perspective on life. You stop being so affected by external events, by what others say, or by circumstances beyond your control. You begin to move through life with a calmness and confidence that comes from knowing that you are enough, just as you are. When you are no longer dependent on the approval of others to feel whole, nothing can shake your foundation. The criticisms, the challenges, and even the setbacks no longer have the same power over you. Instead of reacting to the world around you, you begin to respond to it from a place of grounded strength. The more you focus on cultivating your own sense of worth, the less you need from the world to feel fulfilled. You stop relying on others to fill the gaps in your life, and as you do, your inner peace grows stronger. It becomes a steady presence within you, something you carry with you wherever you go. The more you look inward, the more you awaken to the fact that all the answers you've been searching for are already within you. You just needed the space and the quiet to hear them. When you no longer seek validation from others, you begin to build an unshakable foundation. Nothing from the outside world can determine your sense of self-worth. You are no longer tossed around by the opinions of others or the ever-changing tides of external circumstances. This doesn't mean that you shut yourself off from others or stop caring about people. It simply means that you stop giving away your power. You stop giving people the ability to dictate your emotional state or your sense of worth. Instead, you become self-sufficient, standing strong in who you are and what you stand for. Your happiness no longer depends on whether someone else approves of you. It comes from within. This self-sufficiency gives you the ability to move through life with confidence. You no longer need to prove yourself to anyone. The constant striving to meet other people's expectations fades away, and in its place, you develop a sense of peace that comes from knowing that you are already enough. You no longer need anyone to validate your choices, your lifestyle, or your goals. The decisions you make are based on your values and your vision for your life, not on seeking approval or avoiding judgment. You stop seeking others' permission to live your life. You live it on your own terms, and that gives you a sense of freedom that's hard to put into words. As you continue to cultivate inner peace, you also begin to notice something else. The world around you starts to change. You start attracting the people, opportunities, and experiences that align with your sense of self-worth. When you stop trying to impress or fit in, you create space for the right people and the right circumstances to enter your life. You no longer settle for relationships or situations that drain you. You stop tolerating behavior that doesn't align with your values, and you begin to surround yourself with people who support and uplift you. You begin to notice that the energy you give off has changed, and in turn, the world responds to it differently. The more you embrace this self-sufficiency and inner peace, the more you start to realize how much control you truly have over your life. You are no longer a passive participant waiting for things to happen. You are the creator of your own happiness, your own success, and your own peace of mind. You begin to see that you have everything you need within you to live the life you want. The external world no longer has the power to dictate your emotions, your decisions, or your worth. You take back your power, and in doing so, you create a life that aligns with your true self. This process of developing inner peace and self-sufficiency isn't always easy. It requires time, patience, and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about yourself. But the rewards are worth the effort. As you let go of the need for external validation and embrace the peace that comes from within, you create a life that is truly your own. You stop living for others and start living for yourself. And when you do that, you realize that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to, because you have everything you need already. You are enough just as you are. The more you nurture your inner peace, the more you realize that true happiness isn't something that can be given to you. It's something you create for yourself. You stop relying on others for your emotional well-being and start cultivating it from within. And when you do this, you become a force. You become unstoppable because your sense of self-worth is unshakable. You begin to realize that nothing and no one can take away your peace, your happiness, or your sense of purpose, because they come from within. You are the source of your own happiness, and that is a power that no one can take from you. In conclusion, the journey to inner peace and self-sufficiency is not an easy one, but it is one of the most rewarding. The more you learn to live in peace with yourself, the less you rely on others for validation or affection. You begin to realize that true happiness comes from within, and that the ability to move through life with calmness and confidence comes from knowing that you are already whole. When you stop seeking external validation and embrace your own worth, nothing can shake your foundation. You become self-sufficient, strong, and unshakable, and that in itself is the greatest freedom you can ever achieve. Fear is something that most of us deal with on a daily basis, whether we recognize it or not. Fear of being alone, fear of rejection, fear of not fitting in. These fears shape the way we live our lives. They guide our decisions, limit our actions, and often keep us from pursuing the things that matter most. But here's the thing. Fear loses its grip on you when you embrace solitude. The moment you start to live for yourself, when you begin to focus on your own growth and your own path, something incredible happens. The fears that once held you back start to fade into the background. For so long, many of us have been afraid of being alone. It feels uncomfortable at first, doesn't it? The silence, the stillness, the lack of company. It can make us feel uneasy, like we're missing something. But as you spend more time in solitude, you begin to realize that there's nothing wrong with being alone. In fact, it's in these moments of solitude that you find the space to truly get to know yourself. You stop relying on others for validation, and you begin to validate yourself. As you do this, the fear of being alone slowly dissolves, replaced by a sense of peace and contentment that comes from within. Along with the fear of being alone, another fear often looms large in our lives: the fear of rejection. We fear putting ourselves out there, expressing who we truly are, because we worry that others won't accept us. We live in a world that constantly tells us to fit in, to conform, to be like everyone else. But when you embrace solitude, you begin to let go of this fear as well. You start to realize that rejection isn't the end of the world. It's not a reflection of your worth. It's simply a part of life. The more you spend time in your own company, the more you come to understand that true acceptance comes from within. When you stop seeking validation from others, rejection loses its power over you. You no longer fear it, because you realize it has no bearing on your value. This understanding is liberating. It's not that you stop caring about others or that you become indifferent to their opinions. It's that you stop letting their opinions define you. You no longer live in fear of what others think. You stop bending yourself into shapes to fit into someone else's idea of who you should be. Instead, you embrace the freedom that comes with being true to yourself. You start living for your own approval. You start making decisions based on your own values, not based on what you think others expect from you. And when you do this, you realize that you're no longer held back by the fear of rejection or the need to conform. This kind of fearlessness is what separates the weak from the strong. It's what sets you apart from the crowd. The weak are the ones who live in constant fear, who base their worth on the opinions of others, and who spend their lives chasing approval. But the strong are the ones who have learned to embrace themselves fully, who no longer fear being different, and who no longer fear rejection. They understand that true strength comes from being authentic, from standing firm in who you are, and from not allowing external pressures to dictate your life. Fearlessness is not about being invincible or emotionless. It's not about ignoring your fears entirely. It's about understanding that fear doesn't control you. It's about accepting that fear is a natural part of life, but not letting it dictate your actions or limit your potential. The more you spend time in solitude, the more you realize that fear is just a feeling, one that you can acknowledge but don't have to act on. You begin to see that fear is often rooted in uncertainty, in not knowing what the future holds. But when you become comfortable with uncertainty, when you embrace the unknown, fear starts to lose its power over you. You begin to move through life with a sense of calm and confidence, because you know that fear is just a passing emotion, not a force that controls you. This is the true essence of freedom, the freedom to be yourself without fear of judgment, rejection, or failure. It's about moving through life with courage, knowing that you don't need anyone's approval to feel worthy. You begin to realize that you're not defined by the roles that others expect you to play, or the labels they place on you. You are defined by who you truly are, and when you embrace that, you stop living in fear of what others think. Instead, you start living for yourself, and in doing so, you start to create a life that reflects your authentic self. As you continue down this path, you also begin to notice something else. The more you embrace fearlessness, the more you attract people and opportunities that align with your authentic self. When you stop pretending to be someone you're not, when you stop hiding behind masks and facades, the right people begin to show up in your life. You start attracting those who appreciate you for who you truly are, not for who you pretend to be. And that's when you realize that fearlessness doesn't just free you from the grip of self-doubt. It also opens doors to meaningful relationships and experiences that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. This transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, and it requires patience and self-reflection. But as you continue to walk this path, you'll find that the more you embrace solitude and fearlessness, the more your life begins to shift. You no longer live for the approval of others, and because of that, you start living a life that's truly your own. You begin to make decisions from a place of strength and authenticity, and in doing so, you create a life that aligns with your deepest values and desires. In the end, embracing solitude and fearlessness isn't just about overcoming fear. It's about embracing your true self. It's about accepting who you are, flaws and all, and moving through life with the confidence that comes from knowing that you are enough. When you stop seeking validation from others and stop living in fear of rejection or not fitting in, you begin to live a life that's free from the constraints that once held you back. You begin to step into your power, and that power is not something that can be taken from you. It's yours, and it's unstoppable. The longer you remain single, the more you begin to realize something profound. You're becoming unstoppable. It's not something that happens overnight, and it's not something you can easily pinpoint at first. But with time, as you grow and refine yourself, you begin to see a transformation unfold. You develop emotional control, clarity, high standards, and focus. These aren't just words on a page or abstract concepts. They're qualities that become deeply embedded in who you are. And it's this transformation, this evolution, that turns you into someone who is not easily swayed, distracted, or held back. You've learned to build your life around your mission and your purpose. Everything you do is now aligned with what matters most to you, and the distractions, once so tempting, no longer hold any power over you. You start to realize that you've been living your life for others for far too long. You spent so much time trying to meet their expectations, chasing their approval, and worrying about what they thought of you. But when you embrace solitude and focus on your own growth, everything changes. You stop wasting time on things that don't serve you, on people who don't value you, on activities that don't align with your goals, and on opinions that don't matter. With this clarity comes an immense sense of freedom. You no longer feel like you're chasing after something. You're not trying to impress anyone, nor are you seeking validation from the outside world. Instead, you begin to operate from a place of power, an inner strength that comes from knowing exactly who you are and what you're capable of. This transformation doesn't just change how you feel about yourself, it changes how you interact with the world. The more emotionally controlled and self-aware you become, the more resilient you are in the face of adversity. The things that used to rattle you, that used to shake your confidence, no longer have the same effect. You've built a mental and emotional fortress. When challenges arise, you don't react impulsively or get caught up in the chaos. You meet them with calmness and clarity. You have a clear vision of where you're going, and nothing can distract you from that path. In addition to emotional control, you've developed high standards for yourself. You no longer settle for mediocrity in your work or in your relationships. You know that your time and energy are precious, and you refuse to waste them on anything or anyone who doesn't align with your values. You've learned that the key to success, fulfillment, and happiness is in choosing wisely, choosing your relationships carefully, your projects thoughtfully, and your goals intentionally. You've stopped saying yes out of obligation or fear of missing out, and instead, you've learned to say no to anything that doesn't serve your highest purpose. This is where the power lies. You don't need anyone's approval because you've built your own sense of self-worth from the inside out. You know that you are capable, worthy, and deserving of everything you desire. And when you operate from that place, you attract the right people and the right opportunities into your life. The more you prioritize your own growth and mission, the more the world begins to reflect that back to you. You stop chasing after things that drain you or that aren't aligned with your goals. Instead, you start attracting people who respect your boundaries, who share your values, and who are equally focused on their own growth. The longer you stay single, the more you come to realize that the relationships you choose are no longer based on need, but on desire. You no longer look for someone to fill a void or to complete you. You're already whole, already complete. So when you choose a partner or a friend, it's because they add value to your life, not because you need them to define your worth. You've learned to choose people who challenge you, who support your growth, and who enhance your life rather than those who drain your energy or hold you back. The people you surround yourself with become a reflection of the person you've become. Strong, self-sufficient, and unstoppable. This shift in mindset, this transformation into someone who operates from a place of power, has profound effects on every area of your life. Your career, your health, your relationships, they all begin to align with your new sense of self. No longer are you stuck in a cycle of self-doubt or fear of rejection. You approach every situation with clarity, focus, and confidence. You know that you are in control of your life, and that the only limits are the ones you place on yourself. As you continue on this path, you begin to realize that you are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to, because you've built the foundation of mental and emotional strength required to overcome any obstacle. When you reach this point, when you've developed emotional control, clarity, and high standards, you become a force in the world. You stop playing small. You stop apologizing for taking up space. You start to speak with conviction, to act with purpose, and to live with intention. Your energy is no longer scattered. It's focused, directed, and unstoppable. People start to notice the shift in you, They feel the power you radiate because it comes from an inner place of self-assurance and self-respect. You're no longer seeking anything from others. You've learned that everything you need is already within you. This shift doesn't mean that life becomes easier, but it does mean that you face challenges with a different mindset. You no longer fear failure because you've come to understand that failure is just another stepping stone towards success. You no longer fear rejection because you've learned that rejection isn't a reflection of your worth, but simply a part of the journey. You no longer fear standing out because you know that the path to success is paved by those who are willing to go their own way. As you continue to live from this place of self-sufficiency and purpose, you'll find that the world begins to open up to you in ways you never imagined. The opportunities, the relationships, and the experiences that align with your vision will begin to show up because you're no longer chasing them. You've become someone who attracts what they want, not because they need it, but because they've built themselves into someone who deserves it. And that's the true power of staying single for an extended period of time. It's not about avoiding relationships. It's about using the time to become the best version of yourself. It's about becoming so grounded in your own sense of self that you no longer need anything or anyone to complete you. When you become unstoppable, you don't need permission to live the life you want. You take it. As you continue to build the life you deserve, remember this: you are the creator of your own destiny. When you live with clarity, purpose, and the unwavering belief in your own worth, nothing can stand in your way. Keep moving forward, keep embracing your power, and never let anyone or anything dim your light. Thank you for being a part of Stoic Journal. If you're ready to take the next step in your journey, check out the video on the screen. Keep growing, keep evolving, and always stay true to yourself.
An exhausted body and a wide-awake mind can share the same bed for hours. Somewhere tonight, two people are lying in the same darkness. One falls asleep in minutes. The other is still there an hour later, eyes closed, body exhausted, head still running, replaying a conversation from 3 days ago, planning one that may never happen. Why won't it stop? Buddhism has held the answer for over 2,000 years, and it is not what the sleep advice tells you. The mind that will not switch off is not too strong. It is holding on too tightly. Tonight you will hear 15 real stories from the oldest Buddhist records. Monks, servants, merchants, poets, people exactly like you and me. As you listen, 3 things will happen. You will understand what actually keeps a head running in the dark. You will hear how the grip finally loosens. And somewhere along the way, without any effort, you may notice it happening in you. There is nothing to remember and nothing to get right. The stories do the work, the way water works on stone. You are welcome here, exactly as tired as you are. That tiredness you brought with you has a long history. Long before electric light, long before glowing screens, in a city in northern India, a woman lay awake with exactly what you are feeling now, except she had given up her entire life to make it stop, and it still would not stop. 4 times, 5 times, she walked out of her own meditation cell and gave up. A nun, years into the robes, abandoning her seat again and again like a beginner. We know because she said so herself. Her confession survives in the Therigatha, the collection of verses spoken by the first Buddhist nuns, and it may be the oldest recorded description of an overthinking mind anywhere on earth. Peace of mind I could not find, for I was not the master of my own mind. Not for 1 hour. Her name was Uttama. She was born into the house of a wealthy treasurer in the city of Savatthi, and she had walked away from all of it. The servants, the silk, the safety, for one reason only. She wanted a quiet mind. She had heard the teaching, she believed it, and she gave up everything a person can give up in order to follow it. If effort could buy stillness, she had paid more than almost anyone alive. And that is what makes her story so uncomfortable and so necessary, because we quietly believe the same bargain she believed. We think the racing head is a problem of circumstances. Too much work, too much noise, too many people needing things, and that if we could just remove enough of the world, the mind would finally go quiet. Uttama removed the entire world. She had no job, no family to feed, no phone glowing in the dark, nothing but a robe, a bowl, and silence. And inside that perfect silence, her mind roared. Stay with her, because what she discovered in her failure is the exact answer to the question we are carrying through this night. Here is what she found when she sat down to meditate. The mind she had left home to escape had come with her. She would settle onto her cushion, straighten her back, bring her attention to the breath, and within moments she was somewhere else entirely. The past arrived without being invited. The future arrived without being real. She pulled her attention back, and it tore loose again. She pulled it back harder, and it tore loose faster. And then came the part that made it unbearable, the part she was brave enough to admit out loud. Every failure became a verdict. Other nuns can do this. I cannot. Something is wrong with me. So she doubled her discipline. She sat longer, ate less, slept less, fought harder, and the mind grew louder, the way a struggling swimmer sinks faster. Effort, failure, self-blame, more effort, a wheel that turned itself. You have sat inside a smaller version of that wheel. It is the night when trying to sleep becomes the very thing keeping you awake, when you check how awake you still are, and the checking wakes you further. Uttama lived inside that wheel for years. That is what the 4 times and 5 times mean. She fled her cell, defeated, ashamed to be seen by the others, wondering whether she had thrown away her whole life for a stillness that would never come. Anyone who has ever tried to relax and failed knows the particular taste of that shame. It tastes like being broken in a way no one else is broken. But Utama did one thing right, and it saved her. She stopped hiding the failure. She went to one of the great elder nuns, a woman famous for having survived the worst that life can do to a person, and she laid it all down without decoration. I cannot do this. I have tried everything. My mind will not obey me. The elder nun did not scold her. She did not hand her a stricter schedule or a longer retreat. She looked at this exhausted woman and saw the problem in one glance, because it was not hidden in the thoughts at all. It was in the word obey. You have been going to war, she said in essence, and her actual teaching that day is preserved with the verses. She taught Utama to look at experience as the Buddha had described it, as streams of passing events with no solid commander anywhere inside them. A sensation in the body arises and passes. A feeling arises and passes. A thought arises, and watch closely, she said, because this is the secret. It passes too, all by itself, if no one grabs it. She walked Utama through the whole of experience this way, piece by piece. The body, a stream of sensations, warmth and weight and breath, each one appearing and dissolving. The feelings that colour every moment pleasant or unpleasant, appearing, dissolving. The labels the mind pastes on things, the urges that push and pull, even awareness itself flickering from sound to sound, appearing, dissolving. Look through all of it, she said, and find the one who should be giving the orders. Utama looked. There were streams, and there was the watching of streams. There was no commander anywhere. There never had been. But Utama had one fear left, and it is the same fear that keeps every overthinker fighting. If I put the weapons down, the mind will run wild. The elder nun's answer was devastating in its gentleness. It has been running wild for years, child, while you fought it with everything you had. All those years, the war itself was the flood. Think of what you do with a river, the old nun might as well have said. You cannot flatten water with your hands. Press on it and it splashes. Chase it and it scatters. The only thing that has ever stilled water is being left alone. Your mind answers pressure with pressure, Utama, exactly as water answers a hand. So Utama went back to her seat carrying instructions that must have sounded like surrender. Sit down. Let everything come. Claim nothing as yours. Watch it pass. She sat, and the thoughts arrived on schedule, the whole familiar crowd of them. The memories, the worries, the arguments with people who were not in the room. But this time nothing was waiting for them. No guard at the door, no fight at the gate. They walked into an empty hall, found no one to wrestle with, and walked out the other side. For the first time in years, Uttama watched a thought end on its own. What rose up in her then, her verses say, took her completely by surprise. Joy. The energy she had spent on the war came flooding back with nowhere to go, and it turned into a happiness that filled the whole body. She had been fighting with both hands for years. Now both hands were free. And then comes the line that has stunned readers of her verses for over 2,000 years. For 7 days, she says, I sat in one and the same posture. 7 days. The woman who could not hold her mind for 1 hour. Nobody forced her. Nothing was gripping her to the seat. That is the detail. The stillness she had chased with all her strength arrived only when the chasing ended. And once it arrived, it was so complete that a week passed through her like a single quiet afternoon. On the 8th day, she says, I stretched out my feet, having torn apart the mass of darkness. Notice the order in which her freedom arrived. Her thoughts were still coming when the peace began. Peace did not wait at the end of a harder fight, a better technique, a stronger will. The fighting stopped first, and the quiet followed it, the way stillness follows when you stop stirring a pond. This is the first piece of the answer we promised you. A head that will not switch off dark is almost never a head that thinks too much. It is a head being wrestled with, and the wrestling is the fuel. So as you lie here listening, you are free to stop guarding the door. If a thought wants to walk through the hall while these stories are told, let it walk. It came to pass through. Every thought you have ever had has ended, and it ended without your help. The conversation you replayed 100 times fell silent somewhere between replays. The worry that owned an entire winter of your life is gone so completely you would have to work to remember it. Thoughts end. It is the one thing they can be trusted to do. Uttama needed 7 days in one seat to see that. You only need to stop wrestling for one night. Water that is left alone does something else as well, something Uttama never mentioned. When it settles, it clears. And in cleared water, on a still night, you can see the moon. Centuries after Uttama, in another country, a woman walked home from a well with the full moon floating in her bucket, and lost it, and in losing it found more than anyone had ever told her was there. She had been carrying that bucket for a long time before the night it broke. Years, in truth. And to understand what fell out of it, you have to understand what she believed she was carrying. Her name was Chiyono. She lived in Japan in the 13th century, and she entered a Zen convent with the same fire Uttama had carried into her robes centuries before. But Chiyono's mind did not race with worries. It raced with understanding. She studied every text she could reach, She memorized the teachings, questioned the teachers, collected explanations of awakening the way some people collect keys to a door they have never seen. If someone described the taste of freedom, she wrote it down. If someone pointed at the moon, she studied the finger. And after years of this, she knew everything about peace except how it felt. Once, the story goes, she brought her frustration to an old teacher. "I have studied everything," she said. "Why has nothing changed?" The teacher looked at this brilliant, exhausted woman and gave her almost nothing. "Keep going and stop trying to understand your way through the gate." It was honest advice, and it was useless to her because it was one more sentence to memorize. She added it to the collection. That is the trap of a clever mind. It can turn even the instruction to let go into another thing to hold. You may know someone like her. The person with the shelf of books about calm, the saved videos about letting go, the perfect notes for a life that keeps not starting. Chiona was the best student in the convent and the furthest from what she was studying. One autumn evening, the work of the day fell to her. Fetch the water. She took the old bucket to the well in the last light. It was a tired thing, that bucket. The bamboo strips that held its wooden staves together had been weakening for months, and Chiona had mended it again and again. A new binding here, a tightened strip there, coaxing it through one more week, then one more. Remember that detail. Her own poem remembers it. The autumn air was cold and completely still. The well stones were dark with old moss, and somewhere beyond the bamboo a night bird called once and went quiet. She lowered the bucket, heard it strike the black water far below, and drew it up heavy on the rope, hand over hand, the way she had done 1,000 evenings before. Nothing about the night announced itself. The nights that change everything rarely do. She turned back toward the convent. The bucket was heavy, the path dark under the bamboo. And then she saw it. The full moon had fallen into her bucket. It floated there on the black water, round and complete, trembling a little with each step she took. It was perfect. It was so convincing that she slowed her walk to keep it whole, holding the wooden weight steady with both hands, carrying the moon home through the dark the way she had carried her understanding for years. Carefully, anxiously, certain that if she just kept everything from spilling, she would arrive somewhere at last. Watch her walking, because we walk this way too. Whatever we have decided peace looks like, the finished house, the settled relationship, the version of ourselves who finally has it together, we carry its reflection in front of us with both hands, terrified of the roots in the path. The overthinking mind at night is very often doing exactly this, checking the water, steadying the image, keeping the moon from breaking apart. Then the bottom fell out. The old bamboo gave way at last, all at once, and the water dropped through her hands into the earth. The weight vanished. The moon vanished with it. One moment she was carrying something round and luminous and complete, and the next she stood on a dark path holding a ring of useless wood, her feet wet, her hands empty. And in that emptiness, Chiyono looked up. The moon was in the sky. It had been in the sky the entire time. Vast, silent, needing no container, asking for no care, impossible to spill. Everything she had been guarding so carefully was a reflection, and everything the reflection promised had been shining above her head all along. She stood still on the path, and something in her went the way of the bucket's bottom. Years of collected explanations drained out into the dark, and what remained needed no explaining. The poem she wrote that night still exists. This way and that way, she wrote, I tried to keep the bucket together, hoping the weak bamboo would never break. Then the bottom fell out. No more water. No more moon in the water. Generations of Zen students have sat with those lines, and they usually stop at the loss. But listen to what the poem does not mourn. She does not say the moon was destroyed. Only the reflection went, and reflections were all she had ever been able to lose. When she stood before her teacher the next morning, the tradition says, he saw it before she spoke. The years of questions were gone from her face. There was nothing left in her hands, and for the first time, nothing missing. He confirmed what the broken bucket had already confirmed. All that study had never been wasted. Exactly. Every text she memorized was a finger pointing at the same sky, but the seeing itself could never be stored, the way no jar in the world can store the light of the moon. You can only stand in it. Here is where her night touches yours. So much of what a racing head guards in the dark is water in a bucket. The image of tomorrow going well, the replay of today going badly, the version of you that should have said the smarter thing, and the version that will. Even the picture of yourself finally sleeping peacefully, held up and checked against the person actually lying here. Even that is moonlight on water. None of it is the life itself. All of it is reflection, trembling on the surface of thought, demanding to be carried without spilling. So try Chiyono's accident, gently, on purpose. For one breath, let the bottom go. Let the day's images drain out into the earth. The faces, the lists, the conversations still rehearsing themselves. You do not have to throw them away. Water finds its own way down. And notice what is still here when they have gone. The breath moving, the quiet of the room, the simple fact of being aware. That is the moon overhead. Nothing you can drop will ever touch it. History tells us what became of the woman on the path. Chiyono took the name Mugai Nyodai, and she became the first woman in the history of Japanese Zen to receive full Dharma transmission, the formal recognition that her awakening was complete. She went on to found convents that opened the practice to women across Japan. The best student convent had finally learned the one thing no text could hold, and she spent the rest of her life giving it away. All of it began with losing what she thought she could not afford to lose. The bucket she had mended so faithfully was never protecting the moon. It was only postponing the sky. There is a quiet lesson in her wet feet and empty hands, and it is the second piece of the answer we are gathering through this night. Uttama showed us that the fight keeps the mind awake. Chiono shows us what the fight is protecting. Reflections, images, ideas of how things must look before we are allowed to rest. A head that cannot switch off is usually a hand that cannot open. And the sky asks so little of an open hand. Of course, the real moon needs no bucket, but a body still needs rice, and rice does not fall from the sky. There was a spring in the Buddha's own lifetime when the most honored teacher in India was handed the food of horses, and what he did with that hard season kept an entire community from breaking. The man at the center of this story could have ended the hunger in a single afternoon. That is what makes it unlike any famine story you have ever heard. The power was there, offered out loud, begging to be used. And the Buddha said no. It began with an invitation. A Brahmin of the town of Varanja, impressed by the teacher everyone was talking about, invited the Buddha and 500 monks to spend the 3 months of the rainy season near his town. The oldest record of Buddhist monastic life, the Vinaya, tells what happened next with unsparing honesty. The Brahmin forgot them. Whatever moved him in that first meeting faded away. Inspiration fades, and he returned to his affairs as if 500 guests were not sitting at the edge of his town. And that same season, famine came to Varanja. The harvest failed. Food ran so short that the record describes people scraping for leavings. When the monks walked their arms round each morning, bowl after bowl came back empty. They could not simply leave. A rain's retreat, once begun, is not abandoned. The commitment was the spine of the whole monastic year. 500 people, one hard season, and nothing to eat. Some of the younger monks must have run the numbers the way any of us would. 3 months is 90 mornings, and a body gets hungrier every one of them. The mind in a hard season always does this arithmetic, counting the length of the tunnel instead of the step it is taking. Whether they stayed whole would depend on something no one could see yet. What saved them from starvation was almost humiliating. A caravan of horse merchants from the north had camped nearby for the season, and they took pity on the monks. Each day they measured out portions of the grain they carried as fodder for their horses. Hard, dried grain, food meant for animals. The monks took it, pounded it, soaked it, and ate it. For 3 months, the most revered spiritual community in India lived on horse feed. One morning, the Buddha heard a rhythmic sound outside his dwelling. It was Ananda, his attendant, grinding the day's portion of fodder on a stone so that his teacher could eat it. The Buddha asked what the sound was, and Ananda told him plainly, "This is your food, and this is what I am doing to make it edible." The record preserves no complaint in the reply. The Buddha ate the ground fodder that day and every day after, and he said something to the monks that has outlived the famine by more than 2,000 years. "You have done a noble thing," he told them in essence. "You have conquered this hunger without being conquered by it. Generations to come will sit before far better food and still call it not enough." But the story sharpens further, because someone in that camp held actual power over the situation. Moggallana was the most gifted of the Buddha's students in matters the rest of us would call miraculous, and watching his brothers waste away was more than he could bear. He came to the Buddha with a plan burning in him. The nourishing essence of the earth lies just beneath its crust, he said. "Let me turn the ground over, and no one will be hungry. And if that is too much, let me open the way to the northern lands where food is plentiful, and the monks can gather alms there." It was not pride speaking. It was love, armed with enormous ability, demanding to fix what hurt. And that is exactly why this moment matters. If the offer had come from arrogance, refusing it would teach us nothing. The offer came from the best thing in him, and it still had to be refused. The Buddha's refusal is recorded, and it is gentle and absolute. "Do not Moggallana." "Countless small beings live in the soil," he said, "and would be destroyed in the turning." And beneath the first reason lay a deeper one. Hard seasons will come again, to this community and to every community after it. If the answer to hardship is a miracle, what happens to everyone standing in a hard season with no miracle in reach? Moggallana bowed and set his enormous power down and went back to eating fodder with everyone else. The record does not say it was easy for him. It only shows him doing it. The strongest man in the community, hungry on purpose, learning that there is a love which fixes and a love which stays. Sometimes staying is the deeper medicine. Hold these two men side by side for a moment, because they are both living in your house. There is a Moggallana in every one of us, the part that cannot lie still while conditions are wrong, the part that reaches for the biggest available lever. Quit the job at midnight. Send the message now. Tear up the ground. Fix it tonight. And there is the other capacity, quieter, older, the one that can tell a wrong condition from an unlivable one, and can keep eating, keep sleeping, keep tending the day while the season does what seasons do. Look at what the overthinking mind is doing at 2 in the morning, and you will usually find Moggallana at work, redesigning the earth, rehearsing the conversation that will fix everything, drafting the plan that cannot even be acted on until daylight. The plans feel like power. They are hunger wearing power's clothes. Now watch what the Buddha actually did with his 3 hard months, because this is the teaching that never gets quoted. He kept the schedule. The teaching continued. The sitting continued. The monks rose before dawn as they had always risen. They walked into the empty village each morning with their bowls, stood at doors that had nothing to give, received almost nothing, and walked back with their dignity untouched. There is a strange power in keeping the shape of an ordinary day when nothing about the day is ordinary. The routine did not fill their stomachs. It held their minds together while their stomachs were empty. The fodder was pounded and eaten, and no one pretended it was rice. Nothing about the famine was called good. It was called what it was, and lived through one ordinary day at a time. The season stayed hard. The people did not break. And when the rains ended, the Buddha did one more remarkable thing. He went to the Brahmin who had forgotten them, the man whose neglect had cost them a season of hunger, and simply informed him, as courtesy required, that the retreat was over and the community was moving on. The Brahmin was stricken. He remembered everything, confessed, and begged to offer one great meal before they left. The Buddha accepted, ate, gave thanks, and departed on schedule. No reproach, no account kept. The season was over, and he let it be over, which may be the hardest part of any hard season, and the part we most often refuse. Long after a winter has ended, we can go on billing the people who caused it, reopening the ledger every night at the exact hour we meant to sleep. The famine ended in Varanja that year. For some of us, a famine that ended years ago is still being eaten every night. Everyone listening tonight is lying inside some season. Is thin, or health is uncertain, or someone who used to feel close has gone quiet. Seasons like these are wrong without being unlivable, and they end the way that famine ended, in their own time, rarely in ours. What is the name of the season you are lying in right now? You do not have to end it tonight. That is the third piece of our answer, and it may be the kindest. The head that will not switch off is very often a head that has made rest conditional. I can sleep when the problem is solved, when the season turns, when the ground has been turned over. But listen to what that bargain actually demands. The famine lasted 3 months. If rest had waited for the season to turn, that would have been 90 sleepless nights added to the hunger. A second famine, stacked on the first, and this one entirely homemade. The Buddha ate what the season offered and slept while it was still famine. There was grain in the bowl and practice in the morning, and that was enough to build a night on. It still is. 3 months of hunger, and then it lifted. Every season in this story eventually gave way. But there are people who are handed a season that never lifts, one sewn into the body itself, carried up palace corridors for a lifetime. In the city of Kosambi there was a servant woman with a bent back, and what grew out of her unchangeable season astonished a royal court. Her was Uttara. The world renamed her by her spine. Kujuttara, Uttara the bent, Uttara the hunchback, and that is the name the scriptures kept because it is the name everyone used. She carried her unchangeable season on her back, in plain view, every day of her life. No rain's retreat would end it. No caravan of merchants was coming. And this woman, bent under a name that was a daily insult, ended up holding an entire book of the Buddhist canon in her memory. She was a servant in the royal household of Kosambi, attached to Samavati, the gentlest of the king's queens. Every morning she was handed 8 coins to buy the day's flowers for the women's quarters. And every morning, for years, she bought 4 coins of flowers and kept 4 for herself. The texts do not soften this, and neither should we. She skimmed, quietly, daily, the way a person does when life has given her nothing and she has decided to correct the account herself, one small theft at a time. Understand what 4 coins were to her. A servant owned nothing, inherited nothing, and could expect nothing. Those 4 coins were the only future she had ever been able to touch. People do not skim because they are evil. They skim because somewhere they have concluded that nothing will ever be given to them freely, so it must be taken in secret. Hold that conclusion in mind. It is about to be proven wrong in the most public way imaginable. So count the labels she wore by the time this story begins. Bent, servant, thief. 3 words, and every one of them accurate. And underneath the 3 accurate words, completely unlabeled, sat a mind of ordinary power that no one had ever once addressed. It is worth asking, quietly, what accurate words you are wearing, and what has never been addressed underneath them. One morning, the florist was in a state of joyful agitation. The Buddha himself was coming to eat at his house. He told her, and he would teach afterward. "Stay," he said. "Hear him, and then take your flowers." She stayed, a servant at the edge of the room, half hidden, a basket on her hip. And the teaching began. The Buddha taught the way he always taught strangers, step by simple step, starting from generosity, from honesty, from the strange relief of a life with nothing to hide, and moving only then into the deep water of craving and its ending. Somewhere in those steps, the basket slid from her hip and she forgot it was there. We do not know which discourse he gave that day. We know what it did. For the first time in her life, someone was speaking to the part of her that had no label. Not to the spine, not to the servant, not to the hand that skimmed the coins, to the awareness underneath all of it, the part that suffers and watches and wants to be free. She stood at the doorway of a flower shop, and the oldest accounts say that before the teaching ended, she crossed the first irreversible threshold of freedom, the glimpse from which no mind ever fully returns to sleep. Watch what honesty did next, because it moved fast. That day she spent all 8 coins on flowers. The queen noticed the doubled armful immediately and asked the obvious question. Where did all this come from? And Kujutara, with a queen's punishment hanging over the answer, told her everything. The years of skimming, the 4 coins a day, the teaching she had heard that made hiding it impossible, a lifetime of small crookedness laid out straight in a single conversation. Samavati listened to the whole confession, and her reply belongs among the moments of the tradition. Her reply reached past the theft entirely, straight for the transformation she could hear underneath it. Whatever you heard this morning, she said in essence, teach it to us. What happened next would have been unthinkable the day before. The palace women bathed the servant in scented water, wrapped her in a fine robe, and seated her on the high seat reserved for teachers. The Queen of Kosambi sat on the floor, and Kujutara, bent, low-born, confessed thief of that very morning, taught the Dhamma to 500 women of the royal court. The spine had not straightened. The birth had not changed. Every label was still technically true, and none of them could reach the seat she was sitting on. Think of what the Queen's floor sitting cost her, and what it bought. Samavati would herself become famous in the tradition for a heart of boundless kindness. That morning shows where such a heart begins, in the refusal to let a person's worst accurate label be the final word about them. Somebody looked at a bent, confessed thief and addressed the teacher in her. The teacher answered. It became her life. Each day she went to hear the Buddha teach, held what she heard in that extraordinary memory, and carried it back to the women who could not leave the palace walls. 500 lives shut inside a compound, and one bent back became their only road to the teaching. The body the world had called her floor walked that road every single day. One entire book of the canon, the Itivutika, 112 discourses, each opening with her careful formula, thus it was said, is held by tradition to be her memory, written down. And the Buddha himself, asked to name his lay disciples of greatest learning, named her first among the women. The court had renamed her by her back. He named her by her mind. There is an old discourse in which the Buddha reaches for an image to describe a life like this, and he reaches for the lotus. Just as a lotus is born in the water, he said, grows up through the water and rises to stand above it, unstained by the water it grew through. So a person can be born in the world, grow up through the world, and stand unstained by what they grew through. Notice what the lotus does not do. It does not ask for cleaner water. It does not postpone growing until the pond is fixed. The mud it stands in is the mud it fed on. Every dark thing in that water became stem. Kujutara's mud was a bent spine, a servant station, and years of petty theft. The stem that rose from it was a memory that preserved the Buddha's words for every generation after her, including this one, including tonight. The mud did not have to be drained first. Not one condition of her life improved before the flowering began. Here is the fourth piece of our answer, and it may be the one your own dark hours know best. Listen to what a racing head actually says at night, underneath the planning and replaying. It reads out labels. Too late. Too damaged. Not enough. The mind lies in the dark rereading its own file, auditing the mud, as if growth were waiting somewhere on the far side of a cleaner past. Kujuta's whole life stands against that arithmetic. The file on her was accurate, and it was irrelevant. Nothing in it was ever erased. The scriptures still call her the hunchback, all these centuries later, and the name has become a kind of crown, because the further she grew, the more the label told her story instead of telling her worth. That is what growth does to a label. It cannot remove a single word from the file. It quietly changes what the file means. So take the one instruction this night will ever hand you directly. Do not wait to be clean before you grow. The water around you is the water. The lotus never got a vote in its pond, and neither did she, and neither do we. What we get is the growing. Her back was mocked for a lifetime, and she outgrew the mockery without ever answering it. But scorn does not always stay at the level of a nickname. Sometimes it arrives as a full assault, poured out in public, in front of everyone who matters. There is an old story about exactly that. A torrent of abuse delivered before a watching assembly, and the strangest part of the story is what the strongest one present refused to do. The abuse was poured out at the entrance of a great hall, in front of the full assembly, and it was aimed at the most powerful being present. He said nothing back. And his own charioteer, the person who knew him best in the world, looked at that silence and thought it was cowardice. The argument they had about it was considered so important that it was preserved in the Samyutta Nikaya, among the oldest collections of the Buddha's teaching, because the charioteer's arguments are the exact arguments your own mind makes at night, and the answers he received have never been improved on. The old Buddhist world is larger than the human one, and even its heavens have politics. Sakka was king of the Devas, the radiant beings of that upper world. Vepachitti was lord of the Asuras, their ancient rivals, proud, brilliant, and permanently at war with everything above them. A long conflict between the two had just ended, and it had ended badly for Vepachitti. He was captured and bound, and he was placed at the doorway of the Sudhama hall, where the Devas gathered in assembly, which meant that every time Sakka walked in or out of his own hall, he had to pass his defeated enemy at the door. And every time he passed, Vepachitti let loose. It helps to know who Sakka was, because his calm was no accident of temperament. The old texts say he had not always been a king of anything. Long before, as an ordinary man, he had taken on a handful of lifelong vows to care for his parents, to honor his elders, to speak gently, to give freely, to hold to truth, and never to let anger have the last word. The tradition says it was the keeping of those vows, year after ordinary year, that raised him to his throne, which means the patience you are about to watch was not a gift he was born holding. It was a muscle built in smaller rooms long before the day it was tested in front of everyone. And Vepacity knew exactly what he was doing. He had lost his army, his freedom, and his war. Pride was the one weapon left to him, and the one wound he could still hope to open in his enemy was the wound of reputation. A king shamed in his own doorway, before his own court. Insult is always the weapon of the person who has run out of other weapons. Remembering that changes the sound of every insult you have ever received. The texts call it harsh, coarse abuse, and they mean it. Not clever needling, gutter insult, flung at a king in his own doorway, in the hearing of his entire court. Day after day, a bound prisoner with nothing left but his mouth, using all of it. And Saka walked past, calm, unhurried, entirely silent. It was Natali, the charioteer, who finally broke. He drove Saka's chariot. He had seen his king's power up close for ages, and this spectacle was unbearable to him. His question comes down to us in verse, and it is the first thing every one of us wants to ask. Is it fear, Natali said, or is it weakness that you endure such vile words from Vepacity's mouth? Listen to the assumption folded inside that question, because you have folded it into your own nights. Only two explanations for not striking back: afraid or weak. Saka's reply cuts a third door in that wall. It is neither fear nor weakness, he said. How should a being of understanding get entangled with a fool? But Natali was not finished, and this is what makes the old dialogue so honest. He came back with a better argument. Fools grow worse when no one checks them, he said. Give him nothing, and he will only escalate. So check him hard, with punishment he can feel. It is the argument every escalation in history has used, from empires down to comment threads. If I let this go, it will get worse. And Saka answered with something almost shocking in its simplicity. The only real check on a person burning with anger, he said, is the sight of someone who sees the anger clearly, and stays mindful, and stays calm. Natali tried one last time, and his final argument is the deepest, because it is about audience. He will read your patience as fear, Natali said. The fool sees endurance and thinks, he yields to me because he is afraid, and he charges harder, like a bull at a man who backs away. Everyone is watching. In other words, your silence is being scored. And here Saka gave the answer the whole dialogue was built to carry. Let him think whatever he likes, he said. Among all the goals a being can win, none is higher than patience. The one who is strong and endures the weak, that endurance is called the supreme patience. The strength of the fool is no strength at all. And of two people in a quarrel, the worse is always the one who returns the anger. The one who returns nothing wins a battle hard to win, and heals two people at once, himself, and if the other has eyes to see it, the other as well. The court of Devas judged the exchange. The record says, and gave the victory to the well-spoken word over the harsh one. Vepacity stayed bound at the door with his insults, which had won him nothing and had been carried by no one. Now bring Matali home, because he lives in your house too. When someone speaks to you with contempt, a colleague in a meeting, a relative at a table, a stranger in traffic, the sting itself lasts a few seconds. What lasts for hours is the charioteer. If you let this go, you looked weak. If you let this go, they will do it again. Everyone saw, and everyone is keeping score. 3 arguments, unchanged, in 2,500 years, and every one of them was answered at the door of that hall. Fear of looking weak, answered by a king with nothing left to prove. Fear of encouraging the fool, answered by the only medicine that has ever actually cooled one. Fear of the watching audience, answered by letting the audience think what it liked and be judged. In the end, the winner anyway. And notice when the charioteer does his best work. At night. The meeting ended at 10 in the morning, and the comeback you should have delivered is being drafted at midnight, polished, rehearsed against a person who is not in the room and will never hear it. This is the 5th piece of our answer, and it may be the most freeing of all. Harsh words land where they are spoken, and they lie where they land. They enter your night only when you pick them up to examine them, and every rehearsal of the reply picks them up again. That is why the argument from this morning can feel fresher at midnight than it felt when it happened. It has been handled 100 times since, turned over, polished by attention, given a shine the original moment never had. The head that will not switch off is often just a hand, in the dark, reaching once more for something that was thrown at it hours ago. Watch also what Saka never needed. He never called the assembly to witness his side. He never explained his silence, corrected the record, or made a single soul agree that he was strong. The need to be seen winning is its own bondage, and it can outlast every other chain in the story. Vepacity was tied at the door with rope. A person who must win every exchange is tied at the door with something harder to cut. So try standing where Saka stood, just once, with the freshest wound you have. Hear the words again, the unfair ones, the ones with the hook in them, and this time, let them finish falling. They hit the ground at the speaker's feet. They are still there, at the speaker's feet, in a room you have already left. Nothing about this makes the speaker right. Saka never once said Vepaciti's insults were fair. He said they were not worth carrying up the steps of his own hall. Your bed is your hall. You are allowed to enter it carrying nothing. There is one more thing hidden in Saka's final verse, easy to miss and worth the whole story. He called the patient one a healer of both. Not a victor over both, not a judge of both, a healer. It is a strange word to find at the end of a story about war and captivity, and it is exactly the right one. Refusing to return anger does something for the other person too. It leaves their fire nothing to feed on, and sometimes, not always, a fire with nothing to feed on finally sees itself. Strength that holds back, it turns out, is already a quiet form of care. But holding back is only half of what strength can do. The other half does not wait at the door. It walks in. In one of the monasteries of the Buddha's own time, there was a room at the end of a corridor that everyone had stopped entering, and a man inside it whom everyone had stopped seeing. The person who finally opened that door was the last one anyone expected, and he asked for nothing but a basin of water. The man in that room had learned every footstep in the monastery by sound. He knew them the way only the forgotten know footsteps, by how each one approached, slowed slightly, and went past his door. The record that preserves his story is the Vinaya, the book of monastic discipline, not a book of parables, but the community's own honest minutes of its worst morning. Buddhist monks wrote down, and kept for over 2,000 years, the account of the day their teacher found out what they had been walking past. The monk was sick with the kind of illness nobody wants to be near. It had emptied his strength and taken his dignity with it, and he lay where he had fallen, unable to clean himself, unable to rise, in a room that others had quietly stopped entering. The texts do not say how many days. They say enough. Understand what a monastery was supposed to be for him. These men had left their families, every one of them. The community was the family now, the only hands any of them could ever expect at a bedside. And no one in the community had decided to abandon him. Exactly. Abandonment almost never gets decided. One person assumed another was seeing to it. One visit got postponed to tomorrow, and tomorrow learned the habit. The door stayed shut by nothing more than 500 small, reasonable delays, which is how most doors stay shut, in monasteries and in families alike. And here is the sentence that makes this story timeless. When he was finally asked why no one was tending him, the sick man did not blame his brothers. He said, "I am of no use to them, Lord." Sit with the economics of that sentence. He had accepted the arithmetic completely. Care flows toward usefulness. A body that can no longer serve has no claim on anyone's hands. He was not bitter about the footsteps that passed his door. By his own accounting, they owed him nothing, because he could produce nothing. Before we judge 500 monks too quickly, we should admit how fluently we speak this arithmetic ourselves. We learnt it early. Be useful and you will be loved. And somewhere under that lesson lives its terrible twin. Stop being useful and the footsteps will pass your door too. You can hear that twin speaking wherever people apologize for needing help, wherever aging parents whisper about not wanting to be a burden, wherever someone lies, awake, calculating whether they have done enough today to deserve tomorrow. The sick monk simply said out loud what half the world believes in silence. That morning, the Buddha was walking the lodgings with Ananda, looking into the corners of the community the way he periodically did. He opened the one door that had stopped being opened. He did not send for anyone. He did not assign the problem to a committee of senior monks, though he easily could have, and every leader since has learned how easily. He walked in. What he saw there needed no explaining, and he asked only 2 questions. What is your illness? And why are the monks not tending you? The answers came back thin as breath. The illness was named. And then, I am of no use to them, Lord. What happened next is the center of this story, and it happened almost entirely without words. The Buddha turned to Ananda and asked him to bring water. That is the whole instruction. Bring water. And then the most revered person in India knelt down beside a body that 500 healthy men had been avoiding and began to wash it. The Buddha poured the water. Ananda washed. Notice the arrangement. Not a master directing a servant, but 2 pairs of hands sharing one task, neither above the work. Care, done properly, flattens every hierarchy in the room. Slowly, carefully, the 2 of them cleaned the sick man from head to foot, and when he was clean, they took him together, one at the head, one at the feet, and lifted him onto his bed. No teaching was given in that room. No verse, no doctrine, no word about usefulness. The hands said all of it. A man who had concluded he had no claim on anyone was being handled like something precious by the one being whose time was worth the most, and the arithmetic he had believed his whole life quietly broke apart in the water. We are not told what he felt. The record keeps its silence there, and the silence is easy to fill, because anyone who has ever been cared for at their most useless knows what fills it. Not gratitude first. Disbelief first. The stunned discovery that the world's kindness was never actually running on the fuel you thought it ran on. Then the Buddha called the community together, and what he gave them was barely a scolding at all. He gave them questions. Monks, he asked, is there a sick brother in this community? Why is he untended? And when the old answer came back, he is of no use to us, the Buddha set against it the question that reorganized their whole world. You have no mother here, he said. You have no father here to care for you. If you do not care for one another, who is there who will care for you? and then the line itself, preserved word for word. Whoever would tend to me, let him tend the sick. From that morning onward, nursing the sick stopped being optional kindness in the Buddhist community and became duty, written into the discipline itself, ranked by the teacher as service to his own person. One open door rewrote the obligations of every monastery that would ever be built. The tradition traces a long history to that basin of water. Infirmaries in the monasteries, care of the dying, the simple rule that a community is measured at the door of its weakest room. All of it descends from a morning when one man refused to walk past. But the reach of this story does not stop at monastery walls, and it does not stop with other people. Because there is a sick monk in your house tonight, and you have been walking past him for years, it is the body you are lying in. All day it served you. It climbed the stairs you told it to climb, sat through what you told it to sit through, and carried the weight of every worry your mind produced, because worry is carried by shoulders and jaws and stomachs whether we notice or not. It has been doing this for decades, through every year you can remember, without one full day of thanks. And its wages, most nights, are judgment. Too slow, too heavy, too tired, too old. The same arithmetic, spoken inward. Prove your use, or the care goes elsewhere. So let this be the night the door opens. The basin of water is already here. It is this rest, this dark, this permission to lie still and be of absolutely no use to anyone until morning. Let the shoulders drop their cargo. Let the jaw unclench, and the hands lie open, and the breath move at whatever pace it chooses. Notice, as the body softens, how much of the day it was silently holding for you. Nothing in this bed has to earn its place in it. And there is the sixth piece of our answer, quiet as the room where it was found. Some heads cannot switch off because rest itself has been placed behind a turnstile, and the toll is usefulness. One more email answered, one more problem solved, one more proof of worth, and then sleep will be deserved. The sick monk's question haunts every such night. If I am of no use, may I still be cared for? The Buddha answered it with a basin of water, and the answer has not changed. Yes. Rest is not a wage. It was never a wage. The door opens whether or not you produced anything today, because you are the one lying in the room. Compassion, that morning, looked like water and 2 pairs of hands. But truth does not always arrive looking gentle. Sometimes it arrives looking like scandal. 2 centuries of polish had settled over the Zen temples of Japan when a master arrived who could not stand the shine. A man who was handed the highest honor his tradition could give, the sealed proof of his own awakening, and did with it the one thing no one in the hall could believe. The last pair of hands we watched held a basin of water. These hands held a piece of paper, the most precious piece of paper in Japanese Zen, and they were tearing it in two. The document was an inka, the formal, sealed certificate by which a Zen master declares that a student's awakening is real and complete. Lineages rose and fell on that seal. Careers were built on it. And the man tearing it was the very student it certified. To understand why, you have to see what had happened to the temples of Japan by the 1400s. Zen had become respectable, and respectability had become an industry. The great monasteries sat on wealth, certificates of enlightenment, the same seals that were meant to mark the rarest event a human life can hold, were being handed to wealthy patrons the way titles are sold in any declining institution. A merchant could fund a temple wing and walk out certified as awakened. The polish was everywhere. The seeing was somewhere else. Into this world came Ikkyu Soju, born, the chronicles say, the unacknowledged son of an emperor, and placed in a temple at the age of 5, a child of the highest blood, raised to own nothing. He could have ridden either inheritance into comfort. Instead, he sought out the hardest teacher he could find, an old master named Kaso, who lived in poverty by Lake Biwa and accepted almost no one. Ikkyu stayed for years, through a training the records describe as merciless. And then came the night on the lake. He was 26, meditating alone in a small boat in the summer dark, the water black and still around him. Out of that stillness, a crow cried once, somewhere over the water. And everything opened. No text did it. No ceremony, no seal, no permission. One black bird, one cry, one mind with nothing left in the way. Years of training had not produced the moment. They had emptied the house so that when the sound arrived, nobody was home to argue with it. What happened next between student and teacher is preserved, and it tells you everything about both men. Ikkyu reported what had happened on the water. Kaso tested him and said, "This is the awakening of a saint, but not yet of a master." And Ikkyu answered, "Then I am happy to be a saint, and I have no wish to be a master." At that, the old man smiled. "Then you are truly a master," he said. The one qualification for the highest rank, it turned out, was the complete absence of appetite for it. Kaso wrote out the inka, the seal, the proof, the key to every abbotship in the land. Ikkyu refused to take it. The teacher pressed, and the student kept refusing, and the chronicle his own disciples later compiled records the end of the matter, when the certificate found its way to him regardless. Years on, he destroyed it. The proof of his awakening, torn like a bill already paid. He was not rejecting his teacher. When Kaso grew old and sick, it was Ikkyu who nursed him, with his own hands, through the unglamorous years, the way water and hands had always been the true curriculum. He grieved the old man's death for the rest of his life. He was rejecting what he could see coming, a world where the paper outranked the awakening, where students would chase the seal instead of the seeing, where proof would quietly replace the thing proven. He had watched it happen all around him. His own Dharma brother ran a great temple like a business, selling certificates to merchants, and Ikkyu spent a lifetime of poems flaying him for it. Who among the old master's heirs still remembers Zen? He wrote, "They talk of nothing but gold." His poems from those years spare no one, least of all himself. He wrote openly about his own failures, his loves, his loneliness, refusing to edit himself into a saint even on paper. That is what makes his satire trustworthy. A man polishing his own image cannot be believed about anyone else's. EQ published his flaws and earned the right to laugh at everyone's certificates, beginning with his own. He named himself Crazy Cloud and wrote under that name for 50 years. When a prestigious temple finally maneuvered him into a post, he lasted 10 days and left behind a poem instead of a resignation letter. 10 days in this temple, he wrote, "And my mind is in turmoil, my feet tangled in endless red tape. If one day you come looking for me, try the fish shop or the tavern." He meant it literally. He spent his years among fishmongers, merchants, poets and children, teaching wherever real hunger for the real thing appeared, which was usually nowhere near a certified hall. The ordinary people of Kyoto loved him for it, and folk stories about the quick-witted little monk are told to Japanese children to this day. The institutions got his scorn. The people got his company. Both gifts came from the same place. A man who could no longer tell the difference between honoring the real and refusing the fake because they had become one gesture. Now hold the torn paper up to your own life, because this disease was never only Japanese and never only religious. Proof replacing the thing proven, you can watch it running everywhere. The diploma outliving the curiosity it was meant to certify. The title mattering more than the work it once described. The photograph of the evening crowding out the evening. Piece by piece, a life can turn into its own paperwork. And the strange grief of it is that nobody chooses this. Each certificate made sense when it was earned. Each title solved a real problem on the day it arrived. The substitution happens the way the temples declined, gradually, respectably, with every step defensible and the sum of the steps unrecognizable. So here is the question this story leaves on the table, and it is worth carrying gently rather than answering fast. Somewhere in the dark of your room sits everything that certifies you. The cards, the titles, the profiles, the record of what you have proven to whom. If all of it vanished tonight, what would be left at breakfast? Someone would still wake up in this bed. Someone would still taste the morning, still recognize the faces they love, still be capable of kindness and of wonder. Whatever your honest answer is, that remainder is what Ikkyu tore the paper to protect. The remainder was never in danger. It is the one thing that cannot be certified, and the one thing that cannot be revoked. And there is the seventh piece of our night's answer. Listen closely to a mind that will not switch off, and beneath the planning you will often hear a clerk at work, auditing the proof, rereading the record, drafting tomorrow's evidence of being enough. The clerk believes the file must be in order before the office can close. So the office never closes. There is always one more entry to correct, one more impression to manage, one more version of yesterday's conversation in which you come out certified. Ikkyu's whole life says otherwise. The crow over the lake asked to see nothing before it cried. The water held the boat with no questions. What is real in you carries no paperwork at all, and it is the only part that needs the sleep. One last image, because his story refuses to end cynically. At 87, after civil war had burned the great temple of his lineage to the ground, Ikkyu accepted the one post he had dodged all his life, abbot of the ruin. Not for the honor. There was no honor left, only ashes and debt. He took the duty, called on his lifetime of unrespectable friends, the merchants, the artists, the tea people, and rebuilt it before he died. He had refused the paper crown his whole life and accepted the unpaid work. That order of operations is the entire teaching. Say no to the proof. Say yes to the task in front of your hands. A person who gets those two answers right can walk through any institution on earth, or any opinion of them, untouched. Ikkyu tore up proof to keep the real thing. 1,000 years earlier and a continent away, another young man faced the same choice with the stakes even higher. What they stacked in front of him to win him back was no piece of paper. It was gold, 2 glittering piles of it, heaped as high as a man's chest, with his own father standing behind them, making one last offer. The 2 piles stood as high as a man's chest, and they were uncovered in one theatrical sweep. Gold and coin heaped on the floor of a rich man's house, catching the morning light. "This is your mother's fortune," the old man said. "That one is your father's. All of it is yours. Come home, enjoy your wealth, and give up this life of robes and begging bowls." The young monk looked at the gold, and then he gave his father the strangest financial advice in the history of the scriptures. "Load it onto carts," he said. "Drive the carts to the middle of the Ganges, and sink it." His name was Ratapala, and his story fills one of the great discourses of the Majjhima Nikaya. To feel the weight of that morning, you have to start 12 years earlier in the town of Thulakothita, where he was the only son of the wealthiest family in the district, the single heir, the entire future of the house. When the Buddha came teaching through that country, Ratapala listened once and knew exactly what he wanted. It was one particular strand of the teaching that took him, the truth that everything being built so carefully, the fortune, the household, the name, would have to be left at the door of death like sandals at a threshold. Most listeners nod at that truth and go home to their building. Rathapala heard it the way you hear a fire bell in your own street. He went home and asked his parents for permission to ordain. They refused. Of course they refused. And their words are preserved. You are our only child, dear and beloved. Even if you died, we would not willingly part with you. How can we part with you living? What followed was a siege of love against love. Rathapala lay down on the bare floor of that rich house and stopped eating. Here I will die, he said, or I will go forth. His parents begged. His friends were sent in, and his friends found the compromise that saved his life. Let him go, they told the parents. If he lives, you will at least see him again. If you hold him, you may lose him entirely. The parents consented with one condition, that he visit home after his going forth. He agreed, ordained, and in time became fully awakened. 12 years later, he kept his promise. He came back to Thulakot Theta as monks come, walking for alms from house to house, and arrived at his father's gate. And his father, standing in the doorway of all that wealth, looked straight at him and did not know him. Worse, the old man was in the middle of cursing monks in general, these shaven wanderers who had taken his only son, while his only son stood before him holding a bowl. It was an old family servant who finally recognized him and ran to tell the master, and the house turned upside down. Grieve with the father for a moment, because the story is careful never to mock him. 12 years of missing his boy, and when the boy stands at his gate, he sees only a category, another shaveling, another reminder of what was taken from me. Grief had hardened into ownership so completely that the actual son had become invisible inside it. Now hold that image, because everything that happens next grows out of it. The father organized the reunion the only way he knew how. A meal was arranged, and overnight the gold was gathered into those two great piles, and the detail that stings most. Rathapala's former wives were dressed in their finest ornaments and stationed at the door, each one asking him, half in tears, "What are they like, the heavenly nymphs for whose sake you abandoned us?" Everything the world knew how to offer was assembled in one room. Wealth, beauty, family, guilt. One last lever for every handle a human being has. And notice that none of it was cruel. Every object in that room was placed there by love. Love as the old man understood love, which meant possession, which meant keeping. That is what gives this scene its ache. Nobody in it is a villain. There is only a family gripping, and one man who had learned how to open his hand. He answered the wives gently, "We do not live this life for the sake of nymphs. Sisters, And at the word sisters, the record says they fainted where they stood, because in one word, the ownership was over and they knew it before anyone else in the house. Then came the gold and the advice about the carts and the river, and his reason spoken without contempt, because on account of this, sorrow and grief will arise for you. He read his father's suffering like a physician, without a trace of contempt, and named its source. Not the loss of a son, the weight of everything the old man was still gripping, including the son. Here is the aphorism this story has carried for 2,500 years, and it needs only one sentence. What you grip hardest is what grips you. The proof is the father. He did not lose his son on the day of the ordination. He lost him years earlier, on the day the boy became an asset. The heir, the future of the house, the investment that must not walk away. Assets can be stolen. Sons can only be loved. The old man's grief was real, and it was the grief of a man robbed of something he had never actually owned. That afternoon, Rathapala sat in the royal garden outside town, and the king himself came to question him. King Karavya was blunt and curious. Men go forth, he said, because of 4 losses: old age, sickness, ruined wealth, or lost family. You had none of these. You were young, healthy, rich, and beloved. What did you see? And Rathapala gave him 4 sentences from the Buddha, 4 summaries of the whole teaching, and the last one has never stopped being true. The world is insufficient, he said, unsatisfied and a slave to craving. The king tested that sentence against himself, and this exchange is the quiet masterpiece of the discourse. Suppose a trustworthy man came to you, Rathapala said, and reported a rich country to the east, weak, conquerable, full of treasure. Would you take it? I would, said the king. And another to the west? I would take that too. And beyond the sea? That as well. The king was the richest man either of them would ever meet, and his own honesty had just drawn the map of craving, a hunger with no far shore, confirmed by the one person alive with the least excuse for it. Now bring the map home, because your mind owns territories too. Somewhere in the ledgers of your life sits everything you hold. The possessions, the positions, the plans, the people counted as yours. An accounting almost nobody ever runs. Which of these pays you rest, and which of these charges you monthly in worry? Run it or refuse it. The story draws no conclusion for you. It only shows a man who ran the numbers on 2 piles of gold and found the river cheaper. And there is the 8th piece of our answer, waiting in the king's garden. A head that cannot switch off at night is very often doing inventory, counting the east country not yet taken, the west country not yet secure, the acquisition that will finally be enough. The arithmetic of craving never closes its books, because insufficient is its answer to every total. You have felt this on the far side of getting what you wanted. The promotion arrived, the purchase was delivered, the milestone passed, and within weeks the horizon had quietly moved east again. The king would have understood you perfectly. That night, the heir of the greatest fortune in the district slept under a tree, owning a robe and a bowl, with nothing left to count. Of every person in this story, the father, the king, the household, he was the only one who slept well. Gold, at least, can be handed back. It sits outside the skin, but there is a possession that grows into the flesh of who we think we are, and prying it loose is another order of surgery entirely. The next man's treasure was not in any pile. It was a sentence he had said all his life. I knew him before any of you, and it was true, and it nearly destroyed him. The sentence was true. That is what made it so dangerous. I knew him before any of you, and the man who kept saying it had earned every word. He had held the reins on the most famous night in Buddhist history. He had been closer to the young Buddha than any living person. And that closeness, the treasure of his life, became the wall that shut him out of everything the Buddha ever taught. His name was Channa, and he was the prince's charioteer. Before there was a Buddha, there was a sheltered young man named Siddhartha, and when that young man rode out from his father's palace and saw the sights that broke his world open, a person bent with age, a person hollowed by sickness, a body being carried to the burning ground, and at last a wandering seeker with a still face. It was Channa who drove the chariot. It was Channa the prince turned to at each sight and asked, "What is this? Will this happen to me?" And it was Channa who answered the questions that changed the history of the world. Yes, my prince. To you and to everyone. And on the night the prince finally left, the great departure, the palace asleep, the city gates opening in the dark, Channa rode with him to the river at the edge of the kingdom. There the prince cut off his hair, stripped off his ornaments, and handed everything to his charioteer. "Take these back," he said. "Tell my family." Channa begged to follow him into homelessness and was refused. He drove home alone, weeping, carrying a prince's jewels and an empty chariot. The tradition adds that Kanthaka, the great white horse who had carried them both, died of grief on the road home. Channa did not have that mercy. He had to live with the loss and carry the news to a palace that would never forgive the messenger. Hold that grief with respect, because everything that goes wrong later grows from this seed of something beautiful. Channa loved him. Before the awakening, before the fame, before the thousands of disciples, Channa was there. It was the truest thing in his life. Watch closely what pride does with a true thing. Years passed. The prince became the Buddha, and Channa left the palace to ordain in the community of his old master. And the fact began, very quietly, to change jobs. At first, it was a memory. I was there. Then it became a credential. I was there, so I understand him in ways you cannot. And then it became a rank. I was there, so who exactly are you to correct me? 3 small movements, each one almost invisible, and a bond of love had been converted into a fortress of position. The record in the Vinaya is blunt about what living near that fortress was like. Channa broke the community's rules and refused all correction. When senior monks admonished him, he turned the admonishment around. You presume to instruct me. The Buddha is mine. The Dhamma is mine. I followed my master out into homelessness when your names were unknown to him. Every kindness bounced off the wall. Every correction was received as an assault on his one treasure. And here is the mechanism worth watching in the dark tonight. The more isolated he became, the more precious the credential grew, because it was all he had left. And the more precious it grew, the more fiercely he defended it. And the more fiercely he defended it, the more alone he was. Pride is the only prison that issues its own bricks to the prisoner, and Channa laid them for decades. You know a version of this person. The one who must be right in every conversation, whose stories all lead back to a golden age when they mattered most, and who grows lonelier with every retelling. 2 lines was all that portrait needed, and you had a face for it before the second line ended. Be gentle with the face, and be honest about the mirror, because sometimes the person is on this side of it. Everyone owns at least one true sentence that has quietly changed jobs. A sacrifice no one appreciated enough. A contribution history forgot. A closeness to something great that the world failed to rank correctly. The sentence stays true. The question is only what it is currently employed to do. The community tried everything its procedures allowed. Senior monks were sent. Formal acts of censure were pronounced over him, the disciplinary machinery of the whole order turning its full weight toward one man. He outlasted all of it, because every procedure still gave him the one thing the fortress needed: an opponent. Decades passed this way. Picture the small daily shape of it. Meals taken at the edge of the gathering, conversations that went quiet at his approach, the loneliness worn as one more proof that nobody else had ever really understood the master. Which brings us to the deathbed. The Buddha was 80 years old, lying between 2 sal trees at Kusinara in his final hours. The Mahaparinibbana Sutta preserves those hours in extraordinary detail. The last instructions, the last questions invited, the last comfort given to the weeping Ananda. And in the middle of it all, with the whole teaching to secure for future generations, The dying teacher spent part of his last breath on one impossible student. After I am gone, he told Ananda, let the community impose the Brahmadanda on Channa. Ananda asked what that meant. Let him say whatever he wishes, the Buddha said, but let no one speak to him, admonish him, or instruct him. Hear the design of that medicine, because at first it sounds like abandonment, and it is the exact opposite. For decades, every voice that approached Channa had been converted into fuel, opposition to defeat, correction to repel, an audience for the credential. The wall was built of answers. So the final instruction removed the questions. No more voices to argue with. No more audience to perform the old story for. Only silence, and a man, and the wall he had built, with nothing left to defend it from. The dying teacher had seen what no one else saw. Channa could never be argued out of his fortress, because arguments were its food. He could only be left alone inside it until he felt, at last, what it actually was. And notice, before the medicine is even given, what the prescription itself proves. On the last day of his life, the Buddha was still thinking about the man who drove the chariot. The student everyone else had written off was the one he singled out for care. The instruction sounds like a punishment and reads, at the distance of centuries, like a love letter with terrible handwriting. Then the news came north. The teacher was gone. Whatever ground Channa was standing on when he heard it, one certainty must have opened under his feet. The man whose closeness he had spent his credential on could now never be approached again. The account was closed. The golden age was formally over. And into that landslide walked Ananda, come to Kosambi to deliver the final message. Channa, he said, the community, by the teacher's own dying instruction, imposes on you the Brahmadanda. The texts record what happened in the body before anything happened in the mind. Channa fainted where he stood. A lifetime of armor, and the first thing to pierce it was not an argument at all. Think of what was in that collapse. He remembered me. At the end, with everything else to say, he remembered me, and this is what he asked for. The one voice that could have flattered the credential had used its last words to take every other voice away. What happened next, the record tells with beautiful economy. Channa went off alone. The silence he had been sentenced to became the first honest room he had lived in for decades. There is a strange mercy in finally being unwatched. As long as one listener remains, the old story can go on being told. When the last listener is withdrawn, the teller is left alone with the question underneath every performance. Who am I when no one is receiving me? No one to correct him, so nothing to defend. No one to impress, so nothing to perform. Just the wall, and the man, and at last the seeing. The bricks had never once been laid by an enemy. He gave himself to the practice with everything the defense used to consume, and soon, the texts say, the man nobody could teach broke through to full awakening. And the Vinaya adds one perfect final line. From the moment of his awakening, the Brahmadanda lifted by itself. No committee met. No pardon was issued. A punishment made of silence has nothing to hold on to once there is no one left inside the wall. The ninth piece of our answer is lying in Channa's empty fortress. Listen to a mind that will not switch off, and notice how much of the noise is defense. Relitigating the meeting until you were right. Reopening the argument until your version wins. Polishing the credential. After all I have done, after all I was to them, for an audience that went home hours ago. The head defends its position all night for the same reason Channa did. The position feels like the self, and surrendering it feels like dying. His story is the good news on that exact point. The night the defense finally stopped, nothing died but the loneliness. Everything real about Channa survived the fall of the wall. The love, the memory of the river at dawn, the truth that he had indeed been there. It all survived. It simply stopped being a fortress and went back to being what it was at the start. Something beautiful that once happened, asking to be carried lightly. Channa's wall was built by one man, from the inside, brick by chosen brick. But walls have another architecture, older and faster. Sometimes an entire city builds one overnight, around people who have done nothing at all, and the bricks are made of nothing but rumor. It happened to the Buddha's own community in the city of Savatthi, and for 7 days the wall held. For several evenings in a row, the citizens of Savatthi noticed the same thing. A strikingly beautiful young woman walking at dusk toward the Buddha's monastery at Jetavana. She went at the hour when she would be most visible. She returned at dawn when the roads were filling again. If anyone asked, she smiled and said she had spent the night in the grove of the monks. The citizens noticed because she made absolutely certain they would. Being seen was her entire assignment. Her name was Sundari, and the account of what was done with her, and to her, is preserved in the Udana, one of the oldest books of the canon. It is the record of the week an entire city turned on the innocent, and of the strangest defense strategy ever recommended to the falsely accused. Start with the motive, because every investigation does. The Buddha's community in Savatthi was flourishing. Honor flowed toward Jetavana, and with honor flowed everything else. Alms, students, the attention of the great. And across town, other bands of wanderers watched their own support dry up season by season. The texts name the feeling without decoration, envy in men whose livelihood was reverence. They could not defeat the Buddha in debate. They had tried, publicly, and lost publicly, and each loss had cost them more followers. They could not match the conduct of his monks, which the whole city could inspect daily on the alms rounds. When you cannot beat a reputation with truth, only one road remains. So they reached for the one weapon that needs no skill at all. Scandal. Sundari belonged to their circle, young and devout and eager to be useful to her teachers. The instructions they gave her were so simple she cannot have guessed their shape. Visit the grove often. Go at dusk. Return at dawn. Be seen. For weeks she did exactly that, and the sightings accumulated in the city's memory like dry wood. Then, when the wood was dry enough, the men who had sent her made certain she would never be seen alive again, and left her resting place where searchers would find it, beside the Buddha's own grove. One sentence is all that horror needs, and one sentence is all it will get. But let her have one more, for herself. Sundari was the only true victim in this story. A young woman who trusted her teachers, was spent by them like a coin, and never learned what she had been buying. The tradition remembers the scandal by her name, and it is worth pausing to use that name kindly once, since the men who sent her never did. What matters for the rest of our night is what they built with her. The discovery went off exactly as designed. The cry went up, the crowd gathered, and her teachers, her own teachers, carried the accusation through the streets like a banner. See what the holy monks of the Sakyan have done. First the pleasure they took of her, then the crime to hide it. And Savatthi believed it. Watch how the fire moved, because it moves the same way through every age. A rumor needs no evidence. It needs ears. Each teller adds a stone of certainty the first teller never claimed. Someone saw her walking at dusk. That part was true, and truth is the kindling every great lie is built around. By the third telling, everyone had always suspected something. By the 10th, the verdict was older than the crime. Doubt travels alone and on foot. Rumor travels by torchlight, in crowds. Only the speed has changed since Savatthi. The torches are screens now, and the streets are feeds, and the third telling arrives in minutes instead of days. The mechanics have not moved at all. For the monks of Jetavana, the world turned overnight. They walked their arms round through streets that had honoured them for years, and now the doors were shut, the bowls came back empty, and the abuse followed them home. Murderers, hypocrites, defilers in holy robes. 500 innocent men, guilty in every mouth in the city. They came to the Buddha, shaken to the root, asking the question the falsely accused have asked forever. What do we do? His answer is why this story is in our night. He was not surprised. That is the first thing to notice. A man who had watched crowds for 45 years knew their weather the way sailors know the sea, knew that public rage is a tide, with a tide's obedience to time. First, a forecast, delivered with the calm of a man reading weather. This noise will not last, he said. 7 days. Then, instead of a defense campaign, he gave them a single verse, and the instruction to answer every accusation with it, and nothing else. The one who lies, the verse says in essence, and the one who does a deed and says, I did not do it, both carry the same weight in the end, and both carry it themselves. That was the entire arsenal. No counter-investigation, no campaign of witnesses, no begging the city to reconsider. Keep your conduct spotless, walk your rounds, and meet a city's rage with one true sentence about the weight of lies. Understand what he was refusing, because the refusal is the teaching. An anxious defense would have fed the fire the same way Channa's arguments fed his wall. Crowds read panic as guilt. Every denial repeats the accusation inside itself and gives it one more ride through the streets. A lie is a fire that must be fed to live, fed with outrage, fed with rebuttal, fed with the delicious spectacle of the accused thrashing. Truth is under no such deadline. Truth can sit still. Truth can wait out the torches, because it is the only thing in the story that does not need an audience to keep existing. Living that instruction was harder than hearing it. For 7 mornings, monks walked into streets that spat at them, stood at doors that stayed shut, heard themselves called murderers by people who had bowed to them a week before, and answered with one verse, evenly spoken, and walked on. The younger ones must have burned to argue. Every fibre of the accused wants to argue. They carried the verse instead, the way you carry a small stone in the hand to keep from making a fist. And the fire, unfed, died on schedule. The men who had been hired for the crime drank their wages in a tavern and drank themselves into boasting and were overheard quarrelling over who had done what to Sundari. The king's men took them and they confessed everything. The hiring, the plot, the teachers behind it. The lie had needed 1 week, a corpse, and a conspiracy to build. It needed 1 drunken evening to collapse. The city that had shut its doors stood in its own shame, and the record says the honour that returned to Jetavana was greater than what the scandal had taken. 7 days, as forecast. The Dhammapada holds the verse this story proved. Just as a solid rock is not shaken by the storm, so the wise are not moved by praise or by blame. Notice the verse does not promise that storms will be prevented. The rock's peace is in what it is made of, never in the weather's permission. And notice one thing more, easy to miss. The verse weighs praise and blame in the same hand. The community that stood unshaken through 7 days of hatred had also stood unswollen through years of adoration. That earlier discipline was the hidden foundation. A mind that inflates in good weather has already agreed to crack in bad. Now the peace of this that follows you to bed. There are, tonight, 2 versions of you in the world. One lives in other people's mouths and minds, assembled out of glimpses and retellings, edited by strangers, revised in rooms you will never enter. The other is lying here, breathing. Only one of these is in your care. The version in the mouths of others was never once in your custody. Not on your best day, not on your worst. And here is the quiet consolation the story adds. You have already survived every misreading of you that has ever happened. All of them. The breathing version outlasted each one, and it is still here, resting on this bed, entirely unconsumed. The Buddha did not manage it for himself with all his powers. He tended conduct and let the weather argue. There is the 10th piece of our answer, and it may be the one the modern night needs most. So much midnight thinking is reputation management, replaying how the message might have sounded, how the room might have read you, what the absent jury is deciding. It is a night shift spent editing a document that lives on other people's desks. The edits never arrive. The desks are in other houses. The shift just runs until morning. The falsely accused monks of Savatthi were handed the only working alternative. Keep the conduct clean, say the one true thing, and let the 7 days pass. The verdicts of others arrive and dissolve like weather. The rock does not attend the trial. 7 days, and a city saw its error. But there is a misreading that runs longer than a news cycle. A whole society can look at one man for 30 years and see nothing but the work in his hands and the family he was born to. A misreading with no conspiracy behind it, because everyone sincerely believes it, including the man. He held a razor and he shaved the heads of princes. And the day the princes knelt at his feet is one of the quietest revolutions ever recorded. Six princes of the proudest clan in India stood in a row, heads freshly shaved, silk exchanged for rag robes. And then, one by one, in order of age, they lowered themselves to the ground and bowed, palms together, foreheads down, at the feet of the man who had cut their hair since childhood. Their barber, their servant. Nobody had forced this on them. They had begged for it. Slow that moment all the way down, because the whole revolution lives inside it. And then let us rewind to see how anyone arrived at such a scene. The man receiving the bows was named Upali, and for 30 years the world had known exactly what he was. A barber. In the caste order of ancient India, that meant low service. A man born to handle the heads of his betters, trusted with a razor at their throats every morning, and never once with an opinion. He served the court of the Sakyans, the Buddha's own clan, a people whose pride of blood was famous across the whole region. Everyone knew the ranking. The princes knew it. The court knew it. And Upali knew it best of all, because his place in it was the first fact of his life, confirmed every day by every head that bent toward his razor without ever once bending toward him. Notice the strange intimacy of his trade. A society obsessed with purity let this man, daily, hold a blade against the throats of its most precious sons, and still ranked him beneath their notice. Total trust in his hands. Total blindness to the man attached to them. Most of the world's overlooked people live inside exactly that contradiction and know it without ever being asked. Then the Buddha came home to teach, and his clan began to empty itself into the robes. 6 princes resolved to go forth together, among them Ananda, who would become the Buddha's attendant, and Anuruddha, whom we will hear of again before this night ends. They slipped away from the capital in secret, dressed as if for an ordinary pleasure trip, and they took one servant with them, the barber, to shave their heads at the border. At the edge of Sakyan territory they stopped, stripped off every ornament they wore, the gold, the jewels, a small fortune in a bundle of silk, and handed it all to Upali. Go back, they told him. This is enough for you to live on for the rest of your days. And they walked on toward the forest, leaving their barber alone on the road, holding more wealth than his caste was permitted to dream about. What happened next happened inside one man on an empty road, and the Vinaya records his thinking. First came fear, the reflex of the lowborn. The Sakyans are fierce. If I return alone with the ornaments of 6 vanished princes, who will believe a barber? But underneath the fear, a larger thought was forming, the thought of his life. These princes are walking away from everything I am walking back to carry. If the men born at the top of the ranking can drop it like a soiled garment, what exactly is holding me at the bottom of it? He hung the bundle of jewels on a tree. Let whoever finds it keep it, he said. And the barber turned and followed the princes toward homelessness, having renounced, within a single hour, a fortune it had taken 6 princes their whole lives to walk away from. He caught up with them on the forest road, and one can only imagine the princes' faces. The servant they had just made rich, arriving with empty hands and their own request on his lips. They came before the Buddha together, 7 men asking for the going forth. And there the princes made the request that turns this story from touching to revolutionary. Ordain Upali first, they asked. Their reason is preserved, and it is a diagnosis of their own disease. We are Sakyans, proud of birth. If the barber enters the order before us, he will be our senior. We will have to rise when he enters, salute him, bow to him. Let our pride be humbled where it lives. The Buddha heard the request and did it. The barber was ordained first. The princes followed, junior to their servant, forever. And then came the barbers. Now look at what actually collapsed in that clearing, because it was bigger than one man's station. A A ranking is a strange kind of object. It has no substance you can point to. No one can produce the document where it was decided that a head which grows hair outranks the hands that cut it. A ranking exists in exactly one place, the silent agreement of everyone who keeps behaving as if it were real. The princes had kept the agreement. The court had kept it. And Upali had kept it too. That is the tender, terrible part, standing on that road, fortune in hand, very nearly walking back to the bottom of a ladder that existed only because he kept agreeing to stand on it. Nobody defeated the caste system that day. 6 men simply stopped agreeing, and within their new community, the whole apparatus lost its grip at once. The community the Buddha built made the refusal structural. Rank in the Sangha was set by one thing only, the moment of ordination. Not blood, not wealth, not caste, not talent. A clock, deliberately blind, replacing a bloodline. It is worth pausing on the genius of that design. He did not pretend rank could be abolished. Humans order themselves the way water finds levels. Instead, he tied rank to something no one can inherit, purchase, or be born owing, the simple hour you began. And the Buddha's own words on the matter survive in the Sutta Nipata, in lines that were radical enough to shake his century and have not stopped being radical since. Not by birth is one an outcast, he said. Not by birth is one a Brahmin. By action one becomes an outcast. By action one becomes a Brahmin. And Upali's actions answered. The barber took to the discipline, the vast, intricate law of the community's life, with a precision no prince could match. Monks twice his former rank brought him their hardest questions of conduct. The Buddha himself declared him foremost of all monks in mastery of the discipline. And after the Buddha's death, when 500 elders gathered to secure the teaching for all future generations, they needed one person to recite the entire monastic law from memory. Every rule, every origin, every case. They turned to Upali. Picture that assembly for a moment. 500 awakened elders, many of them born Brahmins and princes, sitting in silence while the man born to hold a razor recited, for weeks, the entire legal architecture of their world, and not one of them capable of doing it in his place. The law of the whole order, preserved for 25 centuries and alive tonight in every Buddhist monastery on earth, passed through the memory of the barber. The servant guarded the Dharma, and the Dharma has never had a steadier hand at its throat than the one that once held a razor. You carry a version of the old agreement with you, and you carry it into every room. An invisible table of rankings. Who in the meeting outranks you, who earns more, whose life is further ahead, whose children, whose house, whose ease. Nobody published this table. Everybody maintains it. And your own name sits on the tables of others, being moved up and down tonight in rooms you will never see, which, After Savatthi, you already know, is weather. Here is the 11th piece of our answer. A mind that will not switch off is often checking the table. Where did I fall today? Who moved above me? What must be climbed tomorrow? Comparison is one more grip of the holding on we named at the start of the night, and it may be the most exhausting grip of all, because the ladder never ends in either direction. Climb past everyone in the room, and the room simply changes, the way the king's map kept growing eastward. There is always a higher rung, and always another midnight audit of where you stand on it. But the table, like the cast of the barber, exists only while you agree to stand on it. And here is the good news the dark has been keeping. Sleep is unranked. No one outranks anyone in this bed. The ladder dissolves the moment you stop climbing, and it reforms in the morning only if you pick it up. When rank falls away, something is left standing, and it is worth noticing what. What remained of Upali when the barber rank dropped was not emptiness. It was the work of his hands, the care of his attention, raised to mastery. The task in front of him, done completely, that was the whole residue, and it turned out to be everything. Centuries later and across the sea, in Japan, a master of tea was asked for the secret of his entire path. He answered with 7 rules so ordinary that his questioner felt insulted. Boil water, he began. Make tea. Boil water. Make tea. The man who said those words was the most revered master of the tea way who has ever lived, and he was answering, in complete seriousness, the question of what his art contained at its deepest point. The questioner had come for secrets. He got 7 sentences an 8-year-old could follow. What happened next between the two men is one of the most quietly devastating exchanges in Japanese history, and it was recorded by Rikyu's own students in the Nanporoku, the classic chronicle of his teaching. Senno Rikyu lived in the 1500s, in an age of warlords, an age when the men he served held the fate of provinces in their moods, and stillness was the rarest commodity in the country. He taught the most powerful men in Japan how to drink tea. Precisely because their lives were storms, they paid fortunes to sit in his small silence. That sentence sounds absurd until you see what he actually taught. He had trained in Zen from his youth, and the masters of his line kept to saying, tea and Zen are one taste. Tea, in his hands, became a complete training in being exactly where you are. One small room, one kettle, a few guests, a single scroll, a flower. Nothing else was permitted in, and nothing that was in was permitted to be half done. His whole career moved in one direction: removal. The gold-encrusted tea gatherings of the rich disgusted him. He shrank the tea room until 2 mats held it. He replaced imported treasures with plain local bowls, shaped by ordinary potters, beautiful the way weathered things are beautiful. The word for what he was reaching toward is wabi, the plainness that is not poverty, the quiet of things that have stopped trying to impress. A cracked glaze, an unpainted wall, the beauty that only becomes visible when the noise of luxury is carried out of the room. And at the entrance of his tea room, he built a door so low that no one could walk through it. Every guest had to kneel and crawl in. Merchant, master, general. Swords did not fit through the little door. They were left outside with the rest of the ranking. Inside, for the length of one bowl of tea, the most dangerous men of the age knelt on the same mats as the merchants they taxed, equal in the only currency the room accepted: attention. After the barber and the princes, you know exactly what that door was for. So this was the man, the emptier of rooms, the leveler of generals, to whom a practitioner of tea came one day and asked the great question: Master, what are the deepest secrets of the way of tea? And Rikyu answered, make a bowl of tea so it can be drunk. Lay the charcoal so it heats the water. Arrange the flowers as they are in the field. In summer, suggest coolness. In winter, warmth. Do everything ahead of time. Prepare for rain. And give every person in the room your fullest consideration. Silence. Then the questioner said what you would have said, what anyone would have said. Master, all of this I already know. And Rikyu replied, if you can host a single gathering without failing one of these rules, I will become your disciple. Sit inside that answer for a moment, because it is not a debating trick. The greatest living master of his art had just offered to apprentice himself, publicly, to anyone who could actually do 7 ordinary things. He knew the offer was safe. Not because the rules are secretly complicated, but because no human being alive performs the ordinary completely. You can test this against your own evening. You already know everything that helps you sleep. You have known it for years, and knowing has changed almost nothing, because knowing is the cheapest currency there is. The rules of rest are as short as the rules of tea. The doing is the mountain. The questioner knew the rules the way we know everything, as information, filed and inert. Rikyu had spent 60 years discovering that between knowing a simple thing and fully doing it lies the entire spiritual path. That gap has a texture you can feel from inside. It is the difference between hearing a piece of music and being moved by it, between reading about rain and standing in it. Information passes through the mind. Doing passes through the whole person. Every tradition in this night's stories has pointed at the same gap from a different side. Chiyono knew everything about the moon until the bucket broke. Listen to the 7 again, slowly, and hear what each one is actually asking. Make the tea so it can be drunk. Meaning, make it for the person drinking it and be with them, not with your performance of making it. Lay the charcoal so it heats the water. Meaning, do the invisible work properly, the part no guest will ever inspect, because the whole gathering rests on it. Arrange the flowers as they are in the field. Meaning, stop improving on what is already complete. The crooked stem was never a flaw. In summer, suggest coolness. In winter, warmth. Meaning, feel the actual season you are in and respond to it. The real one, outside the window, and the one in the person across from you. Do everything ahead of time. Meaning, hurry is a decision made hours before the hurrying, and so is calm. Prepare for rain. Meaning, stop negotiating with reality about what it owes you. Rain was always on the guest list. And give everyone present your fullest consideration. Meaning, the person in front of you is the entire ceremony. Everything else is furniture. 7 rules, and not one of them requires talent, intelligence, or a tea room. They require only the one payment we resist making: full attendance. 4.5 centuries have passed. The warlords' castles are museums and rubble. And in quiet rooms across Japan and far beyond it, students of the tea schools his family founded still kneel by a kettle, learning the same 7 sentences, still finding, to their astonishment, that a lifetime is not too long to learn them. Here is the 12th piece of our answer, and by now you may feel it arriving before it is said. An overthinking mind is almost never in the room it is standing in. It makes the tea while rehearsing the meeting. It drives the road home while relitigating the morning. It eats without tasting, answers without hearing, and washes the dishes in a room 3 weeks away. It lies down in bed and attends, with perfect diligence, every room except this one. The head that will not switch off is a guest who never arrived, and a life can be spent that way, hosted by no one, tasting nothing. Rikyu's medicine asks for no cushion and no philosophy. It says, the ordinary task in front of you is the door back into your own life, and it is never further away than your 2 hands. So take one task from tomorrow, just one. The first cup you pour in the morning, pour it the way Rikyu made charcoal. Feel the weight of the cup, the heat climbing the ceramic, the small steam turning in the light. Drink it with the person you are pouring it for, even when that person is you. 1 cup, fully attended, and you will have practiced everything the warlords crawled through the low door to learn. Do not attempt the whole day. The whole day is how the project fails by lunchtime. 1 cup is enough, because the point was never the quantity of presence. 1 fully attended minute teaches the taste of it, and the taste is what brings you back. And notice, there is one task still left today. You are already doing it. Lying here, breathing, listening, being carried towards sleep. It can be done completely like anything else. The weight of the body on the bed, the warmth gathering under the blanket, the breath pouring itself. Rikyu found the whole path without leaving the room where the kettle sang. But completeness has another face, wilder and stranger. Far away and centuries earlier, in the mountains of China, a man gave himself to it so entirely that he walked out of the world's rooms altogether. He lived in a cave on a cold peak, laughed at everything, and wrote his poems where no publisher would ever find them, on rocks, on trees, on the walls of other people's houses. The day the government came to honor him is the day this story has been waiting for. The official climbed the mountain with servants behind him, and the servants carried gifts, fine robes, incense, medicine, the full courtesy of the empire. He was a prefect, a governor of the region, and he had come in person to honor a hidden sage. And when the sage saw the robes and the bowing entourage coming toward him, he screamed one word at the most powerful man in the province. Thieves. Then he laughed, turned, and ran up the mountain, and no one ever saw him again. The official's name was Lu Qiu Yin, and we know this story because he wrote it down himself. The confession of a man who arrived with everything and was received as a burglar. His short account still stands as the preface to one of the most loved poetry collections in the world. Everything in this story is seen through his eyes, which is fitting. He was the last person of rank ever to lay eyes on Cold Mountain. Who was the man he climbed to find? Nobody knew, and nobody ever found out. He appeared in the Tiantai Mountains of southern China sometime in the Tang dynasty, with no name, no family, no history anyone could trace. He lived in a cave below a cliff called Cold Mountain, and in time the mountain's name simply became his. Hanshan, Cold Mountain, the man. A birch bark hat, a ragged jacket, worn wooden clogs. When food ran short, he walked down to the monastery at the mountain's foot, where the kitchen worker Shide, his one true friend, saved him scraps in a bamboo tube. The monks of the monastery thought the pair of them mad. The two friends would walk the corridors laughing at jokes nobody else could find, shout at the clouds, and leave. Notice the shape of that friendship, in passing. The poet of the cold cliff and the scrubber of the kitchen pots, the two lowest ranking figures on the whole mountain, and by every account the two happiest. After the barber and the bent servant, the pattern hardly needs pointing out anymore. And everywhere he went, Hanshan wrote, on rocks, on trees, on bamboo stalks and the walls of village houses. Short poems set down wherever the moment overflowed, addressed to no one, submitted nowhere, signed by a mountain instead of a man. He had no reader in mind and no posterity in view. The cliff face was not a publishing strategy. It was simply the nearest surface to the seeing. Rain washed some poems away. Moss grew over others. He watched it happen and kept writing, the way a bird keeps singing over the sound of a river that will never applaud. This was the man the prefect climbed to honor. A trusted old monk had told him that the ragged madman of Cold Mountain was in truth a great awakened being, and Lu Chu Yin, a sincere man, did what sincere men of rank do. He organized reverence, gifts, robes, a formal visit, the machinery of respect. He found Han Shan and Shide by the kitchen fire at the monastery, warming themselves and laughing. He bowed low, a governor bowing to two vagrants by a stove, while the monastery watched in disbelief. And the two friends looked at the bowing official, the silk, the incense, the whole descending avalanche of honor, and howled with laughter. That loose-tongued old monk has been talking, they cried. Thieves, thieves. And they were gone, out of the gate, up the slopes, Han Shan into the shadow of his cliff, and out of history. Thieves. Sit with the strangeness of that word, because it is the exact center of the story. The official had come to give, not to take. But Han Shan had spent a lifetime rich in exactly one currency, a life unwatched, unranked, unperformed. The robes would have made him visible. The honor would have made him a position. The sincere, generous, devastating gift would have taken from him the only thing he owned. He named the robbery correctly, and he ran from it as any man runs from thieves. Lu Qiu Yin, to his lasting credit, understood at least half of what had happened. He did not send soldiers after the madman who had insulted him. Instead, he sent monks with brushes and paper, and gave them an order unlike any in the Empire's records. Go through the mountains and the villages, and copy down every poem you find, from the rocks, from the trees, from the walls of the houses. They came back with more than 300. And so the poems survive, and the poems are where Han Shan still speaks. People ask the way to Cold Mountain. He wrote, Cold Mountain? There is no road that reaches it. In another poem, he shrugs at his reputation. When people see the man of Cold Mountain, they all say he is crazy. They do not understand my words, and I do not speak their language. And once, trying to point at his own mind, he gave up in the most beautiful way a poet can. My mind is like the autumn moon, a jade pool, clear and pure. Nothing compares to it. What more can I say? Hear what those lines are doing, because they are doing the analysis for us. There is no audience in them, no persuasion, no defense, no eye on how the lines will land, because they were never going to land anywhere except a rock in the rain. That is the sound of a human voice with the performance completely burned off, and it is instantly recognizable across 12 centuries and every translation, the way a face relaxes when its owner believes no one is looking. The Chinese Zen tradition would later give this a name, the practice of no seeking, acting, speaking, living without leaning on the moment for a reward, not even the reward of being seen doing it. And now the irony that gives this chapter its name. The Tang court of Hanshan's century was crowded with brilliant men writing for the emperor's eye, polished verses, career verses, poems aimed carefully at the grandstand. The palaces they aimed at are dust, and most of their names went down with the dynasty. The man who wrote on rocks for no one is read tonight, in a dozen languages, by monks and poets and exhausted people lying in the dark on the far side of the earth. The poems outlived the palace. Unwatched things, it turns out, keep extraordinarily well. Now bring the mountain down to your own room, because the 13th piece of our answer is here. All day, without deciding to, we live in front of a grandstand. The boss's eye, the colleague's judgment, the faces from the past who might be keeping score, the endless implied audience of every photographed and posted hour. This is a different weight from Savathi's rumours. Rumour was about being wrongly seen. The grandstand is about the hunger to be seen at all, the low, constant performance that runs even when we are alone, even when we are choosing which version of our tiredness to describe tomorrow. A performing mind cannot rest, for the same reason an actor cannot sleep on stage. Listen for it in tonight's replays. If they come, half of what the mind rehearses is not problem solving at all. It is image tending, adjusting yesterday's lines, pre-recording tomorrow's, managing a self that exists mainly in the eyes of others. The work is endless because the audience is imaginary, and imaginary audiences never file out of their seats on their own. But here is what the night has always quietly offered, and what Hanshan built a whole life from. The grandstand is closed. No one can see you now. Whatever you look like at this moment is being witnessed by no one at all, and it is the one appearance of your day that will never be reviewed. These hours belong to the unwatched version of you, the face with the performance burned off, the autumn moon mind under everything you present. Let the theatre go dark a few minutes early tonight. The audience left long ago, and the mountain air is very clear. Hanshan needed nothing from anyone. Not robes, not readers, not rescue. But there is one need that no amount of wisdom has ever renounced, and far below such mountains, out on the burning trade roads, it was about to bring a whole caravan to its knees. Water. And the story of how they found it begins with every jar they owned standing empty in the sand. They had thrown the water away themselves. That is the detail to hold on to as this story opens. The day before, certain they would reach the far side by morning, The caravan had poured out its remaining water to lighten the carts for the final push. 500 carts, crossing a desert of sand so fine they could only travel by night, steering by the stars like sailors. And in the last hours of that final night, the pilot at the head of the column fell asleep. The oxen, unguided, turned in a long, slow circle. When dawn broke, the travellers looked around and understood. They were standing in yesterday's camp. The desert had not beaten them. An assumption had. This story comes from the Jataka collection, the tales the Buddha told of his own former lives, and it is worth knowing what kind of stories those are. They are not miracle stories. Lifetime after lifetime, what they record is a single quality being practiced until it became unbreakable. Patience in one life, generosity in another, and in this life, in the sand, the refusal to declare a thing finished before it is finished. The caravan leader in this desert, the tradition says, was the one who would someday become the Buddha. Morning rose over the circle of carts, and the heat came with it. No water for the people. No water for the oxen who were their only way out. And now, watch closely, because what happened next is the true subject of this chapter, and it happened quietly. The travellers unyoked the oxen. They crawled into the shade beneath their carts, and they lay down. Not dead, not dying, yet simply finished. Somewhere between the discovery at dawn and the heat of mid-morning, 500 people had reached a verdict. There is no water, so there is nothing to do. Observe the timing coldly, the way the story itself observes it. The verdict arrived hours before the danger did. The bodies still had strength. The day was long. Despair was not something that happened to the caravan. It was something the caravan decided, and it was decided early, with the evidence still incomplete. One man did not accept the verdict. Feel how alone that position is, because the story means you to feel it. 500 adults lying in the shade, many of them older than him, many of them veterans of a dozen crossings. The social gravity of a camp that has given up is enormous. Hope, at that point, looks like foolishness. Continuing looks like an insult to everyone who has sensibly stopped. Every person who has ever kept faith with something, a marriage, a recovery, a piece of work, after the reasonable people around them filed their verdicts, knows the temperature of that morning. The young caravan leader walked out from the circle of carts into the sand, alone, in the rising heat, looking at the ground. He walked for a long time, and then he stopped, because he had seen something absurdly small. A tuft of grass, green, alive, growing out of the dead sand. His reasoning is preserved in the story, and it is one clean line of thought. This grass cannot live without water. Therefore, beneath this grass, there must be water. He went back and raised the camp, and they dug. What else could they do? The man refusing to give up had found the only argument that beats a verdict, a reason to check. Notice that he did not argue with their despair. He did not give the camp a speech about believing in themselves. He gave them a tuft of grass and a chain of logic, and bodies that had been waiting to die stood up and reached for spades. Hope that works is rarely a feeling. It is usually a reason, small and green, found by whoever kept walking. They dug through the morning, down and down, the sand giving way easily. 10 cubits, 30, 60, deep as a proper well. And there, at 60 cubits, the spades rang out and stopped. Rock. If you want to know what hope betrayed feels like, it feels like that ringing. The first despair, under the carts, had been heavy but soft, a giving up with no effort spent. This one was worse. They had believed a second time, worked for it, emptied their last strength into 60 cubits of sand, and been answered with stone. The camp broke all over again, and this time the verdict felt earned. We tried. There is rock. It is over. And here the story gives us its exact center. The leader climbed down into the shaft, alone. And instead of striking the rock, he knelt on it and pressed his ear against the stone. Silence. The grains of sand settling. His own pulse. And then, faintly, underneath the world, the sound of water moving. He climbed back up with the one fact nobody else had gathered, and he did something unexpected with it. He did not swing the hammer himself. He handed it to the serving boy of the caravan, the youngest, lowest pair of hands in the camp. Perhaps because his own arms were spent, or perhaps because he understood something finer, that a camp saved by its leader stays a camp of followers, but a camp saved by its smallest member learns what every pair of hands is worth. The story keeps his words. If you give up now, we are all lost. Take the hammer. Strike. The boy raised the hammer over the place where the water sang and brought it down. One strike. The rock split and the water rose through the shaft like something set free. Enough for every throat in the caravan, enough for every ox, enough to fill the jars for the rest of the crossing. They drank in the middle of the desert from their own well, rested through the heat, and finished the crossing by the stars that night. 60 cubits of digging, and in the end, the whole distance between dying and drinking was one more strike of the hammer. The Buddha told this story, the collection records, to a monk who had given up his striving, a man who had abandoned the path, certain that for him there was nothing beneath the rock. And at the story's end came the turn the Jatakas are loved for. The boy who split the stone, the Buddha said, that was you. You have broken rock before. You have already been the hands that did not stop. Here is the 14th piece of our answer, and it names something the racing mind does with terrible fluency. The mind at night is a court that issues verdicts after hours. The relationship will not recover. The career is stuck. The problem has no bottom. I will be awake until morning. Each verdict delivered in the dark with the confidence of a judge, and each one, like the caravans, reached before the evidence was in. The night court has one systematic flaw. It mistakes the sound of rock for the absence of water. Sand was easy to read. The rock is where everyone quits. And the rock is also, in this story and in 1,000 quieter ones, exactly where the ear must be pressed. Somewhere in your life there is a shaft with rock at the bottom of it, the thing you have dug at longest, the place you have most nearly declared dry. It does not need finishing tonight. Nothing needs finishing tonight. Only this: do not sign the verdict in the dark. Verdicts signed at night are the caravan under the carts at mid-morning, with strength still in the body and the day still long. Let the well stand open until morning. Morning has better hearing. Strike again, then that is one medicine, and for the ailment of quitting early it is the right one. But there is an opposite ailment, rarer and stranger, and it waits at the very end of our night. A man in the Buddha's own community struck and could not stop striking, the most relentless striver among them all, gifted beyond his brothers, decades deep in effort, and the door would not open. Not because he had dug too little, because the hammer itself had become the thing in his hands that could not be put down. You have already met him. He was there on the border road at the beginning of the barber's story. Anuruddha, one of the 6 princes who handed their jewels to Upali and walked into homelessness. We said you would hear of him again, and here he is, decades later, grey now, revered, and holding a hammer he cannot put down. No one in the community had trained harder. The Buddha himself had named Anuruddha foremost among all monks in the divine eye, a range of vision, the texts say, that could survey 1,000 worlds the way a man on a tower surveys 1,000 fields. His discipline was legendary, and it had already cost him more than anyone knew. The old commentaries tell that as a young monk he once dozed off while the Buddha was teaching. The shame of that small, human moment cut him so deeply that he made a vow, never to lie down and sleep again. He kept it. Year after year, he kept it until the strain took his eyesight, and the man who would not close his eyes lost the use of them. The divine eye, the inner seeing he became famous for, opened only after the outer ones had failed. Hold that history gently, here at the edge of your own sleep. The greatest striver in the community had gone to war against rest itself and called the war practice. His effort never flagged, and freedom would not come. Understand what those decades had been like from the inside. Morning after morning of flawless practice, the concentration deepening, the seeing widening, every measurable thing improving, and the one immeasurable thing, the actual freedom, hanging always at the same distance, like a horizon walked toward. A lesser man would have quit, and we spent the last story honoring the ones who do not quit. Anuruddha's greatness had closed that exit. He could not stop, and stopping was the door. So one day he went to his friend. Sariputta was the wisest of the Buddha's students, and what passed between the two old men is preserved in the Anguttara Nikaya, and it may be the gentlest surgery in the canon. Friend, Anuruddha said, listen to where I stand. With the divine eye, I survey 1,000 worlds. My energy is aroused and unrelenting. My mindfulness stands established. My body is tranquil. My mind is gathered and still. And yet my mind is not released. What am I doing wrong? Hear the shape of that report. It is a flawless inventory. Every practice perfected, every box marked, every instruction obeyed beyond obedience. It is the resume of a man who has done absolutely everything, and it was the resume that was the problem. Sariputta listened to his friend recite his attainments, and where Anuruddha heard a list of qualifications, Sariputta heard 3 chords, still knotted, holding a good man to the ground. He took them one at a time. When you think, with my divine eye, I survey 1,000 worlds. That, friend, is your conceit. The first chord, not the seeing itself, the my in it. Decades of attainment had quietly built a tower, and someone was standing on top of it, measuring the view. Every achievement carried an owner, and an owner is a weight. You have felt this chord in smaller forms, the calm that checks itself in the mirror, the progress that keeps glancing back at how far it has come. The moment peace becomes my peace, something has already picked it up and is carrying it. When you think, my energy is aroused and unrelenting. That is your restlessness. The second chord, and the strangest one. Effort itself, the very muscle that had carried him across decades, had become a tremor that never switched off. He had struck and struck long after the striking stopped being digging, and the arm could no longer tell working from shaking. The desert caravan needed one more strike. Anuruddha needed one fewer, and no one had ever taught him that fewer was a direction. There is a point where trying becomes the noise it was trying to silence. Anuruddha had lived past that point for years. And when you think, yet my mind is not released, that is your remorse. The third chord, and the one you know best. the self-audit, the gnawing. What is wrong with me, after all this work, that the door still will not open? It sounds like humility. It is another hand on the hammer. Every person who has done everything right and lain awake anyway knows this chord by heart. The diet kept, the routine followed, the good advice obeyed, and still the wakefulness, and then the quiet interrogation. What is broken in me? Nothing is broken. Something is gripping. They are different findings, and they call for opposite medicine. 3 chords, and not one of them was a failure. That is the mercy of this diagnosis, and the reason it belongs at the end of our night. His pride was made of real attainment. His restlessness was made of real effort. His remorse was made of real longing. The chords were spun from the best things in him. That is why he could not see them. No one inspects their own virtues for knots. Then came the advice, and it fits in one breath. Abandon these 3 things, Sariputta said. Pay them no further attention. And let the mind incline, not climb, incline, toward the deathless, the peace that was never on the far side of any effort. Incline, the way water inclines toward the low place, the way a tired head inclines toward the pillow. No ladder in the word, no hammer in it anywhere. Just a leaning, already underway, the moment nothing opposes it. Anuruddha went into solitude and did the only thing left to do, which was less than he had ever done. He let the surveyor come down from the tower. He let the striving arm rest. He let the audit close its ledger. What that left behind was not laziness, and this matters. The mindfulness remained. The stillness remained. Everything real that the decades had built remained standing. Only the 3 chords went: the owner, the tremor, the interrogator. No new practice. No greater push. Just 3 chords, loosening. And the texts record it simply. Not long after, his mind was released. The door he had hammered at for decades had never been locked. It opened inward. All his pushing had been holding it shut. You began this night with a woman who could not stop fighting her thoughts, and you are ending it with a man who could not stop perfecting his practice. Uttama and Anuruddha, first story and last, the same discovery from opposite shores. The final obstacle is the trying. Everything between them tonight has been a hand, opening, a bucket released, a season allowed, an insult left on the ground, a certificate torn, a table stepped away from, a verdict left unsigned. 15 shapes of one movement. This is the whole answer we promised. The head that will not switch off is a hand that has not yet opened. And a hand does not need instructions to open. It only needs permission. So take your hand off the hammer now. Even the soft hammer called trying to sleep. There is nothing left in this night to dig for. The body is already resting. The breath is already pouring itself, slower now, without a single instruction from you. Whatever remains unfinished has agreed to wait for morning. The old advice has travelled a long way to reach this room, and it asks for nothing more tonight than what it asked of Anuruddha. Let these things go. Pay them no further attention, and let the mind incline toward peace. It is already happening. Somewhere in these last minutes, without being asked, the grip has been loosening on its own. The moon is in the sky, and it was never in the bucket. It needs no carrying, and it cannot be spilled. The harsh words of the day are lying where they fell, far away, in rooms that have gone dark by now. No one is holding them, not even you. The season you are in is moving at its own pace through the night, the way seasons do, asking nothing of the sleeper. And deep under the hardest rock, water is moving. It was moving all along. You heard it, once or twice, somewhere in these stories. A small sound, patient, underneath everything. Whatever you carried into this night has spent the last 2 hours growing lighter, story by story, the way a bucket empties through a gap no one can see. The hand is open now. Slow and unwatched. The body has been welcomed back after a long day of service. 15 people found their way to this same stillness, each through their own dark, and left the way lit behind them. It leads exactly here. Nothing to hold. Nothing to solve. Nothing to be. Only the quiet room, the soft weight of the blanket, and the mind, like dust in still water, settling. Sleep well.
Some of life's deepest frustrations begin with a quiet assumption that rarely gets questioned. We convince ourselves that peace is waiting somewhere ahead, hidden inside the next achievement, the next opportunity, or the next answer we've been chasing. The mind becomes fixated on one outcome, and without realizing it, everything else begins revolving around it. Days are measured by progress,